In the beginning, Japan wasn't just a land of mountains, rivers, and forests. It was alive, teeming with spirits and gods, every corner brimming with life and energy unseen by human eyes. The wind that whispered through the trees carried stories of old. The ocean waves, fierce and endless, were not just water but ancient powers that shaped the world. People could feel it, the presence of something larger, something more, watching and listening. The roots of Japanese mythology are wrapped in this belief that everything in nature, from the largest mountain to the smallest pebble, holds a spirit. These spirits, known as kami, were not distant gods sitting high above, looking down on mortals. They were right here, in the streams that nourished crops, in the forests where hunters sought food, and even in the storms that sometimes tore villages apart. Some kami were kind and generous, offering protection and blessings, while others were fierce, demanding respect, lest they unleash their wrath. People lived with a quiet reverence for these forces. They built shrines, not only for gods of creation but for the spirit of the mountain that provided their water or the tree that gave shade in summer. These shrines were not just places to pray, they were bridges between the human and the spiritual, a place to connect with the unseen. Shinto, the heart of ancient Japanese beliefs, was born from this respect for nature and its spirits. It wasn't just a religion but a way of living, where each action, each gesture, was a conversation with the world around you. A fisherman would pray to the sea kami before casting his net, hoping for a safe journey and a plentiful catch. A farmer would leave offerings for the kami of the rice fields, asking for a good harvest. Life was fragile, and nature, unpredictable and powerful, held both blessings and danger. So the people did what they could to honor the spirits, to live in harmony with them. But there were darker forces too. Not all kami were benevolent. There were spirits that lurked in the shadows, watching from the depths of the forest or beneath the cold waters of a river. These spirits were unpredictable, sometimes playful, but often dangerous. If angered or disrespected, they could bring misfortune or death. Mothers would tell their children stories of the river kami who would drag them underwater if they played too close. Travelers would leave small offerings at roadside shrines, hoping for protection from mischievous spirits who might lead them astray. Then came Buddhism, carried across the seas from China and Korea, bringing with it new stories, new gods, and a new way of understanding life and death. But rather than sweeping away the old beliefs, Buddhism wrapped itself around Shinto like vines around a tree, growing together with it. The Japanese people did not see their kami as separate from the new Buddhist gods. They were all part of the same world, different faces of the same mystery. Buddhist teachings spoke of suffering and the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It brought a sense of compassion, a path toward inner peace in a world filled with hardship. But alongside this gentleness were the fierce protectors, the bodhisattvas and heavenly kings, who fought against demons and evil spirits. These figures, with their fearsome faces and mighty weapons, were warriors of light, defending humanity from forces beyond their control. The monks would chant, their voices rising into the night, calling for protection against the unseen terrors that wandered in the dark. But even as Buddhism spread, the old spirits remained. The mountain kami still watched over the forests, and the water kami still ruled the rivers. The people continued to leave offerings, knowing that these forces could not be ignored. Life was still at the mercy of nature, the storm that could sweep away a village, the earthquake that could shatter the ground beneath their feet. In these moments, when the earth trembled or the sky darkened with an approaching typhoon, people would whisper to the kami, begging for mercy, for protection, for life. These beliefs shaped how the Japanese saw the world, not just as a place of physical beauty, but as a living, breathing entity filled with spirits and gods. Every mountain had its own story, every forest its own guardian. The wind that swept through the trees was more than just air, it carried the voices of the kami, the spirits who watched over everything. And humans, fragile and small, were just a part of this great web of life. The supernatural wasn't something separate or distant. It was right there, woven into the fabric of everyday life. People would hear stories of encounters with kami or mischievous spirits that played tricks on the unwary. There were tales of travelers lost in the mountains, only to be found days later, claiming they had been guided by a mysterious figure who disappeared as suddenly as they had come. Children would speak of seeing figures moving in the woods at dusk, shapes that weren't quite human, and their elders would nod, understanding that the spirits were always near, always watching. In the quiet of the night, when the wind howled and the trees whispered, there was an unspoken understanding that the world was much more than it seemed. The line between the natural and the supernatural was thin, sometimes invisible. A shadow in the corner of your eye could be a wandering spirit, a strange noise in the night, the laughter of an unseen being. This belief, that the world was alive with spirits, both kind and cruel, created a sense of connection, but also a lingering unease. Even the most peaceful landscape could hold danger. A beautiful forest might be home to a malevolent spirit, waiting for the moment when someone strayed too far from the path. A placid lake might hide a vengeful water spirit beneath its surface. Every aspect of nature was imbued with both wonder and fear. And so, the people continued their rituals, lighting incense and leaving offerings, knowing that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The stories they told, the prayers they whispered, and the shrines they built all spoke of a world alive with spirits, where humans were never truly alone, where the seen and the unseen danced together, shaping the fate of all. In the quiet hours of the night, when the moon hangs low and shadows stretch across the land, Japan feels different. The air becomes thick with something unseen, something ancient. To the people who have lived here for centuries, this feeling is familiar. They know the night belongs to yokai and yurei, creatures that walk between our world and the next. But not all are the same. Some stir fear deep in the heart, while others, mischievous and strange, simply remind you that you are never truly alone. Yokai are unlike anything you've ever imagined. They are not just monsters or demons, they are everything that hides in the cracks of the world. Some take the form of animals, others mimic human shape, and some are so strange they defy any kind of description. Yet, no matter their form, they exist on the edges of human understanding, living in the spaces between reality and dreams, in forests, rivers, or even old, forgotten buildings. One of the most well-known yokai is the Kitsune, the fox spirit. She's as beautiful as she is dangerous. With glowing eyes and the ability to shapeshift into a human woman, she can enchant the unsuspecting. The stories say that if a Kitsune falls in love with a human, it will take a human form and live peacefully until the day its true nature is revealed. But once discovered, the fox will flee, leaving nothing but confusion and heartache behind. You can imagine the quiet heartbreak of someone waking up to find the person they loved was never human at all. And then there are Tengu, half-man, half-bird creatures, watching from the mountains. They are tricksters, known to mislead travelers and sometimes even challenge arrogant samurai to duels. Their sharp, beady eyes seem to peer through the soul, as though they see beyond flesh and bone, straight into your heart. When the wind howls in the mountains and the branches whip across your face, it feels like the Tengu themselves are mocking you, daring you to lose your way. But not all yokai are dangerous. Some, like the Zashiki-warashi, bring good luck to the homes they choose to live in. These childlike spirits are mischievous but harmless, playing tricks and causing minor chaos, like hiding objects or making strange noises in the middle of the night. Yet, their presence is a blessing. If a Zashiki-warashi chooses to stay in your home, prosperity and happiness follow. But if it leaves, misfortune quickly takes its place. The warmth of a home can turn cold overnight if the little spirit vanishes. Yokai thrive in the space between the ordinary and the supernatural, and the things that cannot be explained. They are not the ghosts of people who once lived, but spirits and monsters that have always existed in some form, tied to nature or ancient fears. They are playful, vengeful, and at times, indifferent to the human lives they brush against. Some are born from the things humans fear most, darkness, disease, death, while others come from the strange and unpredictable world of animals and nature. Yet there is another kind of creature in Japan that chills the soul in a way yokai cannot. These are the Yurei, the restless ghosts of those who died with unresolved pain or anger. While yokai may be strange or dangerous, Yurei are pure sadness and wrath, driven by a single purpose, revenge, justice, or simply the need to be heard. They do not hide in forests or rivers, they haunt the places they died or the people who wronged them. Their presence is felt in the cold breath on the back of your neck, the chill that creeps into a room without reason, and the weight of sorrow that settles like fog in the air. One of the most famous Yurei stories is that of Oiwa. Betrayed and poisoned by her husband, Oiwa's face became disfigured as she died in agony, her heart burning with revenge. Even in death, she couldn't rest. Her spirit returned, haunting those who had wronged her, her twisted face appearing in mirrors and her voice echoing in the dark. Her story has been told for centuries, a reminder that some betrayals can never be forgiven, not even in death. Unlike yokai, Yurei are often bound by their emotional pain. They are trapped, unable to move on to the afterlife until their suffering is acknowledged or avenged. They are not playful spirits, but reminders of the deepest human emotions, grief, loss, and anger. When a Yurei appears, it brings with it a coldness that seeps into your bones, as if the very air around you mourns. And then, there are creatures that fall somewhere in between. Spirits like the Onryo, vengeful ghosts so consumed by their anger that they resemble both yokai and Yurei. They are ghosts, yes, but they have powers far beyond simple hauntings. An Onryo can cause plagues, droughts, and disasters, their anger rippling out into the world like waves. They are the embodiment of wrath, and nothing can stop them until they are satisfied, their thirst for revenge quenched. The people of Japan have always understood that the world is not as solid as it seems. Beneath the surface of daily life, there is another layer, a world of spirits and creatures that interact with the living in mysterious ways. It's not uncommon for an old tale to resurface, for someone to claim they saw a figure moving in the mist, or for a strange, unexplainable event to be blamed on a yokai or Yurei. These beings are not just stories from the past, they linger in the present, their presence felt even if unseen. This belief in yokai and Yurei has shaped Japanese culture in countless ways. These creatures are not just part of mythology, they are part of how people understand the world. The idea that something beyond human control, something invisible yet powerful, affects life is woven into the fabric of daily existence. Festivals celebrate these spirits, and rituals are performed to appease them. Even today, the flicker of a lantern on a dark street can feel like a way to guide spirits home, or perhaps keep them at bay. The night, with its silence and shadows, always seems alive in Japan. It's when the world feels thinnest, when the line between the living and the otherworldly blurs. In these moments, you can almost sense it, the presence of yokai, Yurei, and other creatures that have watched humanity for centuries, always close, always waiting, just beyond the edge of sight. In the stillness of a forgotten village, where the trees grow thick and the mist clings to the earth like an ancient breath, there's a feeling you can't shake. It's as if something watches from the shadows, something older than memory itself. The people of this place know the feeling well, and they speak of it in hushed voices. This isn't just fear of the dark, it's the sense that yokai are near. Long before the cities rose and the roads spread across Japan, the land was wild and untamed. People lived close to nature, and with that came an understanding that the world was filled with more than just what they could see. Yokai were part of this understanding. They were the strange, the inexplicable, the creatures that blurred the lines between what was natural and what was supernatural. The stories of yokai stretch back as far as anyone can remember, whispered from one generation to the next. No one knows exactly when the first yokai appeared in the tales, but their presence was always felt. These creatures lived in the mountains, the rivers, the forests, anywhere untouched by human hands. They came in countless forms, from shape-shifting animals to eerie spirits. Some were harmless tricksters, playing pranks on the unsuspecting, while others brought sickness, disaster, and death. The concept of yokai evolved over time, but their essence remained the same, mysterious beings that existed on the edges of human understanding. In ancient times, people didn't have explanations for the strange things that happened around them. Why did crops fail without warning? Why did someone fall ill for no reason? Why did a traveler vanish in the woods, never to be seen again? For many, the answer lay in the yokai. They were forces of nature, embodiments of fear and uncertainty. During the Heian period, as Japan became more centralized and culture flourished, the stories of yokai began to take on more defined shapes. Scholars and storytellers started to write them down, recording their appearances and behaviors. They became part of folklore, passed down not just by word of mouth, but in ink and paper. Yet, even as they were written about, yokai remained elusive, always slipping through the cracks of reason. One of the earliest collections that mentioned yokai was the Kanjaku Monogatari, a set of stories from the 12th century. In its pages, yokai appear in many forms, some grotesque, some frightening, and some oddly human. These tales were not just about monsters, but about the way people interacted with the unknown. In one story, a man encounters a woman at a shrine, only to realize she is not human but a ghostly apparition. In another, a strange creature emerges from a river, terrifying the villagers with its unnatural form. But what made yokai truly fascinating was how they varied from place to place. In the snowy regions of the north, people spoke of the Yukiana, a beautiful woman made of ice and snow who would lure travelers to their deaths. Her skin was as pale as the snow that surrounded her, her breath like the cold wind that cut through the mountains. She could freeze a man with a single touch, leaving his body as cold and lifeless as the frozen landscape. Further south, in the warmer, more humid regions, the kappa haunted the rivers and lakes. These water spirits, with their green skin and hollowed heads filled with water, were both playful and dangerous. They loved to challenge humans to games and wrestling matches, but if you weren't careful, they'd drag you beneath the water and drown you. Children were warned never to swim alone, for fear that the kappa would pull them under. In the bustling cities like Kyoto and Edo, now Tokyo, yokai took on a different form. As the cities grew and became crowded with people, so too did the stories of yokai shift. No longer just creatures of the wild, they began to appear in more urban settings. In the dimly lit streets and narrow alleyways, the Naparabo, a faceless ghost, might show itself to an unlucky passerby. With no features on its face, no eyes, nose, or mouth, it left its victims frozen in terror, wondering if they had truly seen what they thought they had. During the Edo period, the fascination with yokai exploded. Artists like Toriyama Sekian began to create encyclopedias of these creatures, drawing them in vivid detail. Yokai were everywhere, on scrolls, in woodblock prints, in kabuki theater. People loved to be scared, and yokai offered the perfect mix of fear and curiosity. They were strange, otherworldly, yet somehow familiar, representing the unpredictable nature of life itself. But despite their popularity, yokai were never just a source of entertainment. They carried with them a deeper meaning. They represented the fears, anxieties, and mysteries of the world. In the small farming villages, a bad harvest might be blamed on a yokai, like the Amakiri, a spirit that cuts the rain, causing drought. In the forests, the cries of a bird might be mistaken for the wail of a yamamba, a mountain witch said to lure travelers to their doom. And in times of plague or famine, people turned to the stories of yokai for answers. They didn't have modern science to explain why diseases spread or why the weather turned against them. So they told stories. Stories of the Yamabiko, a small creature that lived in the mountains, whose calls echoed through the valleys, or the Nurerihayon, an old man-like spirit who sneaked into houses to drink tea and act like he belonged, embodying the strange disruptions that sometimes entered their lives. Even today, these creatures hold a special place in the hearts of the Japanese people. While science and technology have explained much of what was once mysterious, the yokai remain. They are symbols of the unknown, of the things that can't be fully understood. And in a world that often feels overwhelming and unpredictable, yokai remind people that not everything needs an explanation. Sometimes, the mystery itself is enough. Across Japan, from the highest mountains to the deepest valleys, from the quiet villages to the bustling cities, yokai have always been there, shaping the way people see the world. They are not just monsters, they are reflections of human fear, wonder, and imagination. And as long as people continue to feel the presence of something just beyond their sight, the stories of yokai will live on. In the quiet of the mountains, where the wind whispers through the trees and the mist curls around jagged peaks, there is an ancient presence. It watches from the shadows, unseen but always felt. Hikers speak of the sensation, a prickling on the back of the neck, as if eyes are following their every step. This is the territory of the Tengu, the mysterious mountain goblins that have haunted Japan's highest, most remote places for centuries. Long ago, before the world was carved into cities and villages, the mountains were sacred, feared, and revered. There were places where the gods lived, and where humans dared not linger. The Tengu were born from this belief, creatures neither fully divine nor fully human, but something in between. They were protectors of the mountains, but also tempters of the proud. With sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the fog, the Tengu were always watching. The first tales of Tengu paint them as fearsome creatures. They were bird-like, with wings that stretched wide and beaks that curved down sharply. Their feathers were black as night, blending perfectly into the dense forests that clung to the mountain slopes. When they flew, they made no sound, only the rush of air around them could be heard, a soft whoosh that vanished as quickly as it came. Their gaze was fierce, and anyone who met it could feel the weight of centuries bearing down on them. Over time, the Tengu began to change in the stories. Their beaks became more human, turning into long, pointed noses, but their eyes retained that sharp, otherworldly glint. They kept their wings, but they could now hide them when they wished, walking among humans in disguise, their red faces a mark of their power. Some said they were fallen priests, turned into goblins as punishment for their arrogance. Others believed they were protectors of the forests, guardians against those who would harm the natural world. But it wasn't just their appearance that made the Tengu so feared and respected, it was their powers. They could control the winds, stirring up violent storms with a single flap of their wings. Entire villages were said to have been destroyed by Tengu-driven gales, their homes and crops ripped apart by the wrath of these mountain spirits. They could also shapeshift, taking the form of humans or animals to trick those who wandered too close to their hidden lairs. And most frightening of all, they could enter the minds of humans, leading them astray, driving them to madness, or filling their hearts with unshakable fear. The Tengu were masters of illusion. Many stories tell of travelers who, lost in the mountains, stumble upon a welcoming hut or temple, only to find out later that it was nothing but an illusion crafted by the Tengu. They would awaken cold and alone, the warmth of the fire and the comfort of the shelter nothing more than a trick of the mind. Those who crossed paths with the Tengu rarely came back unchanged, if they came back at all. Despite their fearsome reputation, the Tengu were not always malevolent. In some stories, they tested those who ventured into their mountains, punishing the arrogant but rewarding the humble. They were known to challenge proud samurai and warriors, luring them into battles of skill. But the Tengu were not just interested in physical strength, they valued wisdom and humility above all else. A samurai who approached them with arrogance would find himself humiliated, his swordsmanship no match for the Tengu's supernatural speed and skill. But a warrior who showed respect, who bowed low and asked for guidance rather than glory, might be taught the secret arts of the Tengu. Many legends tell of monks and warriors who were trained by the Tengu, learning their martial skills and the hidden ways of the mountain. These disciples were said to return with heightened abilities, able to move with the swiftness of the wind, their minds sharpened by the teachings of the Tengu. But such teachings always came with a price. The Tengu were fickle, and their lessons could be as cruel as they were enlightening. A student who failed to live up to their expectations could find themselves lost in the mountains, forever wandering in circles, driven mad by the Tengu's trickery. In different regions of Japan, the Tengu take on slightly different forms. In the Kanto region, they are seen as more malicious, spirits who delight in leading people astray, causing harm to those who venture too far into their territory. It is said that if you hear laughter in the mountains but see no one around, it is the Tengu, mocking your lost way. In these regions, the villagers would make offerings at the foot of the mountains, hoping to appease the Tengu and keep their wrath at bay. Further west, in places like Kyoto, the Tengu are seen more as teachers and protectors. The legends here speak of wise old Tengu who live in ancient trees, their faces lined with age and wisdom. These Tengu are guardians of sacred places, punishing those who disrespect the mountains but offering their protection to those who honor the land. The monks who traveled through these mountains often spoke of feeling the presence of Tengu watching over them, guiding them along the paths with unseen hands. But no matter where the stories come from, the Tengu remain creatures of contradiction. They are both feared and respected, tricksters and teachers, protectors and destroyers. They embody the wild, untamable spirit of the mountains, forces of nature that cannot be controlled or fully understood. For centuries, the Tengu have shaped the folklore of Japan, their presence woven into the very fabric of the mountains. Even today, their legend lives on. Hikers in the remote regions of Japan still feel that strange sensation, the feeling that they are not alone, that something ancient and powerful is watching from the shadows. They quicken their pace, offering a silent prayer to the mountain spirits, hoping that they remain unseen by the Tengu. Yet, in the quiet moments, when the wind dies down and the mist lifts just a little, some say they've caught a glimpse of something, just for a moment, a red-faced figure standing among the trees, watching with those sharp, knowing eyes. And in that brief second, the ancient fear rises again, a reminder that the Tengu still roam the mountains, just as they always have. In the quiet, still waters of Japan's rivers and lakes, something lurks just beneath the surface. The water is calm, reflecting the trees and the sky, but there is an unsettling feeling that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. Children are told not to go near the water alone. They listen because they know the stories. The stories of the Kappa. The Kappa is not a creature to be taken lightly. At first glance, it might seem almost comical, a small, human-like figure with green, scaly skin and a bowl-like depression on its head, always filled with water. But beneath this odd appearance lies a dangerous spirit. Its eyes are large and wide, often filled with mischief, but sometimes there is something darker in its gaze. The Kappa is unpredictable, sometimes playful, but other times deadly. The rivers and lakes where the Kappa live have long been places of mystery and fear. These water spirits are said to dwell in the deepest parts, waiting for their moment. Their thin, gangly limbs are deceptively strong, and they move through the water with a grace that belies their strange, almost frog-like appearance. They are patient, and they wait for someone to wander too close. Children are the most vulnerable. In the villages that lie near rivers, mothers would warn their children with stories of the Kappa, telling them to never go swimming alone, no matter how inviting the water seemed. There was always the chance that the Kappa would grab them by the ankles and pull them under. Once in the water, no amount of struggling would save them. The Kappa was too strong and too determined to let go. Many believe that the Kappa took a sick pleasure in watching their victims drown, feeding on the fear in their final moments. But it's not just children who are at risk. The Kappa targets anyone who dares to get too close to its watery home. Travelers passing near rivers at dusk would sometimes vanish without a trace, their families finding only footprints that led to the water's edge. Some say the Kappa took them out of malice, others say it was simply in the Kappa's nature, an instinct, like a predator hunting prey. Either way, the result was the same, the river claimed another life. The Kappa doesn't just drown its victims. There is something more sinister at play. Legends speak of the Kappa reaching into its victims' bodies, pulling out the mythical shirikodama, a small ball said to reside inside a person, near their soul. What the Kappa does with this piece of a person's essence is unknown, but the thought alone was enough to terrify generations. Losing one's shirikodama meant more than death, it meant something even more haunting, a loss that went beyond the physical. However, as fearsome as the Kappa is, it can also be tricked. The Kappa is bound by strange rules, and understanding these rules has allowed some clever villagers to survive encounters with this cunning creature. One of the most well-known weaknesses of the Kappa lies in the bowl on its head. The water that fills this depression is the source of its strength. If the water spills or dries up, the Kappa becomes powerless, unable to move or even stand. Many tales tell of brave individuals who outwitted the Kappa by exploiting its sense of politeness. The Kappa is known to be deeply respectful of manners and rituals. If you bow to a Kappa, it will feel compelled to bow back. In doing so, the water in its head will spill, leaving the creature weak and vulnerable. Some villagers carried this knowledge like a shield, knowing that if they ever encountered a kappa, a single bow could mean the difference between life and death. Still, not everyone is so lucky. For those who live near the water, there are rituals and precautions to keep the kappa at bay. Offerings are left near rivers and lakes. Cucumbers, the kappa's favorite food, are often used. These simple gifts are meant to appease the creature, to distract it with something harmless, so that it does not turn its attention to more dangerous pursuits. In some villages, children's names were carved into cucumbers and thrown into the river as a way of protecting them from the kappa's grasp. Even in modern times, the fear of the kappa lingers. Some rural areas still observe old customs, just in case. Children are still warned to be careful around rivers, to avoid the places where the water seems too dark, too still. And while the world has changed, the kappa remains in the shadows, waiting. But there is another side to the kappa that is less well known. In some stories, the kappa is not always malevolent. It is mischievous, yes, but it can also be persuaded to help. There are tales of kappa that have healed the sick, helped farmers with their crops, or retrieved lost items from rivers. In these stories, the kappa is still a creature of the water, still bound by its own strange laws, but it shows a sense of fairness. If treated with respect, the kappa can be reasoned with. One such story tells of a farmer who fell into a river and was nearly drowned by a kappa. Desperate, he offered the kappa a deal. He promised to bring it cucumbers every day if it would spare his life. The kappa agreed, and from that day on, the farmer kept his word, leaving cucumbers at the river's edge. In return, the kappa not only left him in peace, but helped his crops grow, ensuring that the farmer's land was always fertile and prosperous. It's a strange kind of partnership, but it shows that the kappa is not purely evil. It can be reasoned with, if you know how. However, even with these stories of kindness, no one dares forget what the kappa is capable of. The rivers and lakes of Japan are still places of caution, where the waters run deeper than they appear. And somewhere, just below the surface, the kappa waits. There's a certain weight in the air when you stand near the water. The calm surface of the river hides many secrets, and beneath it, the kappa watches. You can almost feel its presence, like a cold hand resting just behind you. Those who know the stories keep their distance. They don't test the water. They don't risk angering the spirit that lives there. For in the stillness of the river, there is no sound, no warning before the kappa strikes. And by the time you feel its grip, it's already too late. On a moonlit night, deep in the forests of Japan, there is a flicker of movement. A flash of white fur, barely glimpsed in the shadows. The wind stirs the trees, and in the silence, you feel the presence of something watching. It's said that when the moon is full and the world is quiet, the Kitsune, the shape-shifting fox spirits, come out to play. These creatures are not merely animals, they carry with them a magic as old as the land itself. The Kitsune are creatures of duality, their nature as unpredictable as the shifting winds. On one hand, they can be benevolent spirits, guiding travelers, protecting villages, and serving the god Inari. But in the blink of an eye, they can become tricksters, weaving illusions and chaos, leading even the wisest to ruin. This is the heart of the Kitsune, two beings in one, always teetering on the edge of mischief and mercy. For centuries, the Kitsune have been linked with Inari, the Shinto deity of rice, fertility, and prosperity. Foxes are seen as messengers of this god, and their presence is believed to bring blessings. Inari shrines are often marked by statues of foxes, their sharp eyes watching over the worshippers, tails curled around their bodies as if protecting something precious. These Kitsune, connected to Inari, are thought to be guardians, ensuring that crops grow and families prosper. They are honored with offerings, treated with respect, for to anger a Kitsune is to risk losing not just a harvest, but the favor of the gods themselves. Yet even these divine messengers are not without their tricks. In one village, it's told that a Kitsune, disguised as a beautiful woman, appeared to a young farmer. She seemed otherworldly, her laughter light as the breeze, her hair shining like gold in the sun. The farmer, bewitched by her beauty, fell in love. They married, and for many years lived happily, raising children together. But one night, as the full moon rose, the farmer discovered her secret. He saw her in the garden, her true form revealed as a fox, her tail flicking under the pale light. With a broken heart, he confronted her, and though she wept, she could no longer stay. She vanished into the forest, leaving only the whisper of her paws in the night. It said that the farmer never recovered, and some nights, when the wind howled, he would hear her soft cry on the breeze. Though she had tricked him, he still loved her, and she, too, had loved him in her own way. This is the tragedy of the Kitsune. Even their kindness is tinged with a touch of deception, a shadow that cannot be escaped. But not all Kitsune are so gentle. In their darker forms, they are creatures of pure mischief and malice. They can take on the appearance of anyone, a friend, a family member, even a lover, and weave illusions so convincing that reality itself seems to bend to their will. Travelers lost in the forest speak of following a kind stranger who promises to lead them to safety, only to find themselves deeper in the woods, with no memory of how they got there. Others tell of being haunted by strange dreams, waking up to find precious items missing, or worse, their own lives turned upside down by the trickery of a Kitsune. One of the most feared tricks of the Kitsune is their ability to possess humans. Known as Kitsunetsuki, this possession is often sudden and violent. The victim may begin to speak in strange voices, their personality shifting as if something else is speaking through them. Families would bring such afflicted loved ones to priests, begging for help. The priests, knowing the power of the Kitsune, would perform rituals to drive out the spirit, but even these were not always successful. For once a Kitsune decided to take control, it was nearly impossible to break free from its grip. Despite this, the Kitsune are also revered for their intelligence and wisdom. Some say that the longer a fox lives, the more powerful it becomes. A fox that reaches 100 years of age is said to gain the ability to shapeshift, while a fox that lives to 1,000 years can grow multiple tails, each one representing its growing power and knowledge. A nine-tailed fox, the most legendary of them all, is considered nearly divine, able to see through all lies, weave powerful illusions, and even control the very elements. These ancient Kitsune are often treated with great respect, even fear. In one famous story, a nine-tailed fox disguised itself as a noblewoman, infiltrating the imperial court. Her beauty and grace were unmatched, and she quickly became a favorite of the emperor. But as time passed, strange things began to happen. Crops withered, illness spread, and the land seemed cursed. It wasn't until a wise monk uncovered her true identity that the court realized they had been living under the spell of a Kitsune all along. The fox fled, but the damage had already been done, leaving behind a court and a kingdom forever changed. Despite their mischief, Kitsune are creatures of deep emotion. They are drawn to humans not just out of curiosity, but out of a longing for connection. In some tales, they fall in love with humans, their affection genuine, even if built on deception. They can be fiercely loyal to those they care about, protecting them from harm, offering them guidance and wisdom. But their nature always pulls them in two directions, toward loyalty and toward trickery, leaving those who encounter them forever wondering which side of the Kitsune they've met. Even today, the presence of the Kitsune lingers in the quiet places of Japan. Foxes are seen slipping through the forests at dusk, their eyes glowing in the dim light. Villagers still leave offerings at Inari shrines, hoping to win the favor of the Kitsune and keep their tricks at bay. And in the old houses, the wind sometimes carries with it a soft, almost human laugh, as if the Kitsune are still playing their tricks, just beyond the edge of sight. The dual nature of the Kitsune, part guardian, part trickster, makes them one of the most complex and fascinating spirits in Japanese mythology. They can be protectors of the land, messengers of the gods, but they can also lead humans astray, playing with their hearts and minds. Perhaps this is why the stories of the Kitsune are so haunting, because, like the fox itself, they slip between worlds, never quite belonging to one or the other. In their eyes, there is always a glimmer of something more, something ancient, something untamed, something that keeps calling you back, even when you know you should turn away. In the darkest corners of Japan's mountains and caves, there are creatures that fill even the bravest with dread. The air feels thick with a sense of doom, and shadows twist unnaturally in the fading light. It's in these places, far from human warmth, where the Oni dwell, towering, fearsome demons that have haunted Japan's nightmares for centuries. Their eyes burn with malice, their massive bodies covered in thick, scarred skin, and in their hands, they carry weapons capable of crushing bones with a single strike. The Oni are not like other spirits or monsters. They are pure destruction, embodiments of rage and evil. They come in many forms, but all share a few terrifying traits: hulking figures with horns sprouting from their heads, tusks jetting from their mouths, and an aura that feels suffocating, as if the air itself recoils from their presence. Their skin is often red or blue, as if stained by blood or bruises, and their grotesque forms tower over any human who dares cross their path. But what truly chills the soul about the Oni is not just their appearance, it's what they represent. They are the punishers of the wicked, but also creatures of chaos who delight in inflicting suffering on the innocent. There are stories of Oni that appear to those who have committed great sins, dragging them away to a fate worse than death. Yet, just as often, the Oni descend upon villages without warning, tearing apart homes, lives, and everything in their path, seemingly driven by nothing more than the desire to destroy. For centuries, Oni have been associated with punishment and evil. In some stories, they were once human, but their hearts became so twisted by anger, greed, or cruelty that they transformed into demons. Cast out from society, they roam the world, feeding off fear and misery. Some are said to dwell in the underworld, where they torment the souls of the damned, acting as enforcers of hell's punishments. Others wander the earth, drawn to places where human suffering is at its greatest. One of the most terrifying legends tells of the Oni who haunt the slopes of Mount Oi. It's said that these demons, led by a monstrous Oni named Shidendoji, would kidnap young women, dragging them to their lair in the mountains. There, they would feast, drinking sake and devouring their captives with laughter and cruelty. The villagers lived in constant fear, knowing that at any moment, another daughter or sister could be taken, never to return. It wasn't until a group of brave warriors, led by the legendary hero Minamoto no Reiko, ventured into the mountains to defeat Shidendoji and his horde that the terror finally ended. But even then, the memory of the Oni's brutality lingered, a scar on the hearts of the people. Yet, there is something even more unsettling about the Oni. They are not mindless beasts. Beneath their monstrous forms and insatiable hunger for violence lies a sharp, cunning intelligence. They are capable of trickery, able to lay traps and deceive those who think they can outsmart them. In some tales, Oni disguise themselves as humans, blending into society until the moment they strike, revealing their true, hideous forms when their victims are at their most vulnerable. One such story tells of a monk who took shelter in a remote temple during a terrible storm. The old priest who welcomed him seemed kind and gentle, offering food and warmth to the weary traveler. But as the night wore on, the monk began to feel an unease creeping over him. Something about the old man's eyes seemed wrong, too sharp, too knowing. When the monk awoke in the middle of the night, he found the priest standing over him, his body shifting and growing until he stood as an Oni, grinning with jagged teeth. The monk barely escaped with his life, fleeing into the storm with the Oni's laughter echoing in his ears. But not all encounters with Oni end in terror. There are stories of brave souls who confront these demons and survive. Samurai who wielded their swords with skill and courage were sometimes able to defeat an Oni, their names going down in legend as heroes who protected their people from unspeakable horrors. Yet even these victories come at a cost. The Oni leave behind a trail of destruction so vast that even in defeat, their presence lingers like a wound that refuses to heal. There are also rare stories of Oni who have turned away from their evil nature. These are tales of redemption, where an Oni who was once a terror to all becomes a protector. In one such story, an Oni who had terrorized a village for years was finally subdued by a brave warrior. But instead of delivering the killing blow, the warrior showed mercy, and the Oni, touched by this unexpected kindness, vowed to change. From that day forward, the Oni guarded the village, protecting it from other monsters and dangers. It's a rare and fragile piece, one that reminds us that even the darkest beings may hold a flicker of light within them. Still, the Oni remain symbols of fear, their presence woven into the fabric of Japan's mythology as warnings of what happens when anger and cruelty are allowed to fester. They are the embodiment of punishment, not just for those who have sinned, but for all who encounter them, guilty or not. Their arrival is a reminder that sometimes, in this world, destruction comes not because of justice, but simply because it can. The mountains and forests, where the Oni are said to dwell, feel different because of them. It's not just the thick trees or the looming cliffs, it's the sense that something ancient and malevolent watches from the shadows. Those who wander too far from the safety of the villages know the risk. They've heard the stories, they've felt the terror passed down through generations. And while many never see an Oni, the fear of them is enough to make people hesitate, to think twice before they venture into places where the light doesn't quite reach. In every dark shadow, every distant echo, there is a question that lingers: is there something out there, watching, waiting? And even if you don't believe in monsters, the stories of the Oni are enough to make you glance over your shoulder, just in case. For in the quiet places of Japan, where the mountains meet the sky and the wind whispers through the trees, the Oni are never truly gone. They are waiting, patient, and when the time comes, they will rise again, bringing with them the destruction and terror they were born to deliver. The snow falls gently at first, soft flakes swirling in the night air, but soon it thickens, covering the ground in a blinding white. The cold bites at your skin, and the wind howls through the mountains, carrying with it a whisper that sends a shiver down your spine. You can feel it now, the presence that lingers just beyond your sight. A figure moving through the storm, her long white robes trailing behind her, as if she is a part of the snow itself. This is the Yukiana, the snow woman. Her beauty is breathtaking as it is deadly. In the heart of winter, when the snowstorms rage and the nights grow long, the Yukiana appears. Her skin is pale as the frost, her black hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows against the white landscape. Her eyes, dark and deep, seem to hold the cold of eternity within them. She moves silently, as though she glides above the snow, leaving no trace of her passing except for the frozen breath of those who fall under her spell. Many have seen her, but few have lived to tell the tale. It's said that when a traveler becomes lost in a snowstorm, the Yukiana may appear, her face so beautiful that it steals the breath from your lungs. She speaks softly, her voice like the wind, and her beauty draws you closer, even as the cold grips your heart. But her touch is death. One kiss, one brush of her hand, and your body turns to ice, frozen where you stand, as if the very life inside you has been stolen away. There are stories, whispered in mountain villages, of men who encountered the Yukiana and survived, but always at a price. One such tale tells of a young woodcutter, lost in the mountains during a fierce blizzard. The storm had come out of nowhere, and soon he was wandering, his body numb, the snow blinding his path. Just as he thought the cold would claim him, he saw her, a woman standing in the snow, her face calm, her eyes locked onto his. She came to him, her footsteps soundless, and for a moment, he believed she was there to save him. But as she reached out, the cold that radiated from her was unlike anything he had ever felt. His limbs began to stiffen, his breath slowing, but then something changed. She paused, her gaze lingering on him, as if seeing something in him that made her hesitate. Without a word, she turned and disappeared into the storm, leaving him alive, but forever haunted by the encounter. The man returned to his village, shaken and grateful to be alive. Time passed, and he tried to forget the woman in the snow. He married, had children, and lived a quiet life. But as the years went by, a strange suspicion grew in his heart. His wife, beautiful and kind, had come into his life shortly after that fateful night in the mountains. She, too, had dark, mysterious eyes and a pale, flawless complexion. She never seemed to age, never seemed to grow cold, even in the harshest winters. One night, overcome by the memory of the Yukiana, he confronted her. His words were clumsy, filled with fear and doubt, but she listened in silence. When he finished, she sighed, a sound as soft as the falling snow, and revealed the truth. She was the Yukiana, the spirit who had spared his life that night, choosing instead to live among humans for the love she had found in him. But now that her secret was known, she could no longer stay. Tears in her eyes, she kissed him one last time and vanished into the night, leaving him alone with the cold, her presence as fleeting as a winter's breath. Some say that even now, when the snow falls heavy on the mountains, you can hear his voice calling out to her, lost in the wind. The Yukiana is not always so merciful. In many stories, she is a vengeful spirit, preying on those who wander into her domain. She is said to lure travelers with her beauty, only to freeze their hearts and leave their bodies buried in the snow. Some believe she is the spirit of a woman who died long ago in a snowstorm, her soul unable to find peace, and now she roams the mountains, seeking revenge on the living. But there is more to her than simple malice. The Yukiana is a symbol of the winter itself, beautiful, but unforgiving. She embodies the harshness of nature, the way the snow can transform the world into something pure and white, while hiding the dangers beneath. To see her is to see the face of winter, both enchanting and deadly. In one tale, a group of hunters found themselves trapped by a snowstorm in a remote cabin. As the wind howled outside, one by one, they began to disappear. Each night, as the storm raged, another hunter would vanish, his bed cold and empty by morning. The survivors grew desperate, fearing they would never make it out alive. And then, on the final night, she appeared. The door flew open, and there she stood, her eyes fixed on the last of the hunters, her hair flowing like a dark river against the snow. He begged for his life, falling to his knees in the freezing cold, but the Yukiana showed no mercy. With a single glance, his breath froze in his chest, his body stiffening until he was nothing more than a lifeless figure in the snow. When the storm passed, the villagers found the cabin, the snow piled high around it, and inside, the hunters were all gone, their bodies lost to the cold. Only the wind remained, whispering the name of the Yukiana. The beauty of the Yukiana is undeniable, but it is a beauty that masks something far more dangerous. She is not a spirit to be trifled with, nor is she one that can be easily understood. Some say she is a force of nature, a reminder of the power that the winter holds over life and death. Others believe she is a cursed soul, forever wandering, seeking something she lost long ago. Whatever the truth, the Yukiana remains a figure of fascination and fear, her image forever etched in the snow-covered mountains where she dwells. Even now, when the snow begins to fall and the world turns white and silent, there are those who claim to see her. A flash of white in the distance, a figure moving through the storm, her dark eyes watching from the shadows. They say that if you're not careful, if you let the cold take you, she will find you. And once you've seen the Yukiana, there is no escape. Late at night, when the streets are empty and the world is shrouded in an eerie stillness, there are stories of people who encounter something that chills the soul in ways words cannot describe. A figure appears, distant at first, a person just like any other. But as you get closer, something feels wrong. Maybe it's the way they stand, too still, or the air around them, which feels heavy with dread. You approach cautiously, your curiosity getting the better of you. Then, they turn. There is no face. No eyes, no mouth, no expression, just smooth, empty skin where a face should be. In that moment, fear grips you. Your heart races as you try to make sense of what you're seeing, but the truth is too terrifying to accept. The figure stands there, its facelessness more disturbing than any scream or threat. This is the Naparabo, the faceless ghost, a creature that has haunted Japanese folklore for centuries. The terror of the Naparabo doesn't lie in violence or malice, but in its pure, unsettling nature. They don't chase or harm their victims physically. What they take is something far deeper, your sense of reality, your belief that what you see is real. Their facelessness strikes at the core of human fear, the fear of the unknown, of losing control, of seeing something that should not exist. One of the most famous tales of the Naparabo comes from the legend of the fisherman on the Kii River. Late one night, a fisherman was walking along the riverbank, tired after a long day. He noticed a woman sitting by the water, her back turned to him. Thinking she might be lost or in need of help, he approached her. "Are you all right?" he asked, but she didn't respond. As he got closer, he gently touched her shoulder. Slowly, she turned to face him, and that's when he saw it, her face, or rather, the absence of it. His breath caught in his throat as the smooth, blank skin stared back at him. Panic surged through his body, and without another thought, he turned and ran, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't stop running until he reached a nearby tea house, where he stumbled inside, breathless and pale. The owner of the tea house noticed his fear and asked him what had happened. The fisherman, still shaken, recounted the story. But as he finished, he looked up at the owner and froze. The man was smiling, a calm, knowing smile that quickly turned to horror as the owner's face began to vanish. First, his mouth disappeared, then his nose, until all that remained was a blank, featureless face. The fisherman screamed and fled into the night, never to be seen again. Such stories are common across Japan, each one carrying the same theme of eerie encounters that leave the victims questioning their reality. The Naparabo are not bound to any particular place. They appear in the mountains, on dark city streets, in quiet parks, or even inside homes. What makes them so terrifying is that they seem to be human at first. They are ordinary people, until they reveal their true nature. Another well-known story involves two travelers on the road to Edo. As night fell, they decided to stop at a roadside inn for some rest. The innkeeper welcomed them and showed them to their room. All seemed normal until one of the travelers went out to the courtyard to wash his face. He noticed a woman standing by the well, her back to him. Curious, he called out to her, but she remained silent. As he approached, the woman turned, and his blood ran cold. Her face was a blank, smooth surface, as if someone had wiped away all her features. He stumbled back in horror and ran inside, telling his companion what he had seen. His friend, skeptical, went outside to check for himself, but when he came back, his expression was pale, his lips trembling. "The innkeeper," he whispered, "has no face." The Naparabo are creatures that exist to unsettle, to make you question the world around you. They don't appear for any particular reason, and they don't seem to follow any pattern. They can be anyone, a stranger, a friend, even a loved one. One moment they are just like everyone else, and in the next, they are something far more sinister, something that should not exist. Some say the Naparabo are spirits, born from the fear and confusion of the afterlife. Others believe they are yokai, trickster creatures who enjoy scaring humans, feeding off the terror they cause. But no one truly knows what they are or why they appear. It's the mystery that makes them so terrifying. In some versions of the legend, the Naparabo are portrayed as harmless, merely playing tricks on humans to amuse themselves. But that does little to ease the fear they provoke. Their facelessness is a violation of what we understand to be human. When you look at a face, you expect to see eyes, a mouth, something that tells you who that person is. Without those features, it's as if the person no longer exists, replaced by an unsettling void. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Naparabo is that they force you to question the very nature of identity. When you look at someone's face, you recognize them, understand them. But when that face is gone, replaced by smooth, blank skin, it leaves behind a void not just in their identity, but in your sense of safety. The face is how we connect with others, how we read emotions and understand intentions. Without it, there is only silence and uncertainty, and that uncertainty is what makes the Naparabo so terrifying. Even today, there are stories of people who claim to have seen these faceless beings. Late-night commuters on empty trains, hikers in remote forests, or drivers on long, lonely roads, they all tell the same tale. A person standing in the distance, too far to make out clearly, but close enough to feel their presence. As they draw near, something seems off, a strange tension in the air. And when the person finally turns, there is nothing. Just smooth, blank skin where a face should be. The terror is not in what the Naparabo will do, but in what they are. Faceless, featureless, they are the embodiment of fear itself, a fear that cannot be named or fought, a fear that simply exists, waiting in the shadows, and the faces of those we think we know. In the dim light of a quiet room, where the flicker of a single candle casts shadows that stretch across the walls, something stirs. A woman, seemingly ordinary, rests peacefully as the night creeps on. But as the silence deepens and the world outside sleeps, a change begins. Her eyes, closed in restful slumber, flutter for a moment. And then, without a sound, her neck begins to stretch, unnaturally, impossibly, longer and longer, until her head floats eerily in the air above her body. This is no dream. She is a Rokurokubi, cursed to become a monster as the night claims her. The tale of the Rokurokubi sends chills through anyone who hears it. These women, who by day appear no different from anyone else, live with a terrible secret. When darkness falls, they transform, their necks elongating as their heads wander, often without them knowing, exploring the world while their bodies lie still. It's a curse that ties them to a life of duality, human by day, and something much darker by night. One story tells of a woman who lived in a small village, her life simple and unremarkable. She was kind, hardworking, and always seemed to have a soft smile on her face. But as night descended, she would change. Her neck would stretch out, sometimes weaving through the house, sometimes slipping silently out of windows to peer into the world beyond. By morning, her neck would return to normal, and she would wake, unaware of the horrors she had witnessed in the dark. Her husband, at first, noticed nothing unusual. But as the nights went by, he began to feel something was wrong. He would wake in the middle of the night, sensing movement beside him, only to find her lying still, her face peaceful. Yet something lingered in the air, a strange tension, like the room had seen things it wasn't supposed to. And then, one night, he awoke to see her. Her body was there, but her head, it floated above, her long neck coiling like a snake, her face blank as her head drifted through the room. He could barely breathe as the sight rooted him to the spot. He wanted to scream, but fear kept his voice trapped in his throat. When she finally returned to her body, her neck shrinking back to its normal length, he lay there, paralyzed by what he had just seen. This curse, this transformation into a Rokurokubi, was not something chosen. It was a fate imposed, often as punishment for sins committed in a past life or as a cruel twist of destiny. Some say that these women were once priests or nuns who had broken their sacred vows, their punishment being to live two lives, one as human, the other as a night creature, unable to find peace. Others believe it is a family curse passed down through generations, marking those born into it with the burden of this terrible transformation. The Rokurokubi is not always a threat, but her existence alone strikes fear into the hearts of those who know her story. There are accounts of people waking in the dead of night, only to see the pale face of a woman floating outside their window, her neck impossibly long, her eyes wide and unblinking as she watches them. It's not always clear what she seeks, perhaps a glimpse of the world she's forbidden from during the day, perhaps a connection to the human life she can never fully escape. But the sight of her brings with it an overwhelming sense of dread. In some versions of the legend, the Rokurokubi are unaware of their nightly transformations. By day, they live normal lives, unaware that once they fall asleep, their bodies betray them. It is only through the frightened whispers of others, or by catching a glimpse of themselves in a reflection, that they realize the curse they carry. The shock of seeing their own head floating at the end of a serpent-like neck is enough to drive some mad, as the realization of their dual nature sinks in. Other stories paint the Rokurokubi as more aware of their transformations, embracing the darkness that comes with the night. These women know what they are and hide it from the world, maintaining a mask of normalcy during the day. But when night falls, they release their true nature, allowing their necks to stretch and roam, seeking out the secrets of the world while unseen. In the shadows, they may spy on others, witness moments never meant for their eyes, or even cause harm to those who cross their path. One chilling tale speaks of a Rokurokubi who lived among a group of travelers. She seemed kind enough, offering help and companionship during their journey. But each night, strange occurrences would take place. One traveler would wake up, only to find the face of the woman hovering above him, her long neck twisting like a vine. By morning, she was back to normal, and when confronted, she would deny any knowledge of what had happened. But the fear in the traveler's eyes told the truth, something was terribly wrong. Eventually, her secret was discovered, and she was cast out, condemned to live in isolation. But the horror of her curse remained with those who had seen it, a reminder that the line between human and monster is sometimes thinner than we think. The most terrifying aspect of the Rokurokubi is not the physical transformation itself, but the way it blurs the boundaries of identity. By day, these women are indistinguishable from anyone else. They laugh, love, work, and live like normal people. But at night, the curse takes hold, and their bodies betray them. This duality, the constant shifting between human and monster, creates a deep sense of unease, both for the Rokurokubi herself and for those around her. To live as a Rokurokubi is to live in constant fear of being discovered, of having your secret revealed to the world. It is a curse that isolates, that forces these women to hide their true nature, even from themselves. And for those who encounter them, the sight of a human face at the end of an impossibly long, snake-like neck is enough to haunt their dreams for a lifetime. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world is still, the Rokurokubi moves silently through the darkness. Her neck stretches out, her head floating eerily in the air, watching, waiting. To see her is to feel the icy grip of terror, the realization that the line between human and monster is far more fragile than we ever imagined. In the heart of a dense forest, where the trees loom high and the sunlight barely pierces through the canopy, there is a place no one dares to go. It's not the darkness that keeps people away, nor the eerie silence that fills the air. It's something much more sinister, a presence, hidden in the shadows, waiting. Men who wander too far into these woods never return. And the whispers that spread through the village tell of a woman, beautiful beyond words, who lures these men to their doom. But she is no ordinary woman. She is the Joragumo, the Spider Woman. Her beauty is said to be hypnotic, her eyes drawing you in, her smile soft yet dangerous. At first glance, she appears to be nothing more than a graceful woman, her hair long and dark, her voice like silk. But beneath her human form lies something far more terrifying. The Joragumo is a monstrous spider, capable of spinning webs so fine and strong that no one who falls into them ever escapes. Her web is not made of thread, but of illusion, and her prey, those unfortunate enough to meet her, never realize the danger until it is far too late. One such story tells of a young man named Kojiro. He was a woodcutter, known for venturing deeper into the forest than anyone else in the village. His friends warned him to be careful, for the forest was filled with strange rumors, but Kojiro was fearless. He had heard the tales of the Spider Woman, but like many, he dismissed them as mere legends, nothing more than old stories to scare children. One fateful morning, Kojiro went into the forest as usual, his axe slung over his shoulder. The sun was bright, and the air was crisp, but as he ventured further, the forest seemed to change. The light dimmed, and the trees became thicker, their branches intertwining like fingers. And then, through the shadows, he saw her. A woman, sitting by a small stream, her back turned to him. She was humming a soft tune, her long hair cascading down her back. Something about her drew him in, perhaps it was her song, or the way her figure seemed so out of place in the wildness of the forest. Kojiro approached, his footsteps careful. He called out to her, but she did not turn. As he drew closer, he felt his heart quicken, his breath catching in his throat. There was something about her presence that seemed unreal. When she finally turned to face him, her smile was gentle, her eyes bright with a warmth that made Kojiro forget the coldness of the forest. She spoke to him in a voice that was as smooth as silk, asking him why he had come so far into the woods. Mesmerized, Kojiro found himself unable to answer. He could only stare, entranced by her beauty. Without thinking, he sat down beside her, the world around him fading into nothingness. Days passed, and Kojiro did not return to the village. His family grew worried, but no one dared venture into the forest to search for him. The villagers knew too well the stories of the Joragumo, and they feared what they might find. As the days turned into weeks, hope of his return began to fade, and whispers spread that the Spider Woman had claimed another victim. But Kojiro, deep in the forest, was unaware of how much time had passed. The woman kept him close, her voice soothing, her touch light. She told him stories of the forest, of ancient trees and hidden rivers. He was happy, or so he thought, and yet, something gnawed at the back of his mind. Each night, as he lay beside her, he had strange dreams, dreams of webs and dark corners, of something crawling beneath the surface of the earth. And in those dreams, the woman was not as she seemed. One evening, as the moon hung low in the sky, Kojiro awoke with a start. The woman was gone, and the night was silent. He rose to his feet, suddenly aware of how alone he felt. And then, in the dim light, he saw it, a glint of silver, thin and delicate, stretching across the trees. A web. And in the center of that web, something moved. His heart pounding, Kojiro followed the strands, his legs trembling as he walked. What he saw made his blood run cold. The woman, his beautiful companion, was no longer human. She hung in the center of the web, her body twisted and contorted, her arms and legs long and spindly, like the legs of a spider. Her eyes, once warm and inviting, were now black as night, gleaming with hunger. Kojiro stumbled backward, his mind reeling with horror. This was no woman, this was the Joragumo, the creature of legend, the spider who lured men to their deaths. He had fallen into her web, just like the others. And now, he realized, there was no escape. The Joragumo turned to him, her lips curling into a cruel smile. "Stay with me," she whispered, her voice still soft, but now laced with malice. "I will take care of you." Kojiro ran, his feet barely touching the ground as he fled through the forest. The branches tore at his clothes, and the shadows seemed to close in around him. But no matter how fast he ran, he could hear her behind him, the soft patter of her spider legs, the rustle of her web as it stretched through the trees. She was always just a step behind, always there, waiting to claim him. The village never saw Kojiro again. Some say he managed to escape the Joragumo's clutches, fleeing so far that he never returned. Others believe she finally caught him, his body now hanging in her web, alongside the others who had wandered too far into the forest. The legend of the Joragumo reminds people that beauty can be a deadly trap, and that even in the most enchanting places, danger often lurks unseen. The Spider Woman continues to haunt the darkest parts of Japan's forests, her web always waiting for the next unfortunate soul to stumble into her grasp. And those who know the tale speak of her in hushed tones, warning others never to stray too far, for once you fall into her trap, there is no escape. In the quiet countryside of Japan, where the mountains meet the forests, there are stories whispered from one generation to the next. Stories of something slithering through the underbrush, moving with an unnatural speed, its shape both familiar and strange. It's said to be a snake, but not like any other. People call it the Tsukinoko. For centuries, villagers have spoken of this creature with a mix of fear and fascination. Unlike ordinary snakes, the Tsukinoko is short and thick, its body shaped like a flask or a hammer, with a wide belly that seems almost too big for its narrow head and tail. It moves with a curious agility, some say almost bouncing from one place to another. Its eyes, small and gleaming, seem to hold a mysterious intelligence, as if the creature knows more than it lets on. One particular summer, many years ago, a farmer named Taro had an encounter with this elusive snake. He had heard the rumors like everyone else in his village, but never gave them much thought. He was a practical man, more concerned with his crops and cattle than with old tales. But everything changed one hot afternoon as he worked in the fields. Taro was bent over, pulling weeds from the rice paddies when he noticed a rustling in the grass near the edge of his land. At first, he thought it was just a bird or perhaps a small animal scurrying through the underbrush. But the sound didn't fade. Instead, it grew louder, closer. Slowly, Taro turned to look, and there, not far from where he stood, was something he had only ever heard about in the stories. The Tsukinoko was smaller than he expected, barely more than a foot long, but its shape was unmistakable. Its wide, rounded body glistened in the sunlight, and its small, beady eyes seemed to meet his. For a moment, neither moved. Taro felt a chill run down his spine despite the heat of the day. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sense of awe, a realization that he was seeing something few ever had. Suddenly, with a speed that caught him off guard, the snake flipped its body, and with a movement more like a jump than a slither, it darted toward the woods. But just before it disappeared into the shadows, Taro saw it, something impossible. The Tsukinoko opened its mouth, and from it came a sound, not a hiss or a rattle, but something that almost resembled human speech. It was faint, almost like a whisper carried by the wind, but the meaning was clear. Leave. Taro stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his chest. He had heard stories of the Tsukunoko's strange powers, its ability to mimic sounds, even human voices. But hearing it with his own ears, seeing it with his own eyes, was something entirely different. He didn't need to be told twice. He gathered his tools and left the field, not daring to look back. In the days that followed, Taro's mind was consumed by what he had seen. He spoke to no one about the encounter, afraid that they might think he had gone mad. But late at night, as he lay in bed, he could still hear that voice, soft and menacing, echoing in his head. The legends say that Tsukunoko is no ordinary snake. Some believe it has the power to bring fortune or misfortune, depending on how one treats it. Others say it possesses venom so deadly that a single bite can kill a person in seconds. But what makes the Tsukunoko truly terrifying is not its appearance or its venom, but its ability to think, to communicate, to trick those who cross its path. There are tales of travelers who, lost in the mountains, would hear cries for help, only to find themselves led into dangerous traps set by the Tsukunoko. The creature would mimic the voice of a child or a woman, luring its victims closer and closer until they realized too late that they were not approaching a human at all. By then, the snake would strike, its bite swift and lethal. But not all stories paint the Tsukunoko as purely malevolent. Some speak of people who have encountered the creature and survived, even gaining something from the experience. It is said that if you manage to catch a Tsukunoko without harming it, great riches will come your way. Some believe the snake guards hidden treasures deep within the forests, and only those who prove their bravery by capturing it are worthy of such rewards. One old man from a nearby village once claimed he had trapped a Tsukunoko in a wooden box. He told anyone who would listen that the snake had spoken to him, offering him gold and jewels if he let it go. The man, greedy and foolish, refused, thinking he could keep both the treasure and the creature. But when he opened the box the next morning, the Tsukunoko was gone, and in its place was a pile of ash. The man's fortune never came, and soon after, his health began to fail. Within a year, he was dead. To this day, the forests and mountains of Japan are said to be home to the Tsukunoko. Few have seen it, and fewer still have lived to tell the tale. It remains one of the great mysteries of the land, a creature both feared and respected. Some seek it out, hoping to catch a glimpse or perhaps even capture it, driven by the promise of wealth or the thrill of the unknown. But most, like Taro, prefer to leave the legends undisturbed, knowing that some things are better left hidden in the shadows. The Tsukunoko moves through the underbrush, silent and swift, always watching, always waiting. And for those who dare to enter its territory, it may offer a warning, a soft whisper on the wind. But heed that warning, for once the Tsukunoko speaks, it may already be too late. In the quiet, dim glow of a small, wooden house in rural Japan, a shadow moves slowly through the doorway. The family is gathered inside, sitting around a low table, unaware that someone, or something, has entered. Without a sound, a figure slips into the room and sits down, as though it belongs there, as though it has every right to be part of the family. The air feels different now, heavier, with an unsettling calm. None of the family members seem to notice the intrusion. They continue talking and eating, oblivious to the stranger who has made himself at home. This is no ordinary guest. This is Yurei, the lord of the yokai. The story of Yurei is as mysterious as the being himself. Unlike the terrifying and grotesque forms of many other yokai, Yurei appears as an old man, almost harmless in appearance. His head is unusually large and shaped like a gourd, his features wrinkled with age, and his eyes gleaming with a strange, knowing look. Yet, there is something about him that unsettles those who cross his path, something about the way he seems to blend in, as though he belongs wherever he goes, as though he controls the very air around him. For generations, people have whispered of his strange behavior. He does not sneak in with malevolence like other spirits might. Instead, he drifts into homes, quietly assuming the role of the master. He drinks tea, eats food, and observes the household as if he has lived there his whole life. It is only after he leaves that the family realizes something wasn't quite right. His presence is both familiar and foreign, both unthreatening and deeply disturbing. No one knows why Yurei behaves this way. Some say it's a demonstration of his power, showing that he can control the space around him, bending reality so seamlessly that no one notices his intrusion. Others believe he simply enjoys playing with the boundaries of what is real and what isn't, blurring the lines between the human world and the supernatural. But Yurei is not just any yokai, he is their lord, their leader. In the shadowy world of spirits, demons, and creatures that haunt Japan's folklore, Yurei holds a place of great influence. It's said that when the yokai gather, it is Yurei who sits at the head of the table, guiding and commanding the diverse and often chaotic spirits under his reign. Despite his quiet invasions of human homes, Yurei power is not one of brute strength or violence. His influence is subtle, like the pull of the moon on the tides. He doesn't force his will upon the yokai, rather, they follow him because they sense his authority. It is his wisdom, his cunning, and his quiet dominance that make him the natural leader of the yokai world. Some say he is as old as the mountains, as ancient as the spirits themselves, his age giving him knowledge that none of the younger yokai could ever hope to possess. But even with his strange habits and immense power, Yurei remains an enigma. He doesn't fit neatly into the categories of good or evil. He doesn't terrorize the human world with malice, nor does he offer protection or kindness. He simply exists, slipping in and out of homes, leaving behind confusion and an eerie sense of displacement. His influence, however, extends far beyond these quiet intrusions. Legends say that in times of unrest in the yokai world, it is Yurei who brings order. When the wild and mischievous yokai become too unruly, it is his voice that calms the chaos. And when the humans begin to encroach too much into the territories of the spirits, it is Yurei who decides how to respond. His decisions are often unfathomable to both humans and yokai alike, as his motives remain shrouded in mystery. In some stories, he is seen as a protector of the yokai, ensuring that their world remains separate and hidden from the human realm. In others, he seems almost amused by the humans' ignorance, taking advantage of their inability to see what is right in front of them. His invasions of human homes are seen as a gentle reminder that the yokai world is never far away, always watching, always present. Despite his unsettling appearances in the homes of the unsuspecting, Yurei carries a certain elegance, a quiet dignity that sets him apart from the other yokai. Where many spirits are driven by rage, mischief, or sorrow, Yurei moves with a calm purpose. His actions, though mysterious, seem deliberate, as if part of a larger plan that only he can see. It is this calculated grace that makes him such a compelling figure in Japanese mythology. There are those who believe that Yurei-han's visits are not random. They say that he chooses specific families, households where the balance between the human and spirit world is fragile. Perhaps he senses a vulnerability, a thinness in the fabric that separates the two worlds. Or maybe, just maybe, he is testing the boundaries himself, seeing how far he can push before the humans start to notice. One tale speaks of a wealthy merchant whose family was visited by Yurei. The merchant, proud and arrogant, had dismissed the existence of yokai as mere superstition. But one evening, as his family gathered for dinner, Yurei appeared, slipping into their home unnoticed. He sat at the head of the table, drinking tea as though he were the master of the house. No one in the family seemed to realize what was happening, no one except the merchant's young daughter. She stared at the old man with wide eyes, unable to understand why her family was serving him as though he had always been there. When the merchant finally noticed Yurei, it was too late. The old man stood, smiled, and left without a word. The merchant's fortunes began to crumble soon after. His wealth disappeared, his business failed, and he was left with nothing but the memory of that strange old man with the gourd-shaped head. Some say Yurei had cursed him for his arrogance, a subtle punishment for denying the existence of the spirits. Others believe the merchant's downfall was simply a coincidence, unrelated to the visit. But the villagers knew better. They knew that Yurei does not visit without reason. Even now, in the quiet corners of Japan, people speak of Yurei with a mix of respect and fear. He is the lord of the yokai, the quiet invader, the one who slips into homes unnoticed, leaving behind only the unsettling memory of his presence. On a misty, moonless night, the river seems alive, its surface rippling with secrets. The air feels thick, pressing down on anyone foolish enough to walk along the riverbanks at such an hour. There's an eerie calm, broken only by the gentle sound of water lapping against the shore. But beneath that surface, something stirs, a shape, half hidden by the shadows, waiting. She is there, watching. Her body is long and serpentine, coiling through the reeds. Her upper half, though, is hauntingly human, with the face of a woman, pale and beautiful, her eyes gleaming in the darkness. She is Nirana, the snake woman, and tonight she waits for her next victim. Travelers speak of her in hushed tones, warning those who pass near rivers and streams to beware the lonely woman by the water's edge. She may appear as a figure in distress, calling for help, her voice soft and desperate, her arms cradling what seems like a small, helpless bundle. A traveler, perhaps a fisherman or a wandering merchant, might hear her cries and feel compelled to assist. Her beauty is disarming, her sorrow even more so. And so, he approaches her. He asks if she needs help, and she turns to him, her eyes wide with gratitude, her voice trembling as she hands him the bundle. It feels heavy, like a baby wrapped in wet cloth. But as soon as the traveler takes it into his arms, the weight becomes unbearable, growing heavier with each passing moment. His arms begin to shake under the impossible burden, and panic sets in. It is then, when fear grips him, that Nirana reveals her true form. Her once beautiful face twists into something monstrous, her eyes narrowing with cold malice. The snake-like body that had been hidden beneath the water surges forward, wrapping around the man, her scales cold and slick. The bundle he holds turns to water, soaking him, making him weak. He tries to scream, but his voice is lost in the night. With terrifying strength, she drags him into the river's depths, his struggles growing weaker as the icy water fills his lungs. No one ever hears from him again. The legends of Nirana speak of her as both a predator and a spirit of vengeance. Some say she preys on those who are too curious or too kind, punishing them for daring to come too close to her domain. Others whisper that she is a lost soul, cursed to wander the rivers, forever seeking something she can never find, taking out her anger on the living. But there is another version of her story, one that is tinged with sorrow. In this telling, Nirana was once a human woman, living a simple life by the river with her husband and child. One day, while her husband was away, a group of strangers arrived, demanding food and shelter. She welcomed them, offering them what little she had. But the strangers, greedy and cruel, wanted more. They turned violent, destroying her home, killing her child, and throwing her into the river to drown. As she sank beneath the water, her grief and rage consumed her, transforming her into the creature she is now. She became part of the river, her soul twisted by the pain of her loss, her body merging with the serpentine currents that had swallowed her. Now, she lures men to their deaths, just as the strangers had lured her to her doom, her need for revenge never sated. Even though her story is often told as one of horror, there are moments when a flicker of her humanity can be seen. Some say that if you meet Nirana and show no fear, she may spare you. There are tales of travelers who, upon encountering her, offered her kindness instead of fleeing in terror. One man, a poor farmer, once met her by the river. When she handed him the heavy bundle, he struggled to hold it, but instead of panicking, he looked into her eyes and spoke softly. "Why are you carrying such a heavy burden?" he asked. For a moment, Nirana hesitated, her snake-like body coiled but still. In that brief pause, the farmer saw something in her eyes, a flicker of sadness, of a deep, unhealed wound. He didn't run. Instead, he gently set the bundle down by the riverbank and said, "You don't have to carry it alone." The silence that followed was thick with tension, the air heavy with the scent of water and earth. But then, without a word, Nirana slipped back into the river, disappearing beneath the surface. The farmer was left standing by the water, the weight of the encounter pressing on his heart. He had survived, not by running or fighting, but by showing compassion to a creature long forgotten by the world. In the years that followed, people would whisper that Nirana seemed less active near that river, her appearances fewer, her hunger for revenge somehow quieter. But in other places, she still haunts the waters, waiting for those who stray too close. To this day, mothers tell their children to stay away from rivers at night, warning them of the snake woman who lurks beneath the surface. Her beauty, they say, is as dangerous as her bite. She is both a symbol of nature's unforgiving side and a reminder of the pain that can transform even the kindest soul into something monstrous. Yet, in the deepest part of her tale, there lingers a sense of tragedy, a story of love and loss buried beneath layers of fear. Nirana is not just a monster, she is the embodiment of sorrow that has twisted into something dark. And in her watery lair, beneath the cold, flowing currents, she waits, her heart as cold as the river that gave birth to her rage. The night was unnervingly quiet. Not even the wind dared stir the trees as a lone traveler made his way through the fields. His breath came out in heavy clouds, the chill of the night biting through his clothes. The moon hung low in the sky, casting faint silver light over the land, but somehow it felt dimmer than usual, as if something had swallowed its warmth. As the traveler walked, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. His heart quickened, and the silence around him only deepened his growing dread. Then, in the distance, he heard it, a low, thunderous rumble, like the groan of ancient bones being disturbed. He froze, his pulse pounding in his ears. Slowly, he turned to look behind him, and what he saw sent a wave of pure terror through his veins. Towering over the treetops was a creature of unimaginable size, its body made entirely of bones, gleaming white in the moonlight, but black as death in the shadows. It was a skeleton, but unlike any the traveler had ever seen. Its skull alone was as large as a house, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a faint, eerie light. The massive jaws hung open, and its teeth, sharp and jagged, glinted menacingly. This was no ordinary skeleton. This was Gashidakuro, the giant skeleton born from the restless dead. With a sickening crack, the creature moved, its massive feet crushing the earth beneath it as it lumbered forward. The ground trembled with each step. The traveler, too terrified to move, watched as the Gashidakuro's enormous skeletal hands reached toward the sky before crashing down, its bony fingers clawing at the air. And then, it turned its head toward him, as if sensing the life pulsing in his veins. The legends had warned of such nights, when the Gashidakuro would rise from the earth, born from the bones of those who had died in war, famine, or betrayal, those who had been left unburied, forgotten by the world. Their anger, their pain, had fused together, forming this towering monster of bone and rage. They were said to roam the land, thirsting for the blood of the living, seeking to quench the endless hunger that had consumed them in life. The traveler knew the stories, but nothing could have prepared him for the terror of seeing it in the flesh, or rather, in the bone. The Gashidakuro's empty eye sockets locked onto him, and a guttural growl rattled through its hollow chest. With impossible speed for a creature so large, it reached down, its skeletal hand sweeping across the ground in an attempt to grab him. Heart racing, the traveler ran. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to get away. But with each step, the ground shook beneath him, and he could hear the creature's bones grinding together as it pursued him. The chill of death seemed to cling to the air, wrapping around him like a shroud. They say that those who hear the Gashidakuro's approach are already too late. The creature is silent until it's upon you, and by then, escape is nearly impossible. Its bony hands are swift, its strength immense, and once it catches you, it crushes your body to dust, leaving nothing behind but the echo of your screams. Yet, the traveler ran, driven by a primal instinct to survive. The Gashidakuro's footsteps echoed in the distance behind him, but somehow, he managed to stay just ahead of its grasp. But the further he ran, the more the landscape changed. The trees seemed to twist, the shadows lengthened, and the very ground beneath his feet felt unstable, as though he was running through a nightmare. The Gashidakuro let out another low growl, this one filled with frustration. It swiped again, and this time, its fingers brushed against the traveler's back, knocking him to the ground. The impact sent him sprawling, the cold earth biting into his skin. He tried to scramble to his feet, but his body was frozen in terror. He could feel the creature looming over him, its immense presence like a dark cloud blotting out the sky. But then, something strange happened. The Gashadokuro paused. For a moment, the massive skeleton seemed to hesitate, its glowing eyes dimming slightly as it gazed down at the traveler. There was something in its empty gaze, something that almost resembled sorrow. The traveler, trembling, looked up at the towering figure and felt a strange, fleeting connection. Could it be that the Gashadokuro, despite its monstrous form, was still haunted by the memories of its former life? Did it remember what it was to be human, to feel pain, fear, and loss? The stories told of how the Gashadokuro was born from the bones of those who had suffered unimaginable deaths, bodies left unburied, souls left restless. Perhaps, in this moment, the creature remembered its own suffering, the agony that had brought it to life. Perhaps, for just a heartbeat, it saw in the traveler not just prey, but a reflection of its own lost humanity. But the moment passed as quickly as it had come. The Gashadokuro let out a bone-rattling roar, shaking off whatever hesitation it had felt. Its massive hand came down once more, this time with deadly intent. The traveler rolled to the side just in time, the ground shattering beneath the force of the creature's blow. He scrambled to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins as he sprinted toward the safety of the trees. The Gashadokuro let out a furious bellow, its bony limbs crashing through the forest behind him. But somehow, through sheer luck or perhaps fate, the traveler reached the edge of the forest just as dawn began to break. The first light of morning cast a soft glow over the land, and as the sun rose higher, the Gashadokuro began to fade. Its massive form shimmered in the light, its bones growing transparent, until finally, with a final, earth-shaking roar, it vanished, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The traveler collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He had survived the night. But the memory of the Gashadokuro, its towering, skeletal form, its hollow eyes filled with ancient rage, would haunt him forever. The air was thick with silence, a stillness that clung to the old wooden house like a shadow. Every creak of the floorboards seemed louder in the emptiness, and the lanterns, though glowing faintly, did little to push away the creeping darkness. Somewhere in the heart of that darkness lay the story of Oiwa, a woman whose love was pure, but whose fate was twisted by cruelty and betrayal. Oiwa had once been beautiful. Her life, like many others, began with hope for happiness, for love, for a family. She had married Iman, a man she trusted with her heart. But trust, as Oiwa would learn, was fragile. Her husband, blinded by ambition and greed, sought power at any cost. And that cost would be Oiwa. As the days passed, Oiwa's health began to falter. At first, it was subtle, weakness, a sense of fatigue that never quite left her. But soon, her beautiful face, once radiant with life, began to distort. Her skin paled, her eyes grew hollow, and her hair thinned. She looked in the mirror one evening and barely recognized the woman staring back at her. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, but she couldn't understand why. Little did she know, her sickness was no natural illness. Iman had poisoned her, hoping to rid himself of her so he could marry a wealthier woman. It was a slow, cruel betrayal. The poison worked like a curse, warping her body and draining her spirit. Yet, through her suffering, Oiwa held on to her love for Iman, never suspecting that the very man she cherished was responsible for her agony. The pain was unbearable, but it was nothing compared to the heartache of discovering the truth. On the day she learned of Iman's betrayal, something in Oiwa broke. Her heart, once full of love and trust, turned cold with rage. Betrayal had a way of twisting even the kindest souls, and Oiwa, who had once been gentle, became something else entirely, something darker. Her death was not peaceful. It came with bitterness, with the sharp edge of grief and anger cutting through her final moments. But Oiwa did not rest. She could not rest. Her spirit, consumed by vengeance, lingered in the world of the living, its purpose singular and unyielding. Revenge. Oiwa's face, once deformed by the poison, now took on an even more terrifying aspect in death. Her hair, long and black, draped like a veil over her ghastly, hollow eyes. Her skin, pale as moonlight, seemed to glow with an unnatural light. The poison had destroyed her body, but in death, her spirit was powerful, unchained from the frailties of the mortal world. Iman, thinking he had escaped the consequences of his betrayal, was haunted by nightmares in which Oiwa's face appeared, twisted and contorted, her eyes burning with fury. She was no longer the wife he had wronged. She had become something far more terrifying, a ghost driven by vengeance, a Yurei whose purpose was clear, to make him suffer. In the dead of night, Oiwa's ghost would visit him, her face hovering inches from his own as he slept. She whispered his name, her voice soft but filled with malice. He would wake in a cold sweat, the fear gripping his heart like a vice. No matter where he went, no matter how far he tried to run, Oiwa was there, her presence inescapable, her vengeance inevitable. It wasn't just Iman who suffered. Those who had conspired against Oiwa, those who had played a part in her torment, were not spared. Her spirit, relentless and unforgiving, reached out to them as well, dragging them into her nightmare. Oiwa's vengeance wasn't quick, it was slow, methodical, each moment of terror stretched out as if time itself bent to her will. In one account, a man who had helped Iman was walking home late one evening, the streets quiet and empty. He felt a cold breeze brush past him, though the air had been still just moments before. He turned, only to see a figure standing in the shadows, its outline barely visible. As his eyes adjusted, he saw her Oiwa. Her face was pale, her eyes dark pits of endless sorrow and fury. She didn't move, didn't speak, but her presence alone was enough to send him into a panic. He ran, his heart pounding in his chest, but Oiwa was always there, just behind him, her ghostly figure never more than a few steps away. The man's mind unraveled. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, the terror consuming him until, at last, he met his end, driven mad by the relentless haunting of Oiwa. And still, her spirit did not rest. There was no peace for her, only the endless pursuit of justice for the wrongs done to her. Oiwa's story became one of the most famous ghost tales in Japan, the legend of Yotsuya Kaiden woven into the very fabric of the country's mythology. She became a symbol of the consequences of betrayal, of the way love can curdle into hatred when trust is broken. But she was more than just a ghost seeking revenge. She was the embodiment of the pain that betrayal leaves behind, a pain so deep that even death cannot erase it. Her face, once beautiful, now haunted the dreams of those who heard her story. The image of her long, black hair falling across her disfigured face, her eyes burning with unquenchable fury, lingered in the minds of those who whispered her name. Even now, her tale is told, passed down through generations, a chilling reminder that the dead do not always rest peacefully, and the wronged do not always forgive. For those who betrayed Oiwa, there was no escape, no redemption. Her vengeance was swift, but her suffering was eternal. And though centuries have passed since her story first began, the fear of encountering Oiwa's ghost, of seeing her face in the shadows, still grips the hearts of those who know the tale. Oiwa remains, her spirit as restless as ever, a ghost who refuses to be forgotten. The night was still, and a heavy mist hung over the village like a shroud. In the darkness, the air was thick with secrets, and the old well stood at the center of it all, a stone monument of forgotten tales and lingering sorrow. To the villagers, it was just an ordinary well, but deep down, they knew the truth. They knew about Okiku. Okiku was once a lively girl, full of laughter and dreams. She spent her days in the gardens, singing songs as she picked flowers. Her beauty was matched only by her kindness. She was beloved by many, but none more than her master, a man named Aoyama. He was a samurai, fierce and proud, and his heart swelled with love for Okiku. But love, as they say, can blind a person to the truth. One day, everything changed. Aoyama's heart, once so pure, became tainted with greed. He wanted to possess Okiku, to make her his own, but she was not an object to be owned. She had a spirit that soared far beyond the confines of his desires. In a moment of weakness, Aoyama accused her of losing a precious plate, one of 10 heirlooms belonging to his family. The truth was that she had not lost it, it had simply been misplaced. Yet, Aoyama's fury clouded his judgment. He demanded that Okiku find the plate, and as days passed, he became more aggressive, more desperate. Okiku searched tirelessly, hoping to prove her innocence, but each failure only fueled Aoyama's rage. In his heart, jealousy and possessiveness grew. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, and he couldn't bear the thought of her being anything but his. In a fit of anger, Aoyama decided to teach her a lesson. He lured her to the well one fateful night, where the moon cast an eerie glow upon the water's surface. The air was heavy with an unsettling silence. He accused her of betrayal and, in a moment that would haunt him forever, pushed her into the well. The splash echoed through the stillness, a chilling sound that would resonate through the ages. As Okiku fell into the darkness, her cries for help faded into silence, swallowed by the cold depths. The water wrapped around her like a shroud, and her spirit, once vibrant, was extinguished in an instant. Aoyama, realizing the weight of his actions, felt a chill creep over him. He peered into the well, his heart pounding in his chest. But it was too late. Okiku was gone, leaving behind only the bitter taste of regret. The next day, the village awoke to a different atmosphere. Aoyama, haunted by his guilt, began to see visions of Okiku. Her face appeared in the water, her eyes wide and filled with sorrow. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her, her voice echoing in his mind, calling out to him from the depths. It was a torment he could not escape, and he quickly began to lose his sanity. As days turned into weeks, Aoyama's health deteriorated. The villagers whispered about him, their hearts filled with fear and pity. They said he had been cursed, and perhaps he had. But the truth of Okiku's spirit lingered in the air, growing stronger with each passing day. It was said that she emerged from the well at night, her figure appearing as a haunting silhouette against the moonlight, her long hair flowing like water, her eyes darkened by sorrow. Those who dared approach the well at night heard her mournful cries. 10 plates, she would chant, her voice a ghostly whisper. 10 plates. Each time the words echoed, they pierced the hearts of those who listened, a reminder of the betrayal that had cost her life. As the village grew restless, so too did Okiku's spirit. She became a ghost of vengeance, her sorrow transforming into a desperate need for justice. Villagers reported strange happenings, nights filled with the sound of water splashing, shadows lurking near the well, and the sensation of being watched. No one could escape her grief, her presence was everywhere. Aoyama could no longer bear it. He sought help from the village elders, hoping to find peace for both himself and Okiku. They devised a plan, believing that if they could gather the 10 plates and perform a ritual, Okiku's spirit might finally rest. They scoured the village, searching for any trace of the missing plates. As they gathered them together, whispers filled the air, and an uneasy tension settled over the village. With each plate they recovered, the villagers felt a sense of dread. Aoyama, trembling with guilt, led the way to the well, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. The plates clinked together in his hands, a haunting melody of loss. They performed the ritual at the edge of the well, reciting prayers and calling upon the spirit of Okiku. Aoyama knelt beside the well, tears streaming down his face as he begged for forgiveness. The night air grew thick, the atmosphere charged with an unearthly energy. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, a soft breeze swept over them, and the water in the well began to swirl. Okiku's spirit emerged, rising like mist from the depths. Her long hair floated around her like tendrils of smoke, her face a mixture of sadness and strength. The villagers gasped, the sight both beautiful and terrifying. 10 plates, she whispered, her voice echoing through the night. 10 plates. But her tone was different now, it held a promise of peace. Aoyama, trembling, held out the plates. "I am sorry," he choked out, his voice barely above a whisper. "I did not mean to harm you." The words felt inadequate, but they were all he had left. With a flick of her wrist, Okiku reached for the plates. As she touched them, a warm light enveloped her, filling the night with a soft glow. The sorrow etched on her face began to fade, replaced by a serene acceptance. The villagers watched in awe as she began to dissolve into the air, her spirit finally free from the chains of betrayal. In that moment, the well transformed from a symbol of horror into one of peace. The villagers felt a weight lift, and the heavy mist that had settled over their hearts began to dissipate. From that night on, the well stood as a reminder, not of betrayal, but of forgiveness. The tale of Okiku became a legend, a story passed down through generations. When children played near the well, they would speak her name with reverence, reminding themselves that even in the face of tragedy, love and forgiveness can light the darkest paths. And so, Okiku's spirit found rest, her haunting presence no longer a source of fear but a symbol of hope, a reminder of the power of redemption and the enduring nature of the heart. In the quiet corners of rural Japan, where the wind whispers through the trees and the moonlight casts long shadows, stories of the Ubium echo in hushed tones. The air feels different here, thick with the weight of memories and lingering emotions. The villagers tell tales of ghostly figures seen wandering at twilight, soft cries like a lullaby carried on the breeze. These figures are said to be the Ubium, the spirits of mothers who have passed away but return to care for their children, unable to let go of the bonds that tie them. One such story begins in a small, serene village where a woman named Hana once lived. She was a devoted mother, nurturing her only son, Haru, with a love that seemed to glow brighter than the sun. Every day, she would prepare his favorite meals, telling him stories of brave warriors and mythical creatures. They would laugh and play in the fields, their laughter dancing through the air like music. But as time went on, the shadow of illness crept into Hana's life, and the happiness they shared began to fade. Hana fought fiercely against her illness, determined to stay by Haru's side. But the days grew shorter, and the nights grew longer. One stormy evening, as the rain fell like tears from the heavens, Hana took her last breath. The village mourned her passing, a heavy sadness settling over them like a thick fog. Haru, heartbroken and lost, sat by his mother's side, clutching her lifeless hand. He cried out, wishing he could turn back time, wishing for one more moment, one more hug. As the days turned into weeks, Haru struggled to cope with the loss of his mother. He would often wander the fields where they played, calling her name, hoping to hear her voice. His heart ached with a longing so deep it felt as if it would shatter. But as night fell, a change began to stir in the air. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the landscape, Haru noticed something peculiar. A figure stood at the edge of the field, cloaked in white, with long hair that flowed like a river. His heart raced. Was it a trick of the light? Or could it be? As the figure approached, Haru felt a mix of fear and hope. The figure moved gracefully, her presence ethereal and enchanting. Haru, the figure whispered, her voice soft like the rustling leaves. It was his mother, Hana. Though she was translucent, he recognized her instantly. His heart leaped, and tears streamed down his face. "Mother," he cried, running towards her, but as he reached out, his fingers passed through her like mist. Hana smiled, a bittersweet expression filled with love and sorrow. "I have come back to care for you," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Though I cannot hold you in my arms, my love for you is as strong as ever." From that night on, Hana returned to Haru, appearing at twilight as the stars began to twinkle in the sky. She would watch over him, her spirit hovering in the shadows, always present but never fully there. Haru could feel her warmth surrounding him, as if a gentle breeze wrapped around him, a comforting embrace. She guided him through his grief, appearing at moments when he needed her most. One night, when Haru lay in bed, tears streaming down his cheeks, Hana's voice filled the room. "Do not be sad, my sweet Haru. I am always with you. Look for me in the stars, in the flowers, and in the whispers of the wind. I will never leave you." With her guidance, Haru began to find solace in the little things. He would sit beneath the cherry blossom tree they had once loved, closing his eyes and imagining her beside him. With every petal that fell, he felt her presence, a gentle reminder that love transcends even death. The villagers watched as Haru transformed from a heartbroken boy into a young man filled with purpose. But Hana's visits were not without their challenges. As the moon waxed and waned, Haru found himself torn between the world of the living and the world of the dead. While he cherished every moment with his mother, he knew that she was trapped between two realms, unable to move on. The weight of her longing began to burden his heart, and he feared that her spirit would be lost forever if he did not find a way to help her. One night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds against the dark sky, Haru decided to confront the truth. "Mother," he called into the night, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. "I want you to be free. You have given me so much love, and I am grateful. But I cannot bear to see you trapped here." As he spoke, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Hana appeared before him, her face a mixture of love and sorrow. "My dear Haru," she replied, her voice like a soothing melody. "You are the reason I have come back. But I cannot remain here forever. My time in this world has ended, and I must find peace." Tears streamed down Haru's face as he pleaded with her, "But how can I let you go? You are everything to me. I need you. I will always be with you, my sweet boy," Hana assured him, her voice breaking. "But you must learn to live without me. You must carry my love in your heart and find your own path." With those words, a warm light enveloped her, radiating love and comfort. Haru felt the weight of her love lift his heart. "You are strong, and you can find happiness again. I will watch over you from the stars." As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Hana began to fade. Haru reached out, desperate to hold on, but as her form disappeared, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over him. "I love you, mother," he whispered into the dawn. In the days that followed, Haru found strength in his memories. Though he missed Hana dearly, he embraced the lessons she had imparted. He began to share her stories with the other children, weaving tales of her love and kindness into the fabric of their lives. The laughter of children filled the air once more, mingling with the whispers of the wind as they played beneath the cherry blossom tree. Haru learned that love does not end with death, it transforms, evolving into something beautiful that lives on in the hearts of those left behind. The villagers often spoke of the Ubyum, the ghostly mothers who returned to care for their children. Haru's story became part of their folklore, a reminder of the unbreakable bond between a mother and her child. Years later, as Haru stood beneath the cherry blossoms, he felt a familiar warmth in the air, as if Hana were standing beside him, her spirit forever woven into the fabric of his life. He smiled, knowing that she would always be with him, watching over him, guiding him from the stars. Love, after all, is a force that knows no bounds, a light that never fades, and a memory that can never be forgotten. The moonlight shimmered on the surface of the sea, casting an eerie glow that seemed to dance over the waves. On nights like this, when the fog rolled in thick and heavy, sailors often whispered stories of the Yurei, the spirits of those who had lost their lives at sea. These were not just tales to frighten children, they were warnings, reminders of the power of the ocean and the souls that lingered in its depths. Long ago, in a small fishing village by the sea, lived a young sailor named Kenji. He was a kind-hearted man, always ready to help others, with dreams as vast as the ocean itself. His nights were filled with laughter and songs, shared with friends around the fire. They spoke of adventure, of journeys to distant lands, and of the treasures hidden beneath the waves. But as much as Kenji loved the sea, it was a place of mystery, filled with dangers that were all too real. One fateful night, Kenji and his crew set sail under a blanket of stars. The sea was calm, a tranquil expanse that seemed to stretch into eternity. They sang shanties and told stories, their hearts light with excitement. But as the night wore on, dark clouds gathered, swallowing the stars and turning the gentle waves into a churning fury. The winds howled like lost souls, and the once calm sea transformed into a raging tempest. Amidst the chaos, Kenji fought bravely to keep the ship steady, but the storm was relentless. The ship creaked and groaned, the sails flapping wildly as waves crashed over the deck. In an instant, a monstrous wave loomed above them, swallowing the ship whole. Kenji felt a grip of fear as the cold water engulfed him. The world turned dark, and as he gasped for breath, the sea claimed him. When the storm passed, the village mourned the loss of the brave sailors, their hopes and dreams washed away by the merciless waves. But Kenji's spirit did not find peace. He lingered in the depths of the sea, trapped between two worlds. As time passed, he became a Yurei, one of the many souls lost to the ocean, doomed to wander the waters, seeking to drag others down into the depths of despair. Kenji watched as the village moved on, but he could not. Every time a ship sailed into the night, he felt a pull, a longing to warn them, to keep them from meeting the same fate he had. But the curse of the Yurei bound him. In his ghostly form, he could not speak, could not touch. He was left to drift in the shadows, a silent witness to the dangers of the sea. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Kenji saw a small fishing boat leaving the harbor. His heart raced as he recognized the familiar figure at the helm, a young boy named Taro, the son of one of his old friends. Taro's father had once shared stories with Kenji about the sea, tales of bravery and adventure. Now, Taro was setting out alone, determined to prove himself, unaware of the lurking dangers. Desperation flooded Kenji's heart. He tried to reach out, to send a warning, but the waters remained still, and his voice was trapped in silence. As the boat ventured farther from shore, the clouds began to gather ominously. The air thickened with tension, and Kenji knew that the storm was coming. As the wind picked up, Kenji felt an urgency he had never known before. He focused all his energy, willing the waves to rise and the wind to howl. He needed Taro to turn back, to understand the danger that lay ahead. Suddenly, the sky erupted into a cacophony of thunder, and the waves began to churn violently. Taro, startled by the sudden change, glanced around, confusion flickering across his young face. Kenji's heart ached with the realization that the boy could sense something amiss, but could not understand the depth of the peril he faced. The storm unleashed its fury, and Taro fought against the rising tide, desperately trying to control his small vessel. In a moment of clarity, Kenji found a way to reach Taro. As the boat rocked violently, he summoned the strength of all the sailors lost before him. With a final push, he sent a powerful wave toward the boat, not to harm, but to guide it back toward the safety of the harbor. Taro gasped, his eyes wide as the wave struck with a force that sent the boat skidding back toward the shore. Turn. Turn now. Kenji thought desperately, wishing he could scream. Taro, instinctively understanding the urgency of the moment, adjusted the sails, his determination igniting a fierce resolve. He fought against the storm, his heart racing, the fear of the unknown driving him home. As they neared the harbor, the storm began to dissipate, and Taro felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. He had narrowly escaped disaster, and as he looked back at the turbulent sea, he thought he saw a figure among the waves, a shadowy outline that seemed to watch over him. Kenji felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, perhaps he could finally find peace. The villagers rushed to the shore, their faces etched with concern as Taro jumped from his boat, shouting about the storm and the danger he had faced. They gathered around him, relieved and grateful that he had returned safely. But as they celebrated, Kenji felt a warmth envelop him, a sense of fulfillment. In that moment, Kenji knew that he had saved Taro not just from the storm, but from the fate that had befallen him. He had given the boy a chance to live, to thrive, to become the sailor he had always dreamed of being. With that realization, the weight of his sorrow began to lift. As dawn broke and the first light of day illuminated the sky, Kenji felt a pull towards the horizon, a gentle beckoning from the other side. The sorrow of being a Yurei faded, replaced by the warmth of love and gratitude. He looked back at the village, at the boy who had filled his heart with hope. And as the waves rolled gently beneath him, Kenji finally embraced the light, releasing his spirit to the sea, forever grateful for the chance to protect another soul from the darkness. As he vanished into the horizon, the villagers continued their lives, forever changed by the boy who had faced the storm and the spirit who had watched over him. The tales of the Yurei lived on, reminding everyone of the sacrifices made in the name of love, the lingering echoes of those lost to the sea, and the undeniable bond between the living and the departed. On a cold, moonless night, the air felt heavy with an unsettling silence, as if the world itself held its breath. In the depths of a forgotten forest, where shadows twisted into grotesque shapes, stories lingered about the Jikininki, the horrifying spirits known for their insatiable hunger. They were not just ghosts, they were the embodiment of greed, cursed to roam the earth, driven by an unquenchable thirst for the flesh of the dead. In a small village nearby, a man named Haruki lived a simple life, filled with hard work and dreams of a better future. Haruki was known for his generosity, often sharing what little he had with those in need. He had seen hardship, and he believed in the strength of community. However, there were whispers in the village about the Jikininki, cautionary tales told by the fireside that sent shivers down the spines of the listeners. They warned that those consumed by greed would one day become these wretched spirits, forever haunted by their own desires. One day, after a long harvest, Haruki discovered an old, abandoned shrine deep within the forest. Its wooden structure was weathered, yet there was an inexplicable pull that drew him closer. As he approached, he felt a chill in the air, but curiosity urged him on. Inside the shrine, he found offerings of food, left untouched, which seemed to exude a strange energy. They were tempting, almost whispering to him, promising fulfillment and abundance. He hesitated, knowing well the stories of the Jikininki, but the hunger within him grew stronger. He thought of his family and their struggles, the empty bowls at their table. What harm could it do, he reasoned, if he took just a little? Surely, it was meant for someone who needed it, just like him. As he reached out to grab a piece of food, a sudden cold breeze swept through the shrine, and for a moment, he thought he saw shadowy figures lurking in the corners, watching him with eyes filled with longing. Haruki's heart raced, but the hunger pushed him forward. He snatched the food and fled the shrine, a mix of exhilaration and dread coursing through him. He returned home, where his family sat at the table, weary but hopeful. That night, as they feasted on the food he had brought, Haruki felt a fleeting sense of joy. Yet, beneath that joy, a darkness began to unfurl within him, like a vine creeping into the corners of his heart. Days turned into weeks, and the village buzzed with tales of a mysterious sickness that had befallen some of the townsfolk. They grew weak and frail, their spirits dimming like flickering candles. Haruki felt a strange connection between the shrine, the food, and the sickness. Still, he could not shake off the growing hunger within him, the insatiable need to acquire more. The shadowy figures from the shrine began to haunt his dreams, whispering secrets that twisted into his thoughts, urging him to seek out more offerings. One night, unable to resist any longer, Haruki returned to the shrine, driven by an overwhelming desire. The forest seemed darker this time, the air thick with tension as he stepped inside. The offerings were still there, untouched, and he realized the weight of his greed had drawn him back to this cursed place. He reached out again, but before he could take anything, the shadows materialized around him, taking on ghastly forms, twisted figures with hollow eyes and skeletal bodies. "Haruki," they whispered, voices echoing like distant thunder. "You have tasted our hunger. You will join us now." Panic flooded through him as he stumbled back, but the shadows closed in, and in an instant, he was surrounded. The cursed spirits grabbed him, their bony fingers cold against his skin. Their faces were contorted in anguish, and he could see the gluttony that had consumed them. They were once like him, living beings driven mad by their own desires, and now they were trapped in this nightmare, forever seeking to feast on the dead. As the realization dawned on him, a flood of regret washed over Haruki. He had let greed blind him to the suffering around him. The laughter of his family echoed in his ears, and he felt the weight of their love, now overshadowed by his choices. The spirits began to chant, their voices weaving a haunting melody that filled the air. With every note, Haruki felt himself slipping away from reality, the warmth of life fading like a distant memory. The Jikininki pulled him deeper into their world, and as he fell into darkness, he understood the curse he had invited into his life. He became one of them, forever hungry and haunted, unable to escape the consequences of his actions. No longer would he be Haruki, the kind man who cared for others. He was now a Jikininki, doomed to wander, feeding on the corpses of the very souls he once sought to help. As the village mourned the loss of their beloved neighbor, stories of the Jikininki grew stronger. They spoke of the man who let greed consume him, a warning for future generations. They gathered around fires, sharing tales of the shadows that lurked in the forest, of the shrine that promised fulfillment but delivered despair. In the darkness, Haruki roamed the shadows, searching for solace but finding none. He could still hear the laughter of his family, the warmth of their love, fragments of a life he could no longer touch. Each night, he was drawn to the village, where the fires burned brightly, illuminating faces filled with hope and joy. But he could only watch, yearning for what he had lost, trapped in a cycle of insatiable hunger that would never fade. As the seasons changed, the villagers continued their lives, but the tales of the Jikinenki served as a reminder of the thin line between desire and greed. Haruki became a legend, a spirit that haunted the edges of their dreams, a symbol of the consequences of letting greed take root in one's heart. And each night, as the moon rose high, casting its silver glow over the village, the shadows of the Jikinenki danced in the darkness, a chilling echo of a once bright soul lost to the depths of his own desires. In the quiet of a moonlit night, a heavy silence enveloped a small village nestled between rolling hills. The air felt charged with tension, and a chill crawled up the spines of those who dared to linger outside after dark. Legends told of the Onryo, ghosts of vengeance, rising from the shadows of the past to settle scores left unfinished. They were not mere spirits, they were the embodiment of pain, anger, and betrayal, driven by an insatiable desire for revenge. Among the villagers lived a woman named Aiko, known for her gentle heart and unwavering kindness. She spent her days helping others, mending clothes, and caring for children. Yet, beneath her warm smile lay a story of sorrow and loss, a heartache that had shaped her into the woman she was. Years ago, her beloved husband, Kaido, had been taken from her in a terrible accident, one that could have been avoided. The pain of his absence echoed in every corner of her life, filling her with a longing that could not be quenched. One fateful evening, whispers spread through the village of a stranger who had come to town. He was a man known for his deceptive charm and ruthless ambition, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his desires. It was said that he had wronged many, but Aiko had no knowledge of his past. All she saw was a man with a crooked smile, a twinkle in his eye that reminded her of Kaido. She was drawn to him, perhaps hoping to fill the void that had haunted her for years. As days passed, Aiko found herself entangled in his web of lies. He would promise her the world, each word dripping with sweetness that masked his true nature. But beneath that charming facade lay a darkness that Aiko could not see. With every interaction, he manipulated her trust, leading her further away from the love she once had. One night, Aiko discovered the truth. The stranger had been involved in her husband's death, orchestrating the events that led to Kaido's untimely demise. Aiko's heart shattered as the pieces fell into place. Rage filled her soul, burning hotter than the sun, a fire that threatened to consume her. In that moment, she understood the power of the Onryo, the spirits that returned to the world of the living to seek vengeance for wrongs done to them. Desperate for justice, Aiko sought guidance from an elder in the village, a wise woman who had seen many things in her life. The elder warned her of the danger that came with summoning the Onryo, explaining that once a spirit was called forth, it would stop at nothing to achieve its goal. But Aiko was blinded by grief and rage. She felt a pull, a connection to the pain that resonated in her heart. That night, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, Aiko performed the ancient ritual. Candles flickered around her, casting long shadows on the walls of her home. She spoke the words with trembling lips, each syllable heavy with emotion. "Come forth, spirit of vengeance. Right the wrongs done to me." As she finished, a cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and leaving her in darkness. Aiko's heart raced, but she held her ground, waiting for the spirit to reveal itself. Moments later, the air grew thick with an overwhelming presence. She felt a rush of energy, a force that twisted around her like a tempest. Suddenly, the spirit appeared before her, a woman, pale as moonlight, with eyes filled with sorrow and rage. Aiko recognized her instantly. This was Kaido's mother, who had died of grief after losing her son. The woman's form shimmered, a haunting beauty with a face etched in pain. "You called for me," she said, her voice echoing like a mournful song. "You seek revenge for your beloved." Aiko nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "The man who took him from me walks free. I want him to pay for what he has done." The Onryo's eyes glimmered with understanding, and a wave of sadness washed over Aiko. The spirit reached out, touching Aiko's face with a chilling hand. "Revenge comes at a cost. You must be willing to sacrifice everything you hold dear. Aiko hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. What would she lose in her pursuit of vengeance? The spirit's gaze bore into her, revealing glimpses of a future steeped in darkness. Yet the pain of losing Kaido clouded her judgment. She wanted justice, a reckoning for the man who had stolen her happiness. As the days turned into nights, the Onryo began to weave her plans. Aiko felt the changes in the air, an electric tension that sparked with each passing moment. The spirit's influence seeped into her life, twisting her thoughts and darkening her heart. It wasn't long before the man who had deceived her began to suffer misfortunes. His businesses failed, his friendships crumbled, and soon, the villagers whispered about his downfall. But with each act of revenge, Aiko felt a piece of herself slip away. The darkness that surrounded her grew thicker, choking her spirit and filling her with a sense of emptiness. She could no longer find solace in the small things that once brought her joy. The laughter of children felt distant, the warmth of the sun a mere memory. The Onryo, once a source of strength, now consumed her completely. Aiko's once vibrant eyes dulled, the light within her fading as her heart grew heavy with the burden of vengeance. She had called upon the spirit seeking justice, yet what she received was a path paved with sorrow and despair. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Aiko found herself standing by the river where Kaido had once proposed to her. The water flowed steadily, a reminder of the life she had lost. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered his name, feeling the weight of her choices settle heavily on her heart. In that moment of vulnerability, the Onryo appeared again, her form shimmering in the twilight. "You have become lost in your pursuit of revenge," she said softly, her voice filled with compassion. "This is not the path you were meant to walk. You must decide what you truly seek." Aiko's heart ached with longing for the love she had lost. The spirit's words echoed in her mind, and for the first time, she began to see the truth. Revenge had not brought her peace, it had only deepened her grief. Kaido would not want her to be consumed by darkness, he would want her to find light in the shadows. With newfound clarity, Aiko made her choice. She turned to the Onryo, her voice steady. "I no longer seek revenge. I want to remember Kaido for the love we shared, not for the pain of his loss." The spirit's expression softened, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. "Let go of your anger, Aiko. It is not too late to honor his memory. Free yourself from this burden, and you will find the peace you seek." As the words settled in her heart, Aiko felt a wave of warmth wash over her. The heaviness that had consumed her began to lift, and she could almost hear Kaido's laughter carried on the wind. In that moment, she understood the power of love and forgiveness, and the strength it took to choose light over darkness. As the sun set on that fateful day, the Onryo faded into the night, leaving Aiko standing by the river, tears of sorrow mingling with tears of relief. She had faced the depths of her pain and emerged with a heart willing to heal. The ghosts of revenge no longer held sway over her, she was free to embrace the memories of her beloved, carrying him with her into the light. From that day forward, Aiko dedicated her life to helping others, finding solace in the community that had once supported her. She became a beacon of hope, sharing stories of love and loss, reminding everyone of the strength found in forgiveness. In choosing compassion over revenge, Aiko transformed her pain into purpose, ensuring that Kaido's spirit lived on, forever intertwined with the love that had once filled her heart. In the dim light of a cozy room, a gentle laughter echoed, brightening the hearts of those who heard it. This laughter belonged to Zashiki Warashi, the playful child spirits who brought joy and fortune to the homes they inhabited. Picture a small, innocent face, cheeks flushed with mischief, and eyes sparkling with delight. These spirits, known for their antics, are not simply ghosts, they are reminders of the childlike wonder that can infuse life with happiness and hope. In one small village, an elderly couple named Hiroshi and Akiko lived in a modest house filled with love but little wealth. The walls bore the marks of time, each creak of the floorboards a testament to the years they had spent together. As the couple aged, worries about their future crept into their hearts. They had always worked hard, but with no children to support them, the fear of loneliness and poverty loomed large over their golden years. One evening, while sitting by the warm glow of their hearth, a sudden giggle filled the air. Hiroshi looked at Akiko, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Akiko nodded, her heart racing with a mix of surprise and wonder. The couple exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the childlike sound echoing through their quiet home. That night, as they prepared for bed, the laughter returned, followed by the soft patter of tiny feet. The couple crept to the hallway, their hearts pounding in anticipation. There, in the glow of the moonlight, they saw a small figure, a child, no taller than the table, with bright eyes and a playful smile. The spirit looked up at them, unafraid and curious. Startled yet enchanted, Hiroshi and Akiko watched as the Zashiki Warashi danced around the room, flickering like a candle flame. The spirit's laughter filled the home with warmth, and the couple felt an unexpected lightness in their hearts. As days turned into weeks, the child spirit became a beloved member of their household. She played with the couple, her laughter blending with their own, turning their home into a sanctuary of joy. As the seasons changed, so did the fortune of Hiroshi and Akiko. The couple noticed small but significant improvements in their lives. Their garden flourished like never before, bursting with vibrant vegetables and blooming flowers. Neighbors began to visit more often, drawn in by the laughter that spilled from the couple's home. Even the local market seemed kinder, as vendors offered them discounts and gifts, filling their table with more than they could have imagined. The couple felt grateful, believing their good fortune was a result of the child spirit's presence. They named her Yuki, which means snow, for her delicate beauty and the pure joy she brought into their lives. Yuki's spirit filled their home with laughter, a stark contrast to the fears that once shadowed their hearts. She reminded them of their own childhoods, of carefree days spent playing under the sun and laughing with friends. One rainy afternoon, as thunder rumbled outside, Yuki's giggles echoed through the home. She dashed to the window, her little hands pressed against the glass, mesmerized by the falling rain. Akiko joined her, and together they watched as the raindrops danced on the ground. "Let's make paper boats," Yuki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The two of them rushed to gather paper, crafting boats with skillful hands. Hiroshi watched them, a smile creeping onto his face. He remembered making boats like this when he was a boy, racing them down the stream behind their home. With a chuckle, he joined them, and soon, the room was filled with laughter, memories rekindled by the playful spirit of Yuki. As the weeks turned into months, the bond between the couple and their spirit deepened. However, as much as Hiroshi and Akiko cherished Yuki, they knew that spirits like her had their own world to return to. One quiet night, Akiko held Yuki close, brushing her fingers through the spirit's ethereal hair. "You bring us so much joy, little one," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "But we know you belong to another realm. We will always cherish the time we have with you." Yuki smiled, her eyes shimmering with understanding. She felt the love and warmth radiating from Akiko and Hiroshi, and it filled her heart with a bittersweet feeling. While she brought happiness to their lives, she too felt a tug in her spirit, a longing for her own home. Yet, the bond they had formed was pure and genuine, and she wanted to give back to those who had welcomed her so wholeheartedly. As the moon cast a soft glow over their home, Yuki made a decision. The next morning, as dawn broke and the world awoke to a fresh start, she gathered her strength and stood before Hiroshi and Akiko. "Thank you for the love and laughter," she said, her voice light as a whisper. "I must go back to my world, but I promise to always watch over you." Tears welled in Akiko's eyes, but she smiled through the sadness. "You will always have a place in our hearts, Yuki. We will never forget you." With a final twinkle in her eye, Yuki danced around the room one last time, leaving behind a trail of sparkles that shimmered like stardust. Then, in an instant, she was gone, leaving the couple in the silence of their home, the laughter echoing in their hearts. Hiroshi and Akiko felt a pang of loss, but they also sensed a new lightness in the air. Though Yuki had departed, her spirit lingered within the walls of their home, in the garden that flourished, and in the laughter that would continue to fill their lives. They understood that Yuki had not just brought them fortune, she had given them a renewed sense of joy and hope. As time passed, The couple often reminisced about their time with Yuki. They shared stories of her mischief, how she once hit Akiko's favorite teapot, or how she would giggle every time Hiroshi attempted to cook. These memories became their treasure, a reminder that love transcends even the boundaries between life and spirit. Years later, as they sat on their porch watching the sunset, Hiroshi turned to Akiko. "You know, I think Yuki is still with us," he said, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "I can feel her in the laughter of the children who play in the village and in the warmth of our home." Akiko nodded, her heart swelling with warmth. "Yes, she will always be a part of us. Her spirit lives on in every joyful moment we share." And so, the couple continued to live their lives, embracing each day with gratitude and love. The laughter that once echoed through their home transformed into a legacy, a celebration of the precious time they had spent with the mischievous child spirit. The Zashiki Warashi may have left their home, but her spirit remained, a beautiful reminder of the magic that comes from the bonds of love and the laughter of children. In the stillness of night, beneath the vastness of the starlit sky, the ancient roar of dragons can almost be heard, echoing through the valleys and along the shores of Japan. These creatures, vast and powerful, are more than just myths. They are the pulse of the natural world, woven into the hearts of rivers, seas, and even the sky itself. Dragons in Japanese mythology are not the fire-breathing monsters of Western tales. They are far more complex, beings of both creation and destruction, protectors and destroyers, rulers of the elements and guardians of sacred spaces. There is something profoundly majestic about Ryujin, the dragon of the sea. He is the very soul of the ocean, commanding its currents and tides. Imagine standing on the edge of the shore, the salty wind whipping at your face, and feeling the quiet presence of something enormous just beneath the waves. Ryujin's palace, hidden deep beneath the sea, is said to be made of red and white coral, shimmering in the depths where sunlight barely reaches. It is not a place of darkness, but one of eternal calm and wisdom. Ryujin holds the tides in his grasp, and with them, the fate of those who brave the open waters. For sailors, his mercy can mean the difference between life and death. It is said that in moments of danger, when the sea swells and threatens to consume the ships upon its surface, sailors would pray to Ryujin, offering him tokens of respect in exchange for safe passage. His power is immense, but not cruel. It is ancient and steady, much like the waves that come and go, indifferent to the desires of men. Yet, those who honor him may find favor, their ships carried safely through the most perilous storms. But Ryujin is not just a figure of control, he is also a figure of life itself. The ocean, after all, is the source of all life, and in Ryujin's care, it is both nurtured and protected. It is said that he possesses jewels that can control the tides, one to pull the waters toward the shore, another to send them back into the vastness of the sea. In moments of legend, these jewels became instruments of balance between humans and the natural world, showing that Ryujin's power was never meant for destruction but for maintaining the delicate harmony between land and sea. And then, there is Orochi, the eight-headed dragon, a creature whose very name stirs something primal within the soul. Orochi is not the calm, steady force of the ocean like Ryujin, but a monster of chaos, a dragon whose presence is a threat to everything in its path. The story of Orochi is one of terror and bloodshed, of villages trembling at the sound of its approach. With 8 heads and 8 tails, this beast is an embodiment of raw, unchecked power, a force that cannot be reasoned with. In the legend of Susanoo, the storm god, Orochi's menace is finally confronted. The dragon had been demanding sacrifices, young maidens, each year, leaving the people in despair. But Susanoo, clever and brave, devises a plan to stop the carnage. He prepares 8 vats of sake, placing them in a line, knowing the dragon cannot resist. When Orochi drinks, its heads become heavy and sluggish, allowing Susanoo to strike. One by one, he severs the heads of the mighty beast, saving the people and bringing peace to the land. Yet, even in Orochi's defeat, there is something tragic about its fate. This dragon, though a symbol of destruction, is also a creature of the earth, and like all dragons in Japanese mythology, it is deeply connected to the forces of nature. Its power, though feared, was a part of the world's balance. In its death, Orochi reminds us that even the fiercest forces of nature are not evil, they are wild, untamed, and often misunderstood. The dragons of Japan are not bound by one single form or nature. They are creatures of transformation, as fluid as the elements they command. Some rise from the seas, others coil among the stars. These celestial dragons, often depicted flying through the heavens, bring rain to the earth, their long, sinuous bodies weaving through clouds like rivers in the sky. The sight of a dragon soaring above is not one of fear but of awe, a reminder of the divine forces that govern the natural world. There are legends of dragons transforming into humans, walking among us in disguise, testing our hearts and minds. These stories speak of dragons not as distant, mythical creatures but as beings intimately tied to the human experience. They offer wisdom, protection, and sometimes harsh lessons to those who encounter them. In one tale, a humble fisherman is pulled into Ryujin's underwater palace after saving a turtle. There, he is treated to feasts and wonders beyond his wildest dreams. But when he grows homesick and wishes to return to his village, Ryujin gifts him a mysterious box, warning him never to open it. The fisherman agrees, but upon returning to the surface, curiosity overwhelms him. He opens the box and, in an instant, ages into an old man. The time he spent in Ryujin's realm had passed far more slowly than in the human world, a reminder of the vast, unknowable power that dragons possess over time itself. The dragons of Japanese mythology are not merely symbols of strength, they are guardians, protectors of nature's balance. They are as fierce as they are wise, their presence a reminder of forces far greater than humanity's understanding. Ryujin, Orochi, and the celestial dragons may seem like figures from distant myths, but they are woven into the very fabric of the land and sea. Their stories continue to flow through the rivers, rise with the tides, and thunder across the skies, filling those who hear them with a sense of reverence and wonder. In the end, the dragons of Japan are not just creatures of legend, they are eternal presences, shaping the world in ways both visible and unseen. They remind us of the fragile balance that exists between humanity and the natural world, urging us to remember the forces that lie beneath the surface, waiting to rise when called upon. Whether in the depths of the ocean or high among the stars, these dragons continue to soar, their stories echoing in the hearts of those who listen. In a land where the mountains meet the skies, and the rivers carve through ancient forests, a serpent unlike any other once slithered across the earth. This was not just any serpent. With 8 heads and 8 tails, Yamada no Orochi was a creature of nightmares, its presence casting a long shadow over everything in its path. Villages trembled at the mere whisper of its name. It was not just a beast of immense size, but a force of terror, devouring the light of hope wherever it went. And yet, amid the fear it spread, the story of Orochi is not just one of destruction, it is a tale of divine courage and the triumph of a god who dared to face the impossible. Susanoo, the god of storms, had wandered the earth in exile, his heart heavy and restless. His path brought him to a small village, where he found a family paralyzed by grief. Their tears soaked the earth as they prepared to lose yet another daughter to the monstrous serpent. Orochi had already claimed 7 of their daughters, one by one, as part of its dreadful yearly demand. Now, the time had come for the 8th and final daughter, Kushinada, to be sacrificed. The weight of this family's sorrow struck Susanoo deeply, and with the roar of a thunderstorm in his heart, he vowed to save her. As the winds howled and the dark clouds gathered above, Susanoo set his plan into motion. He asked the family to prepare 8 enormous vats of sake, the finest the village could offer. They were to place them outside, where Orochi would arrive to claim its next victim. The air was thick with anticipation and fear as the vats were set out, filled to the brim, and waiting for the monstrous serpent to arrive. And arrive it did, with the ground shaking beneath its immense coils. The air was filled with the sickening sound of its many heads slithering forward, each pair of eyes burning with a hunger that had gone unsatisfied for a full year. 8 mouths hissed in unison, a sound that sent waves of terror through the village. But Orochi, drawn by the intoxicating scent of the sake, stopped in its path of destruction. One by one, its heads dipped into the vats, greedily drinking the sake until each head was sluggish, its movements slowing with each gulp. As Orochi's 8 heads swayed drunkenly, their once terrifying roars reduced to low growls, Susanoo seized his moment. He drew his sword, the light of divine power glinting from its blade, and with a warrior's strength and precision, he approached the sleeping giant. His breath came steady, his hand firm as he raised the sword high into the air. The first blow struck true, severing one of the heads from its mighty body. Orochi, still dazed from the sake, roared in pain but was too sluggish to retaliate. Susanoo did not pause. With a relentless fury, he cut through each of the remaining heads, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the serpent's dying thrashes. Blood like rivers flowed, staining the earth a deep crimson, as Susanoo's sword sliced through the beast's immense form, leaving no head unsevered. As the final head fell, there was a brief stillness. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath, and then, silence. Orochi, the terror of the land, the devourer of innocence, was no more. Its massive body lay still, its great power extinguished. Yet, the battle was not entirely over. As Susanoo examined the enormous corpse, he noticed something glimmering from one of Orochi's tails. Curious, he reached inside and found a sword, a blade unlike any other. This was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the fabled sword that would later become one of Japan's 3 imperial regalia, a treasure that symbolized the courage and strength of the gods. It was as if the very soul of the serpent had been bound within this sword, a final remnant of the power it once held. With Orochi defeated and the sword in hand, Susanoo returned to the family, and Kushinada was spared from her dreadful fate. The air in the village, once heavy with despair, lifted as the people celebrated their newfound freedom from the terror that had loomed over them for so long. Their joy rippled through the fields and forests, a contrast to the dark and sorrowful years they had endured under Orochi's shadow. But for Susanoo, this victory was not just about slaying a beast. It was a reminder of the delicate balance between gods and monsters, between life and death, and the enduring fight to protect what is precious in this world. Orochi had been a force of destruction, but it had also tested the courage of those who lived in its wake. In facing such a fearsome creature, Susanoo proved that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there is always hope. The tale of Yamada no Orochi and Susanoo's victory over the serpent is one that continues to resonate, echoing through the centuries as a symbol of courage, sacrifice, and divine justice. It is not merely a legend of gods and monsters, it is a story about standing against the impossible, about finding strength when all seems lost, and about the power of hope, even in the shadow of the fiercest storm. Orochi, with its 8 heads and insatiable hunger, may have been a creature of nightmares, but in its defeat, it gave rise to one of the greatest legends of all time. Through this battle, Susanoo carved his place in history, not just as a storm god, but as a protector, a hero whose bravery saved a family, and perhaps an entire world, from the clutches of darkness. In the quietest hours of the night, when the world is still and dreams wander freely through the minds of sleepers, there is something that stirs unseen, moving like a shadow through the fragile veil between dreams and wakefulness. It is not a being of terror or malice, but one that brings solace to those haunted by the darkest corners of their minds. This creature, neither entirely of this world nor the next, is the Baku, the Dream Eater. The Baku comes when you are at your most vulnerable, in the midst of a nightmare so terrifying that it grips your heart and makes your pulse race. It feeds on the fear that lingers in the air, devouring the visions of horror that plague the mind. But the Baku does not harm, it only consumes what you wish to be rid of, the images that twist your sleep into something sinister. And when it leaves, you are left with peace, an empty space where the nightmare once held its grip. Imagine a child, trembling beneath their blankets, their small body shaking with the terror of a nightmare too vivid, too real. They dream of monsters lurking in the dark corners of their room, of shadows that move when they shouldn't. Tears well up in the child's eyes, but then, as if carried on the softest breeze, the Baku arrives. Its steps are silent, its form barely seen, a mixture of many creatures, part elephant, part tiger, part ox, and yet, something altogether unique. It moves quietly, tenderly, towards the dreamer. With a single breath, the Baku inhales the nightmare. It pulls the terror from the child's mind, consuming the shadows and monsters, leaving behind nothing but calm. The child's breath slows, their grip on the blanket loosens, and their trembling fades. They no longer toss and turn, trapped in a world of fear, but instead, they drift into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. The Baku lingers only for a moment longer, ensuring that the nightmare is gone before vanishing into the night, as mysteriously as it came. The stories of the Baku stretch back centuries, whispered by those who have felt its presence. It is said that calling upon the Baku in the throes of a nightmare can bring immediate relief. Baku, come eat my dream, the words go, as a plea to the creature to devour the visions that torment the soul. For many, the Baku is more than just a myth, it is a guardian, a creature of comfort that watches over sleepers, protecting them from the horrors that lurk in the dark recesses of their minds. The origins of the Baku are ancient, rooted in the belief that nightmares are not merely the products of an overactive imagination, but something more, a manifestation of fears, regrets, and unspoken anxieties. These dreams, wild and uncontrollable, could consume a person's peace of mind, causing sleepless nights and unrest. But the Baku offers hope in this chaos. It provides a way to fight back against the nightmares, not with violence, but by simply erasing them from existence. Its form, a blend of different animals, only adds to its otherworldly nature. The Baku's elephant-like features represent its immense strength, capable of swallowing even the most terrifying of dreams. Its tiger-like body reflects the swiftness and precision with which it moves, slipping in and out of dreams with grace. And its ox-like legs, sturdy and strong, symbolize its unyielding resolve to protect those it watches over. Though it may look strange, there is a quiet comfort in the Baku's presence, a reassurance that no nightmare is too great for it to consume. But the Baku is not a creature to be summoned lightly. The legends warn that while the Baku is a benevolent spirit, feeding it too many dreams could leave a person with nothing to dream at all. In its hunger for nightmares, the Baku may also consume all dreams, leaving behind only emptiness. Without dreams, the mind loses its spark, its creativity, and its joy. The Baku's gift, while powerful, must be used wisely. For those who have experienced the relentless torment of nightmares, the Baku is a figure of hope, a creature that offers respite from the darkness. Nightmares can feel endless, pulling a person deeper and deeper into fear with no escape in sight. But the Baku provides an escape, a way to free oneself from the grip of terror. In a world where dreams are often unpredictable and uncontrollable, the Baku brings a sense of order, a promise that no matter how dark the night becomes, there is always a way out. As the sun rises and the night fades, the Baku disappears with it, retreating back into the realm of legends and dreams. Its work is done, at least for now. The sleepers it has visited will wake refreshed, unaware of the strange creature that watched over them in the darkest hours of the night. They will not remember the nightmares that once threatened to consume them, for the Baku has taken those away, leaving only the soft memory of peace. The Baku is more than just a figure in dream mythology. It represents the hope that even in our most vulnerable moments, when fear threatens to overtake us, there is something out there that can help us overcome it. It is a reminder that nightmares, no matter how terrifying, are not invincible. They can be faced, they can be defeated, and with the Baku by our side, they can be consumed. And so, the Baku continues its silent vigil, forever wandering through the dreams of those who need it most. It moves through the night like a whisper, unseen and unheard, yet its presence is felt by all who have been touched by its gift. The nightmares may return, as they always do, but the Baku will be there, waiting, ready to devour the fear and restore peace once again. In the stillness of the night, when the moon hangs low and the wind whispers through the trees, a creature stalks the shadows. It is unlike anything seen before, a fearsome blend of animals, twisted together into something terrifying. The face of a monkey, sharp and calculating, peers out from the darkness. Its body, sleek and powerful like a tiger, moves with deadly grace. But what follows is most disturbing, the tail, long and coiling like a serpent, alive with venom and malice. This is the new, a creature born of nightmares, feared for its ability to bring storms and chaos wherever it appears. The new is not a beast of simple hunger or mindless destruction. It carries with it an aura of dread, a darkness that sinks deep into the hearts of those unlucky enough to cross its path. It is said that when the new is near, an overwhelming sense of unease fills the air. People report a strange feeling, as if they're being watched by something sinister, something they can't quite see, but that they know is there, lurking just out of sight. This creeping sensation, this instinctual fear, often comes before disaster strikes. The creature's face, that of a monkey, is more than just animalistic, it is unsettling in its intelligence. The eyes of the new gleam with something far more dangerous than animal instinct. It's a clever, malevolent gaze, one that seems to understand human fear. There is a cruelty behind those eyes, a joy in the suffering it causes. And its mouth, grinning and sharp, speaks of a hunger not just for flesh, but for chaos, for the pleasure of watching its victims tremble. Its body, striped and muscular like a tiger, moves with lethal precision. The new is a predator through and through, every muscle rippling under its fur as it prowls. Its strength is legendary, capable of tearing through flesh and bone with ease. Yet, it's the silence with which it moves that is most unnerving. The new could be inches away, and its prey wouldn't know until it was too late. One moment, the world is still, and the next, the beast strikes, fast and without warning. But the tail, the serpent that coils behind it, is perhaps the most dangerous part of the new. The snake is alive, its scales glistening like cold steel in the moonlight. It hisses softly as it moves, venom dripping from its fangs. The tail does not merely follow, it has a life of its own, writhing and striking with deadly accuracy. Many believe that the snake represents the new's true malice, its venom a symbol of the poison it spreads in both body and soul. For those unlucky enough to survive an encounter, the venom leaves them in a state of torment, their minds plagued by the darkness the new carries with it. Where the new goes, storms follow. It is said that the sky itself reacts to the creature's presence. Dark clouds gather quickly, lightning strikes with fury, and rain falls like a curse from the heavens. The winds howl as if trying to warn the world of what's coming, but by then, it's often too late. The new brings with it not just destruction in a physical sense, but in a spiritual one as well. It is a creature of misfortune, a bringer of nightmares, and a harbinger of doom. Legends speak of entire villages falling to ruin after the new passed through. Crops failed, sickness spread, and families were torn apart, all because of the creature's cursed presence. There are stories of brave warriors sent to hunt the beast, only for them to return empty-handed, or worse, not return at all. Those who did manage to survive spoke of the fear that gripped them, the feeling that they were never truly alone, that the new was always watching, always waiting. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the new is the way it seems to play with its prey. It does not strike immediately, like a predator in need of food. No, the new takes its time, watching from the shadows, letting the fear build until it becomes unbearable. It enjoys the torment, the slow unraveling of its victims' minds before it finally makes its move. This is what makes the new so much more than just a monster. It is a master of fear, and fear is its true weapon. Despite its terrifying nature, there are those who believe that the new is more than just a beast. Some say it is a spirit of vengeance, drawn to places of great sorrow or injustice. It appears where there is hatred, feeding off the negative energy and growing stronger from it. In this way, the new is not just a creature of destruction, but a reflection of the darkness in human hearts. It thrives on fear, on chaos, on the misery that people sometimes create for themselves and others. In some stories, the new is defeated by brave heroes, warriors who confront the beast not with brute force, but with courage and wisdom. These tales speak of men and women who, by facing their own fears, were able to drive the creature away, banishing it back into the shadows from whence it came. But even in these stories of victory, there is a lingering fear, a sense that the new is never truly gone. It waits, just beyond the edge of sight, ready to return when the time is right. For those who hear the tale of the new, there is often a chill that lingers long after the story is finished. It is not just the fear of the creature itself, but what it represents, the unseen horrors that lurk in the shadows of the mind, the darkness that can consume even the strongest of wills. The new is more than just a monster of folklore, it is a symbol of the fear that we all carry with us, the fear of the unknown, of the things we cannot control. And so, the new continues to stalk the edges of the night, its presence felt even when it is not seen. It moves through the dreams and fears of those who know its story, a constant reminder that some nightmares are not born of the imagination, but of something far more real, far more dangerous. The face of a monkey, the body of a tiger, and the tail of a snake, these are the forms it takes, but its true power lies in the fear it sows, the chaos it brings, and the darkness it leaves behind. In the dark corners of ancient villages, where whispers travel faster than the wind, there lived a spirit unlike any other, the Inugami. Born from sorrow and cruelty, this dog spirit carried with it both the loyalty of a canine and the fury of betrayal. The creation of an Inugami was not something done lightly, for the process was as chilling as the spirit it gave life to. This was no ordinary dog, but a twisted reflection of the bond between humans and animals, tainted by desperation and a hunger for power. The story of an Inugami often began with a ritual, one that sent shivers down the spines of those who knew of it. It was said that a loyal dog, often one who had served its master faithfully for many years, was buried up to its neck. The master would then place food just out of reach, tormenting the creature with hunger and thirst, until the dog's suffering became unbearable. Over time, as starvation set in and the animal's spirit broke, its once loving loyalty would turn to hatred. That hatred, mixed with the unbreakable bond it had with its master, was believed to give birth to the Inugami. But it wasn't just the cruelty of the ritual that gave the Inugami its power, it was the twisted love that came with it. The dog, in its dying moments, still yearned for its master, unable to let go of the loyalty that once defined it. That combination of love, pain, and betrayal created something more than a mere ghost. It created a spirit bound by both affection and vengeance. The master would then sever the head of the dog and preserve it, using the remains to summon and control the Inugami. Once called upon, the Inugami was a powerful protector, capable of great acts of loyalty and devotion, but it was also unpredictable, driven by the same bitterness that fueled its creation. The spirit could act out its master's will, but if the balance tipped too far, if the pain of betrayal overpowered the bond of love, the Inugami could turn on its master. This was the curse of the Inugami, a guardian that could just as easily become an enemy. Those who sought to summon an Inugami were often desperate. They wanted protection, power, or revenge, and they were willing to sacrifice the loyalty of their beloved pet to get it. The dark magic surrounding the Inugami was not something to be taken lightly, for it came with a price. A bond forged in suffering could never be truly trusted, and the Inugami was known to take its revenge in unexpected ways. Some stories tell of families torn apart by their own Inugami. A father, who had created the spirit to protect his home, found himself slowly losing control. At first, the spirit did everything he asked, guarding the household, ensuring the family's prosperity. But over time, strange things began to happen. The man would wake in the middle of the night to find the Inugami's ghostly form watching him from the shadows, its eyes filled with a cold, accusing stare. Objects in the house would move on their own, and whispers filled the air, speaking of the dog's final moments, of its hunger and thirst, of the love that had been twisted into something dark. Eventually, the spirit's resentment grew too strong to contain, and it lashed out. The father, who had thought he controlled the Inugami, became its victim. His health deteriorated, his mind clouded with nightmares, until one fateful night when he disappeared, leaving only a trace of blood and the faint sound of a dog's growl echoing in the empty house. The Inugami's powers were not limited to destruction, however. When treated with respect and understanding, it could be a fierce ally. There were stories of those who found ways to honor the dog's spirit, keeping its anger in check while benefiting from its loyalty. These masters understood the delicate balance that needed to be maintained, always careful to show the Inugami kindness and gratitude. In return, the Inugami would protect them with an unwavering ferocity, willing to defend them even against other spirits or curses. But the line between protection and vengeance was thin. The Inugami, while loyal, was also deeply wounded. Its creation left a scar on its soul, a wound that never truly healed. That pain could resurface at any moment, triggered by the slightest act of betrayal or neglect. This made the Inugami a dangerous companion, one that required constant care and vigilance. Some say the Inugami was not always evil, that it was merely a reflection of the person who created it. If the master was cruel and selfish, the Inugami would be filled with malice. But if the master's heart was pure, the spirit could retain some of the goodness that once lived in the dog's soul. Yet, even in these stories, the Inugami's dark origins could not be entirely erased. No matter how kind the master, there was always a risk, always the potential for the spirit's pain to boil over into something far more dangerous. The fear surrounding the Inugami was so strong that many believed simply speaking of the creature could summon it. People would avoid mentioning the spirit's name, fearful that the dog's ghostly presence might be lingering nearby, waiting to be called into action. Houses rumored to be haunted by an Inugami were shunned, their occupants left to deal with the restless spirit alone. Even those who sought out the Inugami's protection often did so in secret, knowing the risks, but feeling that they had no other choice. In the end, the Inugami was a creature of contradictions. It was born from love, but shaped by cruelty. It was loyal but dangerous, protective but vengeful. The dog spirit, twisted by pain and betrayal, carried with it the weight of its suffering, and those who called upon it had to be prepared for the consequences. It was a reminder that even the most faithful companion could be turned into something dark if treated with cruelty, and that the bonds we share with those we love should never be taken for granted. The Inugami's story is one of sorrow and power, of the lengths to which people will go to protect themselves, and the cost of that protection. It is a tale that lingers in the shadows, a reminder that even the most loyal heart can be broken, and that some wounds never truly heal. The sea, vast and mysterious, has always held secrets beneath its surface, secrets that can fill even the bravest sailor with dread. Among these hidden terrors is a creature so feared, so insidious, that it was rarely spoken of aloud. This is the Isanade, a monstrous sea beast with a hunger for human flesh, lurking in the darkest depths, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. There are tales of fishermen who ventured out on calm waters, their boats gently rocking in the rhythm of the ocean, only to never return. Their families, searching for answers, would sometimes find remnants of shattered boats washed up on distant shores, but no bodies. The sea would swallow them whole, with not even the faintest whisper of a struggle left behind. And in the hearts of those who knew the ocean's cruel nature, there was only one explanation: this was the work of the Isanade. The Isanade is not a beast one can easily see. It is said that before the creature reveals itself, the only warning is a sudden, sharp pull on the water, a disturbance that feels unnatural, as though the sea itself has come alive. This is the first sign, the ominous ripple in what might have been a serene voyage. The creature's tail, long and powerful, is the harbinger of death, moving silently beneath the waves as it prepares to drag its prey down into the inky depths. Those who have glimpsed the Isanade describe a form that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Its body, massive and sleek like a shark's, is covered in dark, rough scales that blend perfectly with the deep blue of the ocean. Its eyes, when they surface above the water for the briefest of moments, are cold and calculating, filled with a predatory intelligence that knows no mercy. But it is the tail, sharp, jagged, and immensely strong, that sailors fear most. One swift lash from this deadly appendage can shatter a boat, splintering wood and sending the crew into the unforgiving waters below. Once the Isanade has struck, there is no escape. The beast moves with lightning speed, circling its prey, its movements almost graceful despite its massive size. For those who find themselves in the water, terror consumes them as they realize they are being hunted. The sea, once a source of life and sustenance, has become their grave. The Isanade will not stop until it has dragged them under, its hunger insatiable, its purpose clear. In many villages along the coast, there are stories passed down through generations of entire ships being swallowed by the Isanade. One such tale tells of a vessel, large and sturdy, manned by an experienced crew. They set sail one morning, the sky clear and the wind at their backs. The men laughed and worked as the ship cut through the waves, confident in their ability to conquer the sea. But as night fell, a strange stillness overtook the ocean. The wind died, and the water became unnaturally calm. The men felt it before they saw it, a deep, unsettling pull beneath the surface, as if something massive was stirring far below. Panic gripped them, and before they could react, the Isonate's tail rose from the water, gleaming in the moonlight. With one powerful strike, the ship was torn apart, the wood cracking like brittle bones under the weight of the blow. Those who fell into the sea never surfaced again. The few who survived by clinging to the debris would later speak of hearing a low, guttural sound, like the rumble of thunder beneath the water, as the Isonade fed on their fallen comrades. Despite the terror the Isonade brings, there are some who believe the creature is more than just a mindless monster. Legends tell of the beast being a guardian of the ocean, a force of nature that punishes those who disrespect the sea. Sailors who are greedy, who take more than their share from the waters or show no reverence for the life that dwells within, are said to draw the Isonade's wrath. These stories speak of a moral balance, where the Isonade serves as both a reminder of the ocean's power and a protector of its purity. But even with these tales of balance and justice, there is no denying the cold, primal fear that the Isonade instills in the hearts of sailors. No one knows when or where it will strike next. Some say it follows the currents, moving with the tides, its hunger never sated. Others believe it stays near the coasts during the stormy season, waiting for ships caught in rough seas, using the chaos of the storm to disguise its attacks. There are rituals that coastal communities perform to ward off the Isonade. Before setting sail, some fishermen will offer a portion of their catch back to the sea, throwing the freshest fish into the waves as a gesture of respect. Others will carve protective symbols into the hulls of their boats, praying that these markings will keep the beast at bay. But no matter how many precautions are taken, there is always the understanding that the Isonade is unpredictable, a force beyond human control. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Isonade is the silence it leaves in its wake. After the attack, the sea returns to its usual rhythm, as if nothing had happened. The bodies are rarely found, taken far beneath the waves to a place where no one can reach them. The families of those lost to the Isonade are left with nothing but questions and an overwhelming sense of dread. They know that the ocean, vast and untamed, has claimed yet another soul. And so, the legend of the Isonade persists, whispered among sailors as they prepare for their voyages. It is a reminder that the sea, for all its beauty and bounty, is also home to untold horrors. The Isonade, with its hunger and its terrifying strength, is a creature born from the darkest fears of those who live their lives at the mercy of the ocean. It is a shadow that lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when the water is still, when the ship is vulnerable, and when the time is right to strike again. In the quiet stillness of a winter's day, when the wind whips through the barren fields and the sky turns an eerie gray, something far more dangerous than the cold is stirring. The villagers know this well. They've heard the stories whispered over fires, seen the cuts appear on their neighbors with no weapon in sight. They speak of being so quick, so elusive, that only the sharp pain left behind confirms they were ever there. These are the Kemaitashi, the sickle weasels. No one ever sees them coming. The Kemaitashi strike with the wind, slicing through the air like invisible blades. They move so swiftly that before you can blink, their work is done, leaving behind deep, precise cuts on their victim's skin. It's as if the air itself turns into a weapon, carrying these small but terrifying creatures in its gusts. The Kemaitashi travel in a trio, each one with a role in their cruel game. One knocks the unsuspecting victim to the ground, another slashes their skin with razor-sharp claws, and the last heals the wound, sealing the flesh but leaving the pain behind. The Kemaitashi aren't large or menacing in appearance. They resemble weasels, slender, fast, with fur that blends into the natural surroundings. Yet, despite their small size, the terror they invoke is immense. It's not just the physical pain that haunts their victims, it's the way they appear and disappear like a gust of wind, untouchable and unstoppable. The wounds they leave behind are clean and precise, as if an invisible hand has wielded a sickle with expert precision. The stories tell of people walking through empty fields, feeling nothing but the biting cold on their skin. Suddenly, they would be thrown to the ground by a force they couldn't see. By the time they stood up, sharp stinging pains would radiate from their arms and legs, thin, crimson lines of blood seeping through their clothing. There were no enemies around them, no blades in sight. only the wind howling through the trees, as if mocking them for not seeing what had just passed. But there's something even more unnerving about these attacks. After the initial pain, many victims report that their wounds close up unnaturally fast. The skin knits itself back together within moments, as if some dark magic was used to both harm and heal them in the same breath. This is the work of the third Kamaitachi, the one who mends the damage its siblings inflict. Yet, the healing is only skin deep, and the agony lingers long after the wounds are gone, a cruel reminder of their encounter with these sinister creatures. In the northern regions, where the winds are fiercest and the winters are longest, tales of Kamaitachi are most common. People fear venturing out alone, especially during the cold months when the wind can carry more than just the chill. Farmers, in particular, are vulnerable. As they toil in the fields or make their way home after a long day, they are easy targets for the Kamaitachi, who thrive on the element of surprise. The faster the wind blows, the more likely they are to strike. Yet, the Kamaitachi don't seem to be driven by hunger or malice in the way other yokai are. They aren't known for killing their victims, only inflicting pain and confusion. Some believe that they're playing a game, that the cuts and the healing are part of a twisted form of entertainment for these supernatural creatures. Others think the Kamaitachi are agents of nature itself, punishing those who disrespect the land or the wind. Their motives remain as mysterious as their attacks. One of the most chilling aspects of the Kamaitachi is their unpredictability. While many yokai have specific haunts, forests, rivers, or mountains, the Kamaitachi are bound only to the wind. They can strike anywhere the wind blows, and they move too fast to be avoided. No warning is given, no shadows cast. The only clue to their presence is the sudden gust that knocks a person off their feet, followed by the sting of their invisible blades. Villagers have tried countless methods to ward off the Kamaitachi. Some tie talismans to their clothing, hoping the symbols will protect them from the weasel's claws. Others leave offerings to the wind spirits, praying that they will keep the Kamaitachi at bay. But the truth is, no one has ever found a surefire way to avoid their wrath. The Kamaitachi strike with the wind's whim, unpredictable and untamable. And it's not just farmers or travelers who fall prey to the Kamaitachi. Children, playing in open fields, have been known to suddenly collapse in the snow, clutching at their arms or legs in pain. Their parents would rush to them, only to find thin lines of blood appearing on their skin as if by magic. The wounds would close before their eyes, leaving only the lingering pain to remind them of what had happened. The parents, helpless against such a force, could do nothing but bring their children inside and hope that the wind would not carry the Kamaitachi to their doorstep again. Despite the terror they cause, the Kamaitachi remain elusive, almost ethereal in nature. Some believe they are spirits of the wind itself, mischievous yet untouchable, driven by forces beyond human understanding. Others think they are cursed creatures, forever doomed to roam the skies, unable to rest. But whatever their origin, their legend endures, passed down from generation to generation, a warning carried on the wind. In the quiet moments before a storm, when the air grows still and heavy, there's a sense of anticipation, as though the world is holding its breath. And then, with a sudden gust, the Kamaitachi may strike, swift, silent, and deadly. The unlucky victim will feel the force of their attack before they even realize what's happening. And as the wind carries the Kamaitachi away, leaving only pain and confusion in its wake, the world will return to its eerie stillness, as if nothing had ever disturbed it at all. But for those who have felt the sharp sting of the Kamaitachi's claws, the wind will never feel the same again. Every gust, every breeze, will carry with it a trace of fear, fear that somewhere in the air, unseen but ever present, the Kamaitachi are waiting, ready to strike once more. On a quiet path through the thick forest, where only the whisper of the wind through the leaves could be heard, travelers often felt safe. The sun would filter gently through the branches, casting shadows on the ground, and the forest seemed like a peaceful, almost inviting place. But those who knew the stories, the ones passed down in hushed voices around fires, knew that safety here was an illusion. Hidden high above in the treetops, something waited, watching with eyes filled with malice and hunger. Its name sent chills down the spine of even the bravest, Tsurubi Otoshi, the falling monster. The terror of the Tsurubi Otoshi lies in its unpredictability. Without warning, a monstrous figure would drop from the trees, hurtling toward the ground with terrifying speed. One moment, a traveler would be walking along, lost in thought or perhaps humming to themselves, and the next, they would feel the air shift, hear a heavy rustle above, and then, darkness. The creature would crash down upon them like a stone dropped into a pond, smothering them in its massive weight. For those unlucky enough to be caught beneath its deadly fall, there was no escape. The Tsurubi Otoshi has taken on many forms in the tales told across Japan. Some describe it as a giant, misshapen head with eyes burning like coals and a mouth twisted into a permanent sneer. Others say it has the body of an enormous beast, all muscle and fur, yet it moves with the terrifying silence of a predator. Whatever form it takes, it shares one horrifying trait: it attacks without warning and vanishes just as quickly, leaving no trace behind except the broken body of its victim. There are those who claim to have survived encounters with the Tsurubi Otoshi. They speak of walking along a lonely road, feeling a strange pressure in the air, only to see a shadow move too quickly from the corner of their eye. And then, in an instant, they were on the ground, staring up at a monstrous shape looming above them. They describe a coldness, not of temperature, but of something far deeper, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones, leaving you unable to scream, to move, to even think. They say that the creature's eyes are what truly paralyze you. Eyes that seem to peer into your soul, finding every fear, every regret, and making you relive them in the agonizing moments before it strikes. For the Tsurubi Otoshi, it is the element of surprise that is its greatest weapon. It blends into the shadows of the trees, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And it does not discriminate. Yet, with its great wisdom comes a sense of sorrow. The Hakutaku, for all its knowledge, carries the weight of seeing the world as it truly is. It understands the darkness that lurks in the hearts of men, the cruelty that can arise from fear and ignorance. It knows the nature of the yokai, creatures born from the emotions we try to hide, the anger, the jealousy, the sorrow. And while it offers guidance to protect against these forces, the Hakutaku also knows that it cannot change human nature. It can only watch, advising those who seek it out, hoping that its wisdom will be enough to prevent disaster. For those who seek the Hakutaku, finding it is a task filled with uncertainty. The creature appears when it chooses, not when it is called. Some say it is drawn to those with pure hearts, others believe it comes to those in desperate need. But one thing is certain, when the Hakutaku appears, it does so with purpose. Its presence is a gift, a fleeting moment of connection with a being that understands the world in ways we never will. And when it departs, it leaves behind a silence that feels both profound and empty, as if the world has lost something irreplaceable. In many ways, the Hakutaku is a bridge between worlds. It exists in the space between the known and the unknown, the natural and the supernatural. Its knowledge of the yokai is unparalleled, but it is not a creature of fear. It does not seek to harm or to deceive. Instead, it seeks to enlighten, to share its understanding with those who are willing to listen. But with that enlightenment comes responsibility, the responsibility to use that knowledge wisely, to protect, to heal, and to seek balance in a world where chaos often reigns. As the stories of the Hakutaku continue to be told, passed down from generation to generation, it remains a symbol of hope and wisdom. Its white fur, its calm demeanor, its knowing eyes, all these things serve as reminders that there is always more to learn, more to understand about the world and the forces that shape it. And for those who are lucky enough to encounter the Hakutaku, they carry with them a piece of its wisdom, a light in the darkness that guides them through the challenges they face. In the end, the Hakutaku is more than just a creature of myth. It is a symbol of the power of knowledge, the importance of understanding, and the hope that, even in the face of the unknown, there is always a way forward. In the cold, remote corners of northern Japan, where the wind howls through the mountains and the snow falls thick and heavy, there is a different kind of silence. It's the kind of quiet that feels alive, as though the world itself is holding its breath, waiting for something unseen to stir. In the Tohoku region, this stillness hides ancient tales, whispers of yokai that roam the snow-covered forests and frozen lakes. These spirits and creatures, born of ice and shadows, are as mysterious as the land they call home. One of the most well-known beings from this region is the Yukiana, the Snow Woman. She drifts through blizzards, her long black hair flowing like dark silk against the white backdrop. Her skin is pale, as if carved from the very snow she walks upon. But it's her eyes, cold and haunting, that linger in the memory of those who encounter her. Legends tell of how she appears to travelers lost in the storm, her beauty captivating, her presence both ethereal and terrifying. Some say she offers warmth, drawing them closer with a gentle smile, only for them to find themselves frozen in her icy embrace, their life slipping away as she steals their breath. Others claim that she spares those with pure hearts, leading them to safety before vanishing into the storm without a trace. The Yukiana is not the only yokai said to wander the frozen lands of Tohoku. There is another, the Yukinko, a small childlike spirit, playful yet elusive. It is said that the Yukinko is born from snowflakes, a creature of pure winter magic. Children of the region have long told stories of the Yukinko appearing during snowball fights or when building snowmen, watching them from a distance with curious eyes. If approached, the Yukinko darts away, blending into the snowbanks, disappearing as swiftly as it arrived. But those lucky enough to catch a glimpse speak of its mischievous grin, a playful spirit hidden beneath layers of frost. As the snow deepens in the Tohoku winter, the nights grow longer, and with them come darker tales. The Odoroshi, a hulking beast that lurks near temples and shrines, is one such creature. Covered in shaggy, unkempt hair and with sharp, glaring eyes, the Odoroshi waits in silence, guarding sacred places from those who dare approach with ill intent. It is said that the Odoroshi feeds on the fear of its victims, waiting until they are alone and vulnerable before descending from the shadows. The creature's massive hands, clawed and strong, can strike down a trespasser in a single blow, leaving nothing behind but a faint whisper in the wind. To the people of Tohoku, the Odoroshi is both a guardian and a nightmare, a reminder of the power that lies in the old, forgotten places. But not all the yokai of Tohoku are tied to fear and danger. There are those like the Zashiki Warashi, spirits of children that bring good fortune to the households they choose to inhabit. Unlike the snowbound spirits, the Zashiki Warashi prefers the warmth of human homes, particularly old, traditional houses where the fire burns brightly in the hearth. These spirits, with their playful nature, often make their presence known through small pranks, moving objects, making faint laughter echo through the halls, or appearing briefly to a startled guest. But far from being malevolent, the Zashiki Warashi is seen as a blessing. Houses where they reside are said to prosper, filled with good luck and happiness. However, should the Zashiki Warashi decide to leave, misfortune is sure to follow, as if the very warmth of the home has been carried away with the spirit's departure. The Tohoku region is also home to darker, more primal spirits, such as the Namage. During the coldest nights of the year, particularly around the new year, men donning terrifying masks and carrying sharp blades roam the villages of Akita Prefecture. These men represent the Namage, fierce mountain demons who descend from the wilderness to check on the moral integrity of the villagers. They seek out the lazy, the disobedient, and those who have failed in their duties, delivering harsh warnings in booming voices. While the Namage may appear fearsome, their purpose is one of protection, ensuring that the people of the village remain strong and diligent, ready to face the challenges of the harsh winter ahead. As the snow melts and spring begins to peek through the frozen landscape, the spirits of Tohoku do not disappear. They merely change with the seasons, taking on new forms and new purposes. The Yamaba, or Mountain Witch, is one such figure. Though often associated with the mountains of Tohoku, the Yamaba is said to wander throughout Japan. She is a complex figure, both feared and revered. With her wild hair and tattered clothing, she appears as an old woman living in isolation, but beneath her frail appearance lies immense power. The Yamaba is a shapeshifter, capable of great magic, and stories of her range from helpful to horrifying. Some tales speak of her offering shelter to lost travelers, only to reveal her true, monstrous form when they least expect it. Others tell of how she nurtures those in need, offering wisdom and guidance to those who approach her with respect. The Tohoku region, with its harsh winters and rugged landscapes, seems to have given birth to yokai that reflect the very nature of the land itself, beautiful yet deadly, playful yet dangerous. The people who live there, who have grown up with these stories, understand the delicate balance between man and nature, between the seen and unseen. The yokai are not just monsters to be feared, they are spirits to be respected, reminders of the ancient forces that govern the world. For those who visit Tohoku, the landscape itself feels like something out of a story: vast forests blanketed in snow, mountains that rise sharply against the sky, and the ever-present chill in the air that makes you feel as though you are not alone. It is a land where the boundary between the natural and the supernatural seems thinner, where the whispers of yokai feel just a breath away. And as the wind howls through the trees and the snow falls silently to the ground, it's easy to believe that somewhere, just out of sight, a Yukiana is watching, her pale figure blending into the storm, or as a Shikiwarashi is laughing softly in the warmth of a nearby home. Tohoku is a place where the stories live on, carried in the hearts of the people and in the very landscape itself. The yokai of this region are not just legends, they are part of the soul of the land, as timeless and enduring as the snow that falls each winter. In the heart of Japan lies the Kanto region, a place where tradition meets modernity, and the echoes of the past blend seamlessly with the bustling energy of urban life. Here, amid the crowded streets of Tokyo and the quieter corners of smaller towns, stories linger in the air, tales of strange beings and supernatural events that chill the spine and ignite the imagination. The yokai of Kanto are as varied as the landscape itself, ranging from terrifying specters to playful spirits, each with a story that speaks to the fears and hopes of the people who call this region home. One of the most infamous yokai of Kanto is the Tofukozo, a small, childlike figure often depicted carrying a block of tofu. At first glance, he seems harmless, almost cute, but his presence can be unsettling. It is said that if you see the Tofukozo at night, especially in an alley, misfortune may follow. Some believe that he steals tofu from the homes of unsuspecting residents, while others think he might cause chaos in the household. The sight of him serves as a reminder to lock up and be cautious, a playful warning wrapped in a seemingly innocent package. The stories of Tofukozo circulate among children, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and fear as they share tales of this mischievous spirit. Then there is the Kukusekana, the slit-mouthed woman, whose tale has spread like wildfire through urban neighborhoods. Her story is haunting. Dressed in a surgical mask, she approaches unsuspecting victims, asking them if they think she is beautiful. When they respond, her mask comes off to reveal a grotesque smile carved ear to ear, exposing a mouth that seems to stretch into darkness. Those who see her may find themselves paralyzed by fear, as she poses a dreadful choice: she can either let them go or kill them. Some versions of the story suggest she might even follow them home, her whispers echoing in the night, making them doubt their safety. The Kukusekana's legend serves as a chilling reminder of the fragility of beauty and the hidden horrors that lie beneath the surface, often preying on the insecurities of those who encounter her. In the bustling streets of Kanto, you can also find tales of shoujo, the red-faced spirits known for their beautiful singing voices. While many might think of them as benevolent, there is a darker side to their story. Shoujo are said to be drawn to alcohol, often luring unsuspecting drinkers into the depths of the night with their mesmerizing songs. Those who fall under their spell find themselves unable to resist joining them, only to be led away from safety. The sweet music of the shoujo can quickly turn into a haunting melody, leading people into danger, reinforcing the age-old warning about the allure of temptation and the darkness that can lie within. In the quieter corners of the Kanto region, near the rivers and fields, the Yamabiko can be heard. This spirit is known for its echoing calls, mimicking the sounds of those who wander the mountains. While many might think of it as a playful spirit, the Yamabiko can also lead travelers astray. When you call out in the mountains, and your voice returns to you, it can be mesmerizing. But if you don't heed the echoes, they can lead you deeper into the wilderness, far from your path. The Yamabiko is a reminder of nature's vastness and the need for respect in its presence. It embodies the duality of the Kanto landscape, beautiful yet perilous, enticing yet dangerous. The urban myths of Kanto are not limited to the supernatural, they often reflect the worries and struggles of city life. For instance, the tale of Inanaki Village speaks to a fear of isolation. Inanaki is said to be a deserted village that no one can enter without facing dire consequences. Those who seek it out are often warned not to go there, as the villagers, though long gone, may still be watching. The story encapsulates a profound sense of loneliness and the dangers of venturing too far into the unknown. It serves as a haunting metaphor for the isolation that can come with city life, even in the midst of a crowded metropolis. Kanto is also home to the Gashidakuro, a gigantic skeleton made from the bones of those who died without proper funerals. This terrifying being stalks the night, its presence felt as an ominous rumble that shakes the ground beneath your feet. Those who hear the Gashidakuro are said to be in grave danger, as it preys on the living, using their bones to replenish its own. The Gashidakuro serves as a stark reminder of the importance of honor and respect for the dead. The legends encourage people to care for their loved ones and remember those who have passed, emphasizing that neglecting these responsibilities can lead to dire consequences. Then, there is Kappa, the river-dwelling yokai with a penchant for mischief. Often depicted as a small creature with a shell on its back and a water-filled dish on its head, the Kappa is known for dragging people underwater. While sometimes portrayed as a playful trickster, Kappa also embodies a darker truth about the dangers lurking in the waters. They are believed to drown unwary travelers and pull children into the depths, reminding us of the hidden dangers of nature and the importance of respect when near water. Legends tell of how Kappa can be outsmarted by offering them a cucumber, their favorite food, or by bowing to them, which compels them to bow back and spill the water from their head, rendering them powerless. The yokai of Kanto encapsulate a fascinating blend of fear, fascination, and moral lessons, all woven into the fabric of urban life. They reflect the struggles of a fast-paced world, offering cautionary tales about the importance of vigilance and respect for both the living and the dead. Each story resonates with the experiences of those who share them, intertwining folklore with everyday life. Men, women, the young, the old, anyone who walks beneath its domain is fair game. The forest, which should be a sanctuary, becomes a trap, where each step could bring doom from above. Even when the wind is still, and the forest quiet, the threat of the Tsurubi-otoshi remains, ever present in the minds of those who know the tales. Some villages bordering the forests claim they can protect themselves from the Tsurubi-otoshi. They hang charms and talismans from their doorways, pray to the forest spirits, and leave offerings at the base of the largest trees, hoping to appease whatever force controls the creature. Yet, even with these precautions, travelers still go missing. Some are found days later, their bodies crushed and lifeless, while others vanish without a trace, leaving only their belongings behind, scattered on the path as if they had been snatched from the very air. The fear of the Tsurubi-otoshi is not just the fear of being attacked, but the fear of being taken in a way so swift, so violent, that there is no time to fight back. No time to even scream. The forest, with all its beauty, becomes a place of lurking danger, where something monstrous waits overhead, unseen but always there. The silence between the rustle of leaves and the song of birds becomes a warning, a brief lull before the attack. What makes the Tsurubi-otoshi so horrifying is its randomness. Unlike other creatures in folklore that are drawn by specific actions or emotions, the Tsurubi-otoshi strikes whenever and wherever it chooses. There's no way to predict its movements or protect oneself fully. It's not driven by revenge or anger, it simply is, a force of nature as unexplainable as it is terrifying. Parents tell their children to never stray from the well-trodden paths, to avoid the deep woods where the trees grow thick and the light barely reaches the ground. They say that the Tsurubi-otoshi prefers to hunt in the densest parts of the forest, where it can drop without warning and retreat back into the canopy without being seen. The children listen with wide eyes, clutching their toys tighter, and promise to stay close to home. Yet, there's always a sense of unease in their hearts, a lingering fear that even near the village, the Tsurubi-otoshi might strike. There are some who believe that the Tsurubi-otoshi is not just one creature but many spirits of the forest, angered by human encroachment, taking the form of falling monsters to drive people away. They say that in the past, the forests were alive with these spirits, and as more trees were cut down, the spirits became vengeful. The Tsurubi Otoshi is their way of reclaiming the forest, one unfortunate traveler at a time. Others claim that the Tsurubi Otoshi was born from the trees themselves, a monstrous protector created by nature to guard its sacred places. These versions of the story speak of ancient forests, untouched by man, where the Tsurubi Otoshi rules as a silent guardian. Anyone foolish enough to venture into its domain is met with swift and violent punishment, dropped upon from the towering treetops like a stone from the heavens. Whether it is a spirit, a guardian, or simply a monster, one thing is clear: the Tsurubi Otoshi is a force to be feared. Its presence hangs over the forests like a curse, turning peaceful walks into perilous journeys. And while few have seen it and lived to tell the tale, the marks it leaves behind, broken bodies, blood-stained paths, are evidence enough of its existence. In the quiet moments before dusk, when the forest darkens and the wind rustles through the trees, those who travel alone can't help but glance up nervously, searching the treetops for any sign of movement. They know that the Tsurubi Otoshi waits for them, high above, hidden in the branches. And if they're not careful, it will fall upon them without warning, ending their journey in an instant. In the quiet moments between day and night, when the air seems to hum with something ancient and unseen, stories are whispered of a creature unlike any other. Its name is Hakutaku, the wise beast, a being wrapped in the folds of mythology and mystery. It is said to resemble a great white ox, majestic and serene, but what truly sets it apart is not its appearance. No, it is the wisdom that radiates from its very being, the knowledge of the unseen, the understanding of the yokai and the world that lives just beyond our comprehension. Hakutaku is not a creature that many encounter. Its appearances are rare, fleeting, like a breeze that brushes your skin for the briefest second before vanishing. Those who have laid eyes on it describe an almost ethereal presence. Its fur, white as the purest snow, gleams in the moonlight, and its eyes, deep and knowing, seem to hold the answers to questions we haven't even thought to ask. But what draws people to Hakutaku is not just its beauty. It is the promise of knowledge, knowledge of the yokai, the supernatural, and perhaps even the meaning of life itself. The legend speaks of the Hakutaku appearing before great leaders and wise sages, offering them insight in times of need. Its voice, soft and measured, speaks truths that seem to resonate in the listener's soul, truths that are both comforting and terrifying. It tells of the yokai, those spirits and creatures that dwell in the shadows, guiding those who will listen on how to avoid their wrath or, sometimes, how to protect themselves from their sinister grasp. The Hakutaku is not a creature of malice. Its wisdom is a gift, given freely to those who are deemed worthy. But even with its gentle nature, there is an awe-inspiring power in its presence, an understanding that it knows far more than it reveals, that it carries within it the weight of ages. One story tells of a time when the emperor himself was visited by the Hakutaku. Plagued by nightmares of strange creatures and ominous portents, the emperor sought answers, fearing that his reign was at risk. One night, as he walked through the palace gardens, bathed in the soft glow of the lanterns, the Hakutaku appeared before him. Its eyes met his, and in that moment, the emperor felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over him. Without words, the Hakutaku shared its wisdom, showing him the faces of the yokai that haunted his dreams. It told him their names, their nature, and how to protect his people from their malevolence. In the days that followed, the emperor ordered the creation of protective talismans and rituals, following the guidance of the Hakutaku. His nightmares ceased, and the kingdom flourished in the absence of the yokai's influence. The emperor knew that he had been blessed with the knowledge of the Hakutaku, and his people came to revere the creature, honoring it with offerings and prayers. But the Hakutaku does not only appear to emperors and kings. There are stories of it visiting humble scholars, wandering monks, and even lost travelers who stumble upon it in moments of great need. In these encounters, the Hakutaku offers more than just knowledge, it offers hope. Its wisdom is not just about the supernatural, but about life itself. It speaks of balance, of understanding the world around us and the forces that shape it. For those willing to listen, the Hakutaku's words can guide them through the darkest of times, helping them find clarity in the chaos. As night falls over the Kanto region, the streets become alive with these stories. the shadows lengthen, and with them, the echoes of yokai whisper through the alleys and parks. Each corner holds a story, each flickering light a ghostly presence waiting to be acknowledged. In the heart of this bustling area, the past lingers just beneath the surface, reminding all who walk its streets that the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary is often thinner than we realize. In Kanto, the myths are not just tales, they are part of the living, breathing essence of the region, connecting people to their history, their fears, and their hopes. In the heart of Japan, the Kansai region pulses with a rich history and culture that whispers through the streets of Kyoto and Nara. This land, filled with ancient temples and serene gardens, is not just home to beautiful landscapes, it also harbors a plethora of yokai, the mystical creatures of Japanese folklore. Each yokai carries stories that echo through the ages, tales of joy and sorrow, fear and wonder, bringing both chills and warmth to the hearts of those who hear them. Among the most well-known is the Yukiana, the snow woman, who drifts through the snowy nights with an ethereal beauty. She is said to appear during heavy snowstorms, cloaked in white, with skin as pale as the winter snow. Her presence is haunting yet captivating. People who encounter her often describe a sense of overwhelming calm, as if time itself has stopped. But the beauty of Yukiana conceals a tragic truth. She is often portrayed as a lonely spirit, a woman who died in the cold, searching for warmth and companionship. Her icy breath can freeze a person in their tracks, leaving them helpless in the snow. The sorrow of her existence serves as a reminder of love lost and the heartache that can linger long after someone is gone. Each story of Yukiana resonates deeply, stirring emotions of longing and loss, compelling listeners to feel the chill of her isolation. In the ancient city of Nara, another spirit roams the shadows, the Nurikabe, a wall-like creature that appears unexpectedly to travelers. With its tall, blank facade, the Nurikabe can block paths, causing those who encounter it to feel lost and confused. It is said that this yokai delights in the misfortune of others, laughing as it hinders their journey. Yet, within this tale lies a lesson about perseverance. To escape the Nurikabe's grip, one must be clever. The trick is to walk alongside it and tap on its surface. The Nurikabe will then dissolve, allowing the traveler to pass. This story speaks to the obstacles we face in life, reminding us that perseverance and wit can help us overcome the challenges that seem insurmountable. The Tamachan, another unique spirit, embodies the gentle and whimsical nature of the Kansai region. Often depicted as a round, furry creature, Tamachan is known to bring good luck and prosperity to those who encounter it. It wanders the countryside, spreading joy and happiness wherever it goes. Stories of Tamachan often involve encounters in rice fields or near small streams, where its laughter can be heard like a soft melody in the wind. Those who catch a glimpse of this playful spirit are said to have their wishes granted, igniting hope in the hearts of the villagers. In a world filled with uncertainty, Tamachan serves as a beacon of positivity, reminding people that kindness and joy can change the course of one's life. Not far from where Tamachan frolics, the legend of the shoujo unfolds. These red-faced spirits are known for their enchanting singing voices, capable of drawing people into their songs. Their melodies can soothe even the most troubled souls, yet their allure comes with a warning. Those who listen too long may find themselves enchanted, unable to break free from the shoujo's spell. This duality of beauty and danger speaks to the complexities of attraction and desire. The tales of shoujo serve as cautionary reminders about the importance of balance in our lives, warning against losing oneself in the pursuit of beauty or pleasure. Among the majestic temples of Kyoto, the Kawanokami, or river gods, watch over the waterways. These spirits are believed to protect the rivers, ensuring that they flow smoothly and sustain life. However, they demand respect in return. Local folklore suggests that those who disrespect the rivers will face the wrath of these powerful beings. The Kawanokami remind people of the importance of nature and our connection to the environment. They teach the value of gratitude for the resources we often take for granted, encouraging us to care for our surroundings and maintain harmony with the natural world. A darker figure in the Kansai folklore is the Joragumo, the Spider Woman. This terrifying yokai can transform from a beautiful woman into a giant spider, luring unsuspecting men to her lair with her enchanting beauty. Once her prey is entrapped, she reveals her true form and feasts upon them. The Joragumo embodies the dangers of deception and the hidden threats that can lurk behind alluring facades. This story serves as a warning to be cautious of appearances and to look beyond the surface before trusting others. The chilling tale of the Joragumo is a stark reminder that not everything that glitters is gold. The Kukusekana, or slit-mouthed woman, weaves another chilling thread into the tapestry of Kansai yokai. She roams the streets wearing a mask, asking her victims if they think she is beautiful. If they answer yes, she reveals her grotesque, slit mouth and poses a terrifying choice, life or death. The Kukusekana story resonates deeply in a society that often equates beauty with worth, illuminating the fears and anxieties surrounding physical appearance. This tale serves as a haunting reminder that true beauty comes from within and that our insecurities can become our greatest fears. In the serene landscapes of Nara, the Kodama, tree spirits, protect the forests. Believed to inhabit ancient trees, these spirits are considered guardians of the woodland realm. It is said that cutting down a tree inhabited by a Kodama can bring misfortune and disaster. The stories of Kodama encourage respect for nature and the importance of preserving the environment. They serve as a gentle reminder that all living things are interconnected and that our actions have consequences, urging us to live harmoniously with nature. The Yamayuba, or mountain witch, is another intriguing figure from Kansai folklore. She is often depicted as an old woman living in the mountains, possessing magical powers and a vast knowledge of herbs and potions. While she may seem fearsome at first glance, Yamayuba is also known for her nurturing side, helping those in need. Many tales recount how she aids lost travelers, offering food and shelter. The Yamayuba represents the dual nature of humanity, both nurturing and frightening. Her stories remind us that wisdom often comes from the most unexpected places and that kindness can be found even in the most unlikely characters. As dusk falls over the Kansai region, the air becomes thick with stories and legends. The streets of Kyoto and Nara whisper with the echoes of the past, each tale waiting to be told. The yokai, with their myriad forms and functions, weave a rich tapestry of human emotion, reflecting our fears, desires, and hopes. They serve as both warnings and blessings, teaching valuable lessons while inviting us to embrace the mystery and magic that surround us. In the end, the yokai of Kansai embody the heart of Japanese folklore, connecting the past with the present and reminding us that, even in our modern lives, we are never far from the whispers of the spirits that watch over us. These stories continue to resonate, bridging the gap between generations and instilling a sense of wonder in all who hear them. On the southern island of Kyushu, where rugged mountains meet the endless sea, the air is thick with legends. Here, the yokai, those strange, sometimes terrifying, sometimes playful creatures, roam the landscapes and echo through the generations. Each one carries the essence of Kyushu's unique culture, a reflection of its deep-rooted traditions and the mystical forces that have shaped the region for centuries. The most haunting among them is the kappa, a water-dwelling creature that lurks in rivers and ponds, waiting for unsuspecting travelers. The kappa is not just a curious oddity. Its stories chill the spine of anyone who's heard them. With the body of a child, yet with webbed hands, a beak-like mouth, and a small dish of water on its head that holds its life force, the kappa has an eerie presence. If the water from its head spills, the creature loses its strength. But woe to those who wander too close to the water's edge. The kappa is said to drag people beneath the surface, especially children, where they drown in the silent depths. The sorrow that lingers in these tales is palpable. There's an ache in the warnings whispered from one parent to another, a fear that reflects both the dangers of nature and the fragility of life. Yet, some stories tell of outsmarting the kappa. With a bow, one can trick it into spilling the water from its head, showing that even the most fearsome creature can be defeated with courage and wit. Yet, Kyushu is also home to more mischievous spirits, such as the Ibuko, a yokai that mimics the voices of loved ones to lead people astray in the dense forests. There is something profoundly unsettling about the Ibuko, a creature that can imitate the very sound of your mother calling out for you or your friend laughing just around the corner. It plays on our most basic human instincts, the desire to be near those we love, the need to respond when we hear their cries. But following that voice through the twisting paths and dark trees leads only to confusion and fear until the person is hopelessly lost. It's the kind of story that tugs at your heart, making you wonder how much of what you hear is real and how much is a cruel trick of the spirits. Then there's the Shireen, a yokai so strange it borders on absurdity, yet it holds a deep symbolism within its oddness. This creature appears as a man, until it turns around and reveals that its face is, well, not where you expect it to be. Instead, where its eyes should be, it has a glowing, watchful eye right in the middle of its backside. As odd and unsettling as this might sound, the Shireen doesn't harm anyone, but rather startles them, leaving them with a strange feeling that lingers long after the encounter. There's a lesson hidden in this creature's tale about how we often judge things by appearances and how reality can shock us when we least expect it. In the misty mountains of Kyushu, the Iten Momin is a different kind of yokai that brings a sense of eerie, creeping fear. This spirit is no more than a long strip of cloth, but it floats through the air at night, wrapping itself around the heads of those unlucky enough to cross its path. It suffocates them slowly, silently, leaving them gasping for breath in the dark. There's something quietly terrifying about the Iten Momin, how something as ordinary as a piece of fabric could become a weapon of fear. It's a reminder that danger doesn't always come with fangs or claws. Sometimes, it's the ordinary things, twisted by unseen forces, that strike the hardest. The Rokurokubi, too, haunts the quiet homes of Kyushu. By day, these women seem like anyone else, peaceful, going about their daily tasks. But by night, their necks stretch impossibly long, winding through the house, peeking into rooms, spying on the unaware. They are not always malicious, but the sight of their elongated necks, twisting and turning through the shadows, strikes terror in those who see them. It's the kind of story that makes you look twice at your neighbors, wondering what secrets they might be hiding when the moon is high. But not all of Kyushu's yokai bring fear. The Seizioni, a playful yet eerie spirit, is a creature of the sea. It is said to be a monstrous sea snail that can transform into a beautiful woman to trick pirates and sailors. Once aboard their ship, the Seizioni reveals its true form, demanding their treasures or even parts of their bodies as ransom. There's a sense of justice in these tales. The Seizioni often targets those who have committed wrongdoings, using their greed against them. Her stories, though strange, are filled with a kind of poetic irony, where the wicked are punished by their own hand. The Kasaobake, or umbrella yokai, adds an element of whimsy to the folklore of Kyushu. This one-eyed, one-legged umbrella comes to life on stormy nights, hopping through the streets on its single leg. While it may seem harmless, its sudden appearance in the dark, paired with its odd shape, startles those who encounter it. The Kasaobake is a reminder that even the most mundane objects can be filled with life and mischief when touched by the supernatural. Finally, among the many yokai of Kyushu is the Anihidakuchi, a giant demon with a single mouth large enough to devour humans in one bite. It lurks in the darkest parts of the forests, its massive size making it a fearsome sight. The Anihidakuchi's presence in Kyushu's folklore reflects the island's untamed beauty, where the natural world holds both wonder and danger. The stories of this beast leave an imprint of fear, a warning that the world is vast and full of unknown terrors, waiting just beyond the edges of our vision. Kyushu's yokai are more than just creatures from a distant past. They are the living embodiment of the region's history, culture, and emotions. They speak to the fears that linger in the quiet hours of the night, the joy that comes with laughter and mischief, and the sorrow that shadows every human life. These spirits walk the same paths as the people of Kyushu, whispering their stories into the wind, waiting for someone to listen. And in their tales, we find not just fear, but also beauty, wonder, and a profound connection to the world that surrounds us. In the northernmost reaches of Japan lies Hokkaido, a land of endless forests, mountains, and an air that feels heavy with ancient whispers. Here, the Ainu people have lived for centuries, their connection to nature deeper than the roots of the trees that blanket the landscape. Their stories, passed down through generations, speak of spirits and creatures unlike any others in Japan. These beings aren't just mythical, they're part of the earth, the water, and the wind, woven into the very fabric of Ainu life. Among these creatures is the kamui, a term used by the Ainu to describe spirits or gods. There isn't just one kamui, there are many, each tied to an element of nature. But it's the Kimin kamui, the bear spirit, that holds a special place in their hearts. To the Ainu, the bear is not just an animal but a powerful deity, a protector, and a provider. The Kimin kamui is said to walk between the worlds of humans and gods, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. When the Ainu hunt a bear, it is not seen as a mere act of survival. It's a deeply spiritual experience. The bear is honored, and its spirit is sent back to the gods with reverence, gratitude, and offerings. The hunters would hold ceremonies, believing that the Kimin kamui's spirit would return, carrying their prayers to the heavens. This bond between the Ainu and the bear is sacred, reflecting a relationship of respect, where the lines between man and nature blur into something much more profound. But not all spirits in Ainu folklore are benevolent. There is Apasam Kamui, the owl god, a mysterious and sometimes ominous figure. The owl is considered the guardian of the village, watching over the people from its perch in the trees. Its large, unblinking eyes see all, and its call can be either a warning or a harbinger of death. In the quiet of the night, when the wind rustles through the trees, the Ainu believe that Apasam Kamui is watching, protecting them from unseen dangers. Yet, if disrespected, this guardian can bring misfortune, and the very sound of an owl's hoot can send shivers down the spine. The Ainu also speak of Kotenkor Kamui, the god of the sea. This spirit governs the vast, unpredictable waters that surround Hokkaido, and its moods are as changeable as the tides. The Ainu, living on an island where the sea is both a source of life and death, have always treated the ocean with reverence and fear. Kotenkor Kamui is a force to be reckoned with, calm and generous on some days, offering bountiful fish to those who seek them. But on other days, the sea turns dark and wild, swallowing boats whole and taking lives without warning. The Ainu would pray to Kotenkor Kamui before embarking on any sea voyage, offering gifts in hopes of safe passage. Even then, there was always a quiet understanding that the sea god's favor could not be guaranteed. One of the most feared creatures in Ainu lore is the Yakaiker, a monstrous wolf spirit that roams the cold, dark forests of Hokkaido. Larger and more terrifying than any wolf seen by human eyes, Yakaiker is said to strike fear into even the bravest hunters. Its howl is unlike anything else, echoing through the trees, chilling the blood of those who hear it. The Ainu believe that Yakaiker is not just a beast but a manifestation of nature's wild, untamable power. It is both a reminder of the strength of the wilderness and a warning to those who might underestimate it. Stories of hunters who crossed paths with Yakaiker and were never seen again are told around the fire, a reminder that the forest holds many secrets, and not all of them are meant for humans to know. But the Ainu also tell stories of Turep, the fox spirit, a trickster who walks the line between helpful and mischievous. Turep is clever and quick, known for outsmarting both humans and other spirits. At times, the fox spirit might help a lost traveler find their way or bring good fortune to those who respect the land. But just as often, Turep's tricks can lead people astray, causing them to wander deeper into the woods or lose something precious. The fox spirit is a symbol of the unpredictability of life, a reminder that not everything is as it seems and that the line between friend and foe is sometimes blurred. One of the most haunting figures in Ainu mythology is Pakoro Kamui, the spirit of sickness. In a world where illness was often misunderstood and feared, Pakoro Kamui was both a feared and respected entity. When disease swept through a village, the Ainu believed that it was Pakoro Kamui walking among them. They would perform rituals to appease this spirit, hoping to drive it away and restore health to their loved ones. But Pakoro Kamui was relentless, and no matter how many offerings were made, sometimes it took lives. There's a deep sadness in these stories, a reflection of the Ainu's struggle to make sense of life and death, and the forces that seem to control both. In the cold, snow-covered lands of Hokkaido, where the winters are long and unforgiving, the Ainu tell tales of Wendayaku, the snow woman. Unlike the more well-known Yukiana of other Japanese regions, Wendayaku is said to be a spirit born from the endless snow, her pale figure almost indistinguishable from the drifts that cover the ground. She wanders the frozen landscape, searching for warmth, but anyone she touches is said to freeze instantly. Her presence is a reminder of the harshness of winter, a force that can take life as easily as it sustains it. The Ainu respect the snow, but they also fear it, knowing that when Daiku walks among them when the world turns white. The spirits and creatures of the Ainu are as vast and varied as the landscapes they inhabit. From the towering mountains to the endless seas, the Ainu saw life in every corner of the world, and their myths reflect a deep respect for the natural forces that shape their lives. These stories are not just tales of gods and monsters, they are expressions of the Ainu's relationship with the earth, a relationship built on both fear and reverence. Each spirit, whether kind or cruel, is a part of the world the Ainu knew so well, a world where the boundaries between the human and the divine were always shifting, like the winds that blow through the forests of Hokkaido. In the heart of Japan, where mountains rise like silent guardians and rivers carve their ancient paths, there exists a belief that every corner of nature holds a spirit. These spirits, known as kami, are the gods and deities of Shinto, the indigenous faith of Japan. They are not distant or untouchable, they live among the people, in the trees, the rocks, and the streams, watching over the land they call home. The air is thick with their presence, though they are unseen. To those who believe, the kami are everywhere, and the world feels alive with their energy. They are both gentle and fierce, as unpredictable as the wind or the sea, and each one has its own story to tell. Some kami protect, others challenge. Some bring blessings, while others demand respect through fear. One such kami is the Okami, the great wolf spirit. To the people of the mountains, the wolf is not merely an animal, it is a protector, a guardian of the forests and the wilderness. There are tales of lost travelers who, at the brink of death, were guided to safety by wolves. It is said that these wolves were not ordinary creatures, but manifestations of the Okami itself. With eyes that glow like the moon, the Okami moves silently through the trees, unseen but always present. For those who live near the mountains, the howl of a wolf is not just a sound, it's a voice, a reminder that they are never alone. The Okami is both feared and revered. When the village fields are lush with crops, it is the Okami who has kept the deer and boar at bay. But when livestock disappear in the dead of night, it is also the Okami who must be appeased, for the balance between humans and nature is fragile, and the wolf spirit is its guardian. But not all kami are as wild as the Okami. Some, like the kami of rice fields, are gentle and nurturing. Known as Inari, the kami of agriculture and prosperity, this spirit appears in many forms, though the most well-known is the fox. The fox is Inari's messenger, a cunning and wise creature that moves between the human world and the divine. Inari watches over the rice fields, ensuring that the crops grow tall and strong, that the harvest is plentiful, and that the people who depend on the land can thrive. Shrines dedicated to Inari can be found throughout Japan, their paths lined with thousands of red torii gates, marking the boundary between the ordinary world and the sacred space where Inari resides. The fox statues that flank these shrines hold keys in their mouths, symbolizing their role as protectors of the rice granaries. Offerings of rice, sake, and fox-shaped sweets are left by farmers and worshippers, all hoping for Inari's blessings of abundance and fortune. However, the kami are not always benevolent. There are spirits like Raijin, the god of thunder, who command respect through fear. With drums in hand, Raijin beats out the thunderous roars that echo through stormy skies. His fierce energy can destroy crops and villages with a single strike, yet, at the same time, his storms bring the rains that nourish the earth. It is said that during a thunderstorm, one must never point at the sky, lest Raijin notice and strike with lightning. Raijin is often accompanied by Fujin, the kami of wind. Together, these two forces of nature sweep across the land, creating and destroying as they see fit. The wind that rustles through the trees is Fujin's breath, a gentle reminder of his power. But when the wind howls and tears through villages, it is a warning of his wrath. The people know to be cautious when the air changes, for the kami of the elements are not to be taken lightly. Even the forests, with their quiet, towering trees, are home to kami. The Kodama are tree spirits, ancient and wise, living in the oldest trees that have stood for centuries. These trees are marked with sacred ropes, and to cut one down is to invite disaster. The Kodama are protectors of the forest, and their presence is a reminder that nature is not merely a backdrop to human life, but a living, breathing entity deserving of respect. There are stories of those who have harmed a Kodama's tree, only to be plagued by misfortune until they seek forgiveness. Water, too, holds its own spirits. The Kawa no Kami, or river kami, are beings of the flowing waters. Rivers in Japan are not merely physical boundaries or sources of life, they are sacred, and their kami control the very flow of life and death. Fishermen and boatmen offer prayers to these spirits, hoping for safe passage and bountiful catches. But the Kawa no Kami can be fickle. Calm waters can quickly turn violent, sweeping away those who disrespect the river's power. The clear, reflective surface of a river may seem inviting, but beneath it, the kami stir, waiting to remind humans of their place. One of the most feared water kami is the Suijin, the Lord of the Water. While Suijin can bring life-giving rain, he is also known for his destructive side, causing floods that devastate villages. It is said that Suijin demands offerings, and those who live near lakes and rivers know to leave gifts of food and sake, hoping to appease the water spirit and avoid its wrath. Suijin's mood is as changeable as the water itself, sometimes calm and nurturing, other times wild and vengeful. The kami are woven into the fabric of everyday life in Japan. Whether it's the gentle rustling of leaves, the first rains of spring, or the howl of a distant wolf, the presence of these spirits can be felt everywhere. They are part of the natural world, but also something beyond it, forces that humans cannot fully understand or control, but must respect nonetheless. For the Japanese people, life is lived in harmony with the kami. Festivals and rituals are held in their honor, from the planting of rice to the changing of the seasons. Shinto shrines, with their graceful wooden structures and serene courtyards, serve as places where people can connect with these spirits, offering prayers for health, protection, and guidance. The kami are not distant gods, but part of the world itself, watching over everything from the smallest stone to the tallest mountain. In the stillness of a shrine, the air thick with incense and the sound of bells echoing in the distance, there is a sense of peace. It's as if, for a moment, the veil between the human world and the world of the kami is lifted, and the spirits are right there, standing beside you. The kami, with their ancient wisdom and boundless power, remind us that the world is full of mysteries we may never fully understand, but that we must cherish, protect, and respect. In the stillness of a Buddhist temple, where the scent of incense lingers in the air and the soft flicker of candlelight dances on the statues of gods and protectors, there is an unmistakable sense of something powerful watching over. They are known as the 12 heavenly generals, fierce and unwavering guardians who stand between humanity and the chaos of the unseen world. Each one with their own unique monstrous aspects, these protectors are not just symbols of safety, they are embodiments of strength, vigilance, and the ferocity needed to ward off evil. The 12 heavenly generals are more than mere deities, they are warriors of divine purpose. Their eyes burn with a fire that never dims, always alert, always watching. They are clad in armor that glints with otherworldly light, their hands gripping weapons forged in realms beyond human comprehension. These generals do not rest, for they exist in eternal readiness to strike down any force that dares to threaten the delicate balance of the world. Each general has a form that blends human with something more primal, something that speaks to the deep power they hold. Some have the heads of animals, fierce tigers, roaring lions, and sharp-eyed eagles, creatures that symbolize the unrelenting nature of their task. Others have extra limbs or grotesque features that give them a terrifying aura, reminding all who look upon them that their strength is beyond what any mortal could hope to possess. These monstrous aspects serve as a warning. Though the generals protect, they are not gentle. They will do whatever it takes to defend the sacred. Standing before the statue of Jikakuden, one of the most feared generals, you can almost feel the tension in the air. His body is strong and his face stern, eyes locked in a gaze that seems to pierce through the very fabric of reality. In his hands, he holds a sword, gleaming with divine energy, ready to strike down demons and dark spirits. His armor clings to him like a second skin, etched with ancient symbols of protection. Jikakuden stands to the east, guarding the dawn, ensuring that the light of day rises unchallenged by the forces of darkness. But to the south stands Zokoten, whose presence is just as commanding. His form is that of a lion, with a mane that seems to ripple with each breath, and claws sharp enough to tear through the strongest of enemies. Zokoten is the embodiment of control and mastery, protecting the lands with a force that is both wild and deliberate. His monstrous features only add to his aura of invincibility. He is a creature of both man and beast, combining the wisdom of a protector with the raw power of an animal poised to strike. Kamakuten, the protector of the West, sees all. His eyes, unnaturally large, glow with an inner light that never fades. No evil can escape his gaze, for Kamakuten sees through the illusions and trickery of the dark forces. His hands hold a staff, which he uses not only to fight but also to channel his incredible vision into action. His monstrous form is a reflection of his role, half human, half divine, with eyes that see into the hearts of men and the shadows that threaten them. And to the north stands Tamanten, the most revered of the 12. His body is adorned with treasures, for he is the guardian of wealth and prosperity, but his monstrous side is revealed in his unwavering grip on a spear that never misses its mark. Tamanten's face is both fierce and calm, a contradiction that speaks to his dual nature. While he brings fortune, he also brings destruction to those who would disrupt the balance of the world. His monstrous features, a serpentine tail coiled around his waist and fangs that flash when he speaks, are reminders of the darkness he can unleash when provoked. These generals do not work alone, however. They stand in formation, each one protecting a specific direction of the compass, their monstrous aspects combining to form an unbreakable barrier against the evils of the world. When one falters, the others are there to reinforce. Together, they form a circle of protection that surrounds not only the physical world but the spiritual one as well. They guard temples and sacred spaces, ensuring that no malevolent spirit can cross into the places where peace and enlightenment reside. But their protection is not just external. The 12 heavenly generals are also guardians of the mind and soul. They fight the inner demons that plague humans: fear, doubt, anger, and greed. Their monstrous forms are reflections of the battles we face within ourselves. They remind us that the path to peace is not without struggle, and that sometimes we must call upon our own inner strength, our own inner monsters, to overcome the darkness. There is a story told of a young monk who once prayed at the feet of these generals, seeking guidance in his time of greatest doubt. He had been tormented by nightmares, visions of creatures too terrible to name, and he feared that the darkness within him would consume his spirit. As he knelt before the statue of Tamanten, he felt a surge of energy wash over him. In his mind's eye, he saw the general's spear, gleaming with a light so pure that it banished the shadows from his soul. The monk understood, then, that the generals did not just fight external forces, they fought for the hearts of those who sought their protection. As the monk stood to leave, he felt lighter, as though the weight of his fears had been lifted. The generals, with their monstrous forms and fierce gazes, had not scared him, they had empowered him. They were not simply protectors of temples and treasures, they were protectors of the soul, fierce and unyielding in their mission to keep the light alive within each of us. The 12 heavenly generals stand as reminders that even in the face of monstrous evil, there is always a force ready to fight back. Their forms, though terrifying, are symbols of the strength and courage needed to protect what is good and pure. They are the guardians of hope, watching over the world with eyes that never close, weapons that never rust, and hearts that never falter. In the heart of ancient Kyoto, whispers of terror spread like wildfire. There was a name that struck fear into even the bravest of hearts: Shindoji, the Demon King. His shadow loomed over the city, a monstrous presence that turned the air cold and the nights long. The people spoke of him in hushed tones, afraid that even uttering his name would summon his wrath. He was not just any demon, he was a ruler of chaos, a being whose cruelty knew no bounds. Shindoji's lair was deep in the mountains, hidden from the eyes of mortals, but his power stretched far beyond the wilderness. From his fortress, he and his band of demons would descend upon the villages, kidnapping young women and bringing them back to his stronghold. These women were never seen again. His thirst for human blood, particularly the blood of the innocent, was insatiable. The legend said that he feasted on the flesh of his captives, their cries echoing through the dark valleys, swallowed by the mountains and lost forever. The Demon King wasn't always this way. Once, it was said, he had been a human, a fearsome warrior whose strength was unmatched. But his desire for power grew until it consumed him. He turned to dark magic, seeking ways to surpass his mortal limits, and the more he delved into forbidden rituals, the less human he became. His heart blackened, his body transformed, and soon, he emerged as something no longer recognizable, a towering demon, crowned in flames, his face twisted with malevolent glee. His eyes, like burning coals, could make even the bravest of warriors crumble in fear. For years, Shindoji ruled from his mountain lair, his demon horde terrorizing the land. Kyoto, once a place of beauty and culture, became a city haunted by the knowledge that the Demon King could strike at any moment. The emperor, desperate to end the bloodshed, called upon his greatest warriors and strategists. None were able to defeat the demon. Their weapons shattered against his skin, their courage turned to dust in the face of his overwhelming power. Then, one day, a glimmer of hope appeared. A man named Minamoto no Yorimitsu, known as Reiko, was chosen to lead a mission to defeat Shindoji. Reiko was no ordinary warrior, his bravery was matched only by his cunning, and he understood that brute force alone could not bring down such a monstrous foe. With him were 4 loyal warriors, the Shiteno, each as skilled as they were loyal. Together, they devised a plan to infiltrate Shindoji's fortress and confront him on his own turf. Disguising themselves as wandering monks, Reiko and his companions made their way to the demon's lair, deep within the craggy peaks of Mount Oi. The air grew thick with menace as they approached, the shadows lengthening as if the mountain itself were alive with evil. But Reiko pressed on, his heart steeled by the suffering of the people, determined to rid the world of this ancient evil. When they reached the demon's castle, Reiko presented himself as a humble traveler, offering sake and gifts to the mighty Shindoji. The Demon King, arrogant in his power, accepted the offering, not knowing that the sake had been laced with a powerful sleeping potion. As Shindoji drank, his monstrous laugh echoed through the halls, shaking the very stones of the mountain. His demon followers roared in approval, oblivious to the fate that was creeping upon their master. Shindoji's strength was formidable, but even demons could fall. As the potion took effect, his massive body grew sluggish, his movements slow and uncoordinated. His once fiery eyes dulled, and he staggered, trying to shake off the haze that clouded his mind. It was then that Reiko and his men struck, their swords flashing in the dim light. They fought with a fury born from the cries of the women who had been taken, from the terror that had gripped Kyoto for far too long. But Shindoji did not fall easily. Even weakened, he was a fearsome opponent, his claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. The battle raged through the halls of the demon's fortress, blood staining the stone floors. The sound of clashing steel mixed with the demon's roars, shaking the very foundation of the mountain. It was a fight not just for survival, but for the soul of the land itself. In the end, it was Reiko's cunning that won the day. As Shindoji's strength began to fail, Reiko delivered the final blow, severing the Demon King's head from his body. But even in death, Shindoji's evil persisted. His severed head, filled with rage and dark magic, launched itself at Reiko, attempting one last act of vengeance. It took all of Reiko's strength to fend off the demon's head, which still tried to bite and kill, its eyes burning with hatred even as its body lay lifeless on the ground. With one final, desperate strike, Reiko subdued the head, and the terror of Shindoji came to an end. The mountain fell silent, the oppressive weight of the demon's presence lifting like a storm that had finally passed. The women who had been held captive were freed, their long nightmare over at last. Kyoto, once paralyzed by fear, could finally breathe again, the dark cloud of terror that had hung over the city dissipating with the death of the Demon King. Reiko and his warriors returned to the emperor as heroes, their names forever etched into the annals of history. But even as the people celebrated, there were whispers that Shindoji's evil had not been entirely vanquished. Some said that his spirit lingered in the mountains, waiting for the day when it would rise again to reclaim its throne of terror. Others believed that the world had seen the last of the Demon King, his defeat marking the end of an era of darkness. But the tale of Shindoji is not easily forgotten. His legacy remains, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk within even the bravest of hearts, and of the monsters that can be born from unchecked ambition and cruelty. And though he has fallen, his story continues to send shivers down the spine of those who dare to speak his name, for the terror of the Demon King is something that will never fully fade from the world. In the skies above Japan, there are two figures who have been feared and revered for centuries: Raijin, the god of thunder, and Fujin, the god of wind. Their presence is felt in the roiling clouds and howling gales, their power displayed in the crashes of thunder and the gusts that sweep through the land, uprooting trees and homes. These gods are not gentle, they are fierce forces of nature, their monstrous traits reflecting the wild, untamable essence of the elements they control. Raijin is a fearsome sight to behold. His muscular body ripples with strength, his skin the color of storm clouds, and his eyes blazing like lightning bolts. His hands, large and rough, clutch a set of enormous drums, each beat of which summons thunder from the heavens. When Raijin is angered, his drumming can shake the earth, his power as overwhelming as the fiercest storm. The crack of thunder is not just a sound, it is the voice of Raijin himself, roaring across the sky. His laughter, they say, is the flash of lightning, sharp and terrifying. Fujin, his brother, is no less awe-inspiring. He controls the winds, and with a flick of his wrist, he can summon a breeze that cools the summer heat or a typhoon that ravages villages in its path. His body, lean and agile, is wrapped in a cloak of swirling wind, constantly moving, as though he himself is made of the very air that he commands. His hair, wild and untamed, flies in every direction, caught in the perpetual motion of the wind. In his hands, Fujin carries a massive bag, from which he releases the winds that shape the world. With a single breath, he can turn a calm day into a hurricane, his power limitless and unpredictable. Together, Raijin and Fujin are the embodiment of nature's most violent moods. When they clash, the world trembles. Raijin's thunder and Fujin's wind dance together in a chaotic symphony, their rivalry manifesting in the storms that tear across the land. Yet, there is a strange harmony in their chaos, a balance that reminds humanity of its smallness in the face of the elements. As terrifying as they are, Raijin and Fujin are not malicious gods. They are forces of nature, acting according to their own laws, indifferent to the suffering they may cause. There are stories of villages caught in the fury of raging storms, the sky blackened by thunderclouds, rain lashing down like a punishment from the heavens. In these moments, the people would huddle together, praying for the storm to pass, knowing that there was nothing they could do but wait. To see Raijin's power up close was to understand that the gods were not to be trifled with. His drumming would echo in their bones, a reminder of the sheer force that lay beyond human control. And when the storm finally ended, and the thunder rolled away, there was always a deep silence that followed, a silence filled with awe and relief. Fujin's wrath was quieter but no less devastating. His winds would come without warning, sweeping through the mountains and plains, lifting roofs off homes, and flattening crops. There was a cruel elegance to his destruction. The air would become thick and oppressive, the pressure building as the storm gathered strength. And then, in an instant, the winds would strike, as sharp and cutting as a blade. People would describe the feeling of being caught in Fujin's breath as being lifted off the ground, weightless and powerless, at the mercy of a force far greater than themselves. Yet, for all their monstrous power, there is a certain beauty to Raijin and Fujin. In the aftermath of their storms, the world is left cleansed and new. The rain brought by Raijin nourishes the earth, allowing crops to grow and rivers to flow. Fujin's winds, though destructive, clear the air, carrying away the old and making space for the new. It is this duality that makes them so fascinating, terrifying yet vital, cruel yet necessary. The people of Japan have long understood this delicate balance, offering prayers and sacrifices to appease the gods, hoping to earn their favor or at least avoid their wrath. Raijin and Fujin are not just gods, they are reminders of the fragility of life. In their presence, humans are small, their lives as fleeting as the wind or the thunder that rolls across the sky. There is a lesson in their power, a reminder that the world is not always kind, that there are forces beyond human understanding that shape the course of life. And yet, there is also a strange comfort in knowing that these gods, for all their monstrous traits, are part of the natural order. They are not evil, they simply are. In some legends, Raijin and Fujin are depicted as protectors, using their power to defend Japan from invaders. During one of the most famous events in Japanese history, the Mongol invasions of the 13th century, it is said that Raijin and Fujin unleashed a mighty storm, the kamikaze, or divine wind, that destroyed the Mongol fleet and saved Japan from conquest. In this story, the gods' power is seen not as a force of destruction but as one of salvation, their ferocity turned against those who would do harm to the nation. This tale has endured through the centuries, a testament to the dual nature of the gods, both destroyers and protectors. Even in modern Japan, the presence of Raijin and Fujin can be felt. Their images appear in temples and artwork, their likenesses depicted with fierce expressions and powerful stances. People still speak of them with reverence, their names invoked in times of storm and wind. And when thunder cracks across the sky, or the wind howls through the streets, there is a part of every person that still wonders if the gods are near, if Raijin is beating his drums, or if Fujin is opening his bag to let the winds run wild. Their legacy is one of power and respect, a reminder that the forces of nature are not to be taken lightly. Raijin and Fujin will always be there, in the storms and the winds, watching from the sky, their presence felt in every gust of wind and every rumble of thunder. They are the gods of the elements, wild and free, their monstrous traits both terrifying and magnificent. And in their power, there is a lesson for all who hear the thunder or feel the wind. The gods are never far away. In the darkest depths of the Buddhist underworld, there are beings that strike fear into the hearts of all who know their name, Oni, the dreaded demons of hell. These creatures are not mere symbols, they are the enforcers of unimaginable suffering, the torturers of souls condemned to endure endless torment for their earthly sins. Their presence looms over the infernal landscape, their eyes glowing with malice, their hands ready to carry out their grim duties with neither hesitation nor mercy. Oni are terrifying in appearance. Massive, hulking figures with sharp claws and twisted horns, their skin is often depicted in shades of crimson or dark blue, like the colors of blood and night. Their mouths are filled with jagged teeth, ready to tear into flesh, while their eyes burn with an intensity that can freeze even the bravest of souls in their tracks. They carry iron clubs, each strike of which can shatter bones and crush hope. To behold an Oni is to confront the very essence of punishment and cruelty. But their role is not just to frighten. The Oni are the jailers of Buddhist hell, responsible for inflicting the eternal punishments that await those who have committed the gravest sins. Souls are dragged into the depths of hell by these fearsome creatures, their cries for mercy falling on deaf ears. There is no escape from the Oni's grasp, no possibility of redemption once they have seized you. They are the embodiment of karma's ruthless hand, ensuring that every wrong deed is paid for in full. In the Buddhist concept of Naraka, or hell, there are multiple levels, each designed to punish a specific type of sin. And in each of these levels, the Oni are ever present, carrying out the horrific tortures that correspond to the sins of the condemned. For liars, thieves, murderers, and those who have lived lives of cruelty or greed, the Oni's tortures are crafted with cruel precision. Their punishments are as varied as they are grotesque, but one thing remains constant: suffering is inescapable. In one of the lower levels of hell, where sinners who have committed violence or taken life are sent, the Oni's punishments are particularly brutal. They take their clubs and beat the condemned until their bones break and their bodies are left shattered on the ground. But in this twisted realm, death offers no release. Each time a soul is destroyed, it is made whole again, only to endure the same agony once more. The screams of the damned echo through the air, but the Oni remain indifferent, their only purpose to deliver the suffering that has been decreed. For the greedy and deceitful, the Oni have devised tortures of a different kind. In one hell, the condemned are forced to swallow molten metal, their throats burning as they scream in agony. The Oni stand watch, their expressions void of any compassion, as the sinners convulse and writhe in pain. In another hell, the greedy are forced to walk on burning coals, each step a reminder of the selfishness that led them to this fate. And still, the Oni drive them forward, relentless in their duty to mete out punishment. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Oni is their lack of emotion. They do not punish out of anger or spite, they simply carry out the will of karma, like unfeeling executioners. Their faces, grotesque and monstrous, are masks of cold detachment. They do not revel in the suffering they cause, nor do they pity their victims. In the Buddhist underworld, they are the instruments of cosmic justice, ensuring that balance is restored by forcing the souls of the sinful to confront the consequences of their actions. Yet for all their fearsome power, the Oni themselves are not invincible. There are tales of wise monks and enlightened beings who have journeyed into the depths of hell to rescue souls trapped in the grasp of the Oni. In these stories, the power of compassion and wisdom can overcome even the most terrifying of demons. But such interventions are rare, and for most who descend into the underworld, there is little hope of salvation. The Oni stand as gatekeepers, ensuring that once a soul is claimed by hell, it is not easily released. The image of the Oni as torturers is not just a tale meant to frighten, it is a warning. In Buddhist teachings, the torments of hell serve as a reminder of the importance of leading a righteous life. The Oni, with their monstrous forms and unyielding cruelty, represent the inevitable consequences of living a life dominated by sin and selfishness. To fall into their hands is to face the darkest aspects of karma, to be stripped of all illusions and forced to endure the pain that one's actions have caused. But even in their terrifying presence, there is a lesson to be learned. The Oni, as horrific as they may be, are not evil for the sake of evil. They serve a purpose in the grand order of the universe. Their role is to maintain balance, to ensure that justice is served, even if that justice is harsh and unforgiving. In the Buddhist view, suffering is not without reason, it is a means of purification, a way for souls to eventually atone for their wrongdoings, no matter how excruciating the process may be. Still, the fear of encountering an Oni is enough to drive people to live with more mindfulness, to avoid the path that leads to the underworld. The mere thought of their looming presence, waiting in the shadows of Naraka, can send shivers down the spine. Their iron clubs, their hulking figures, and their remorseless eyes are the stuff of nightmares, but nightmares with a moral: live justly, or face the consequences. In the flickering light of Buddhist hell, the Oni stand as silent enforcers, their monstrous forms casting long shadows over the suffering souls. They do not speak, for they have no need to. Their presence alone is enough to convey the weight of their task. And as the torments continue, as the souls cry out in vain, the Oni remain steadfast, their role in the cosmic cycle of life and death forever etched in the fabric of the underworld. They are the guardians of suffering, the ones who ensure that no sin goes unpunished. And in the depths of Buddhist hell, their work is never done. In the heart of ancient Japan, whispers of intrigue and danger circulated through the imperial court. At the center of these whispers was a woman of extraordinary beauty, a courtesan named Tamamonome. Her presence commanded attention, her face as radiant as the moon, and her voice so enchanting that it seemed to weave a spell over all who heard it. She was adored by nobles and emperors alike, her influence unmatched, her charm irresistible. But beneath the surface of this breathtaking beauty, a dark secret was waiting to be revealed, one that would send shockwaves through the court and echo through the ages. Tamamonome wasn't human. Beneath the flawless skin and mesmerizing grace lay the spirit of a Kitsune, a powerful, shape-shifting fox demon. Kitsune were known for their intelligence, their ability to change form, and their talent for deception. But Tamamonome was no ordinary Kitsune. She had lived for centuries, gathering wisdom, magic, and an insatiable hunger for power. Her disguise as a human woman was perfect, flawless in every detail, so much so that even the keenest minds in the court were none the wiser to her true nature. For a time, Tamamonome's influence over the imperial court grew unchecked. Her beauty was a weapon, disarming all who came into her orbit. She whispered in the ears of the most powerful men in the land, guiding their decisions, shaping their desires. Her charm was like a poison, spreading through the court, blinding those in power to her true intentions. Yet no one could resist her. She was like a dream come to life, a woman whose beauty and wit seemed almost supernatural. But not all dreams last. Soon, strange and ominous things began to happen. The emperor, who had once been strong and full of vitality, began to fall gravely ill. His health deteriorated rapidly, with no cure in sight. The finest physicians from across the land were summoned to his bedside, but none could explain his mysterious sickness. His body weakened, his mind clouded. It was as though a dark force had taken hold of him, draining the life from him bit by bit. As the emperor's illness deepened, so too did the whispers around Tamamo-no-Me. Some began to wonder if her presence was more than just coincidental. How could someone so beautiful, so perfect, bring with her so much darkness? Yet, her mask of innocence never slipped. She continued to attend to the emperor, her soft voice full of concern, her delicate hands tending to his needs. But beneath her gentle exterior, the Kitsune was growing bold, her true power seeping through the cracks of her disguise. Desperate to save their ruler, the court's advisors sought the help of a powerful Onmyoji, a master of the mystical arts. This Onmyoji, wise and perceptive, could sense something was terribly wrong. He observed Tamamo-no-Me closely, feeling the strange aura that surrounded her, something otherworldly and cold. Using his abilities, he delved deeper, until the truth could no longer hide. Tamamo-no-Me was exposed. The woman who had bewitched the court, who had brought the emperor to the brink of death, was revealed to be a Kitsune, a fox demon that had taken human form to infiltrate the highest circles of power. The court was thrown into chaos. Betrayal, fear, and rage filled the hearts of those who had once been enchanted by her beauty. How could they have been so blind? How could they have let such a dangerous being so close to their beloved emperor? But Tamamo-no-Me did not wait for her inevitable capture. Realizing her time was running out, she fled, her true form now revealed. In the blink of an eye, the graceful courtesan transformed into a giant, golden-furred fox with 9 long, flowing tails, each tail a symbol of her immense power. The courtiers who had once adored her were now frozen in terror, watching as the demon fled into the wilderness. The emperor's guards, along with a group of skilled warriors and the Onmyoji, gave chase. Tamamo-no-Me was a formidable opponent, using her magical abilities to evade capture. She summoned illusions, storms, and dense fog to cover her tracks, disappearing into the shadowy forests and mountains. But her pursuers were relentless. They tracked her for days, knowing that leaving her free would only bring more destruction to the land. Eventually, Tamamo-no-Me was cornered. Weakened from days of running and using her powers to fend off the hunters, the once mighty Kitsune could no longer keep up the fight. In her final moments, surrounded and with no way out, she transformed back into her fox form, her 9 tails shimmering in the fading light of day. It was there, on a remote plain, that the Onmyoji cast the final spell that would bring her down. Her life, after centuries of cunning, deceit, and unimaginable power, came to a tragic and sudden end. But Tamamo-no-Me's story did not end with her death. Even after her fall, her legend continued to haunt the land. The site of her demise became a place of dark energy, and it was said that her spirit lingered there, cursed to roam as a vengeful ghost. Some believed that she could never truly die, that her spirit would always find a way to return, seeking revenge for the life she had lost. In the years that followed, her tale became one of the most famous stories of Kitsune trickery in Japanese folklore. It served as a warning about the dangers of deception, of trusting appearances, and of the hidden forces that can influence even the mightiest of empires. Tamamo-no-Me, the fox demon in human form, remained an unforgettable symbol of beauty, power, and betrayal. To this day, her name evokes both fascination and fear. The memory of her golden fox form, her 9 tails swaying like a sinister dance, continues to captivate the imaginations of those who hear her story. But beneath the allure of her legend lies a sobering truth, that not everything beautiful is good, and sometimes the greatest dangers come wrapped in the most enchanting forms. In the flickering light of Edo period Japan, monsters walked not just through whispered stories, but across woodblock prints and the vibrant stage of kabuki theater. These were not the kind of monsters hidden in shadows, but vivid beings that found life through the hands of artists and actors, each one crafted with care to evoke awe, fear, and fascination. Ukiyo-e, the famous woodblock prints, captured these creatures in moments of frozen intensity, while kabuki performers brought their fearsome spirits to life, their movements a haunting echo of the stories that had been passed down for centuries. Imagine a bustling street in old Edo, people hurrying to their destinations as the wind carried the hum of daily life. But beyond the chatter and the market stalls, someone pauses before a wooden stall, eyes drawn to a freshly inked ukiyo-e print. There, in bold colors and intricate lines, is a monster, its grotesque form captured with such precision that it feels like it could leap off the paper at any moment. The viewer is transfixed. The wide eyes, twisted mouth, and strange limbs hold their gaze, a mix of horror and fascination bubbling up inside them. This was the magic of ukiyo-e, where even the most terrifying beings from myth and legend became something you couldn't look away from. These woodblock prints often depicted more than just a monster, they told a story. With just a glance, you could see the lurking yokai creeping behind an unsuspecting villager or the intense battle between a brave samurai and a supernatural beast. The tension in the lines, the careful use of color, made it clear that these were no ordinary creatures. Each one had been summoned from the depths of folklore, brought into the light by the deft hands of the artist. The viewer could almost feel the presence of these beings, as though the paper itself had absorbed some of their dark energy. Ukiyo-e artists like Katsushika Hokusai and Utagawa Kuniyoshi became masters of this craft, their works filled with depictions of oni, tengu, and other creatures that haunted Japan's collective imagination. In Hokusai's work, the faces of the monsters were not just monstrous, they were expressions of the fears and anxieties of the time. The grotesque forms, distorted bodies, and eerie eyes reflected the things people feared the most, whether they were personal or societal. These prints weren't just entertainment, they were a window into the soul of a culture trying to make sense of a world that often seemed as unpredictable and dangerous as the creatures in their stories. And then there was kabuki. If ukiyo-e captured monsters in stillness, kabuki unleashed them in motion. In the dimly lit theaters, the air would hang heavy with anticipation as the stage came alive with the dramatic presence of spirits and demons. The actors, with their elaborate costumes and painted faces, became the very embodiment of these creatures. With every exaggerated movement and piercing cry, they brought forth a living nightmare, one that the audience could not escape. The flick of a demon's claw, the glide of a ghost's tattered robes, the sharp twist of a monster's mouth, all these details were amplified, sending chills down the spine of anyone watching. Kabuki performances were not just about entertainment, they were an experience. The moment a monstrous figure appeared on stage, there was a shift in the atmosphere. The audience was no longer just sitting in their seats, they were pulled into the world of the story, the boundary between reality and fiction blurring as the monsters took shape before their eyes. The actors, trained to use every muscle and breath to create these beings, made sure that no one left the theater without feeling the weight of the monster's presence. One such performance that stirred the hearts of Edo's citizens was the tale of Shitandoji, the fearsome demon lord. As the actor portraying Shitandoji took the stage, he didn't merely play the role, he became the demon. The heavy, terrifying mask, the towering costume that transformed his silhouette into something no longer human, and the booming voice that echoed through the theater, all these elements combined to create a figure that felt larger than life. As the story unfolded, the audience found themselves holding their breath, gripped by the intensity of the demon's rage and the courage of those who faced him. Kabuki made the monsters real, if only for a few hours. In another performance, the audience might watch in rapt attention as a Tengu, the winged mountain goblin, took to the stage. The actors' movements, sharp and bird-like, would draw gasps as the creature seemed to defy gravity, leaping and spinning with inhuman agility. The tension in the room would grow as the Tengu faced off against a human challenger, the audience knowing full well that a Tengu's wrath was not easily overcome. And yet, despite the fear they invoked, there was also something deeply captivating about these monsters. They represented the wild, untamable side of nature, the part that no human could ever truly control. Both ukiyo-e and kabuki shared a common goal: to make the audience feel. Whether through the intricate lines of a woodblock print or the booming voice of a kabuki actor, the monsters they portrayed weren't just things to fear, they were things to remember. They were expressions of the unknown, of the things that lurked just beyond the edges of understanding. And even as the audience recoiled in fear, they were also drawn in, captivated by the beauty and artistry that made these monsters feel so real. As night fell in Edo, the stories of these monsters would continue to be whispered. Children would huddle close to their parents, terrified yet curious about the beings they had seen in prints or on stage. Adults, too, would carry the memory of those monsters with them, their minds lingering on the way the Oni's eyes seemed to follow them, or the way the Tengu's laughter still echoed in their ears. The monsters of Edo period art and theater were more than just characters in a story, they were part of the fabric of life, a reminder that, sometimes, the things that scare us the most are the things we cannot escape. And long after the theater lights dimmed and the woodblock prints were stored away, those monsters remained. Not just in the art or the performances, but in the hearts of those who had witnessed them. In the soft glow of a television screen, a child sits wide-eyed, captivated by a world that feels both distant and familiar. A world where spirits, monsters, and mysterious creatures roam freely, where the boundaries between the human and supernatural blur, and every shadow seems alive. From the ethereal landscapes of Spirited Away to the playful, haunting figures of Guguga no Kitaro, monsters from Japanese folklore have found a place in the hearts of millions, transcending time and media to stir something deep within us all. These are not just tales of fantasy. They carry with them the weight of centuries-old stories, whispered through generations, now brought to life in dazzling animation and compelling manga. It's easy to be swept away by the breathtaking beauty of Studio Ghibli's films, but beneath the enchanting visuals of Spirited Away, there's a heartbeat that thrums with ancient energy. The bathhouse full of spirits, the soot sprites, the towering figure of No-Face, all of them seem plucked from the rich tapestry of yokai lore. Each creature, no matter how fleeting its appearance, carries a weight, a presence that lingers long after the credits roll. For the young protagonist, Chihiro, her journey through this strange, mystical realm is a metaphor for growing up, but for the audience, it's a reminder of the unseen forces that have always been part of Japanese culture. In Spirited Away, the monsters are not just adversaries, they are complex beings, full of personality and history. Take No-Face, for instance. With his pale mask and silent, looming figure, he starts as a passive, almost pitiable presence. But soon, his insatiable hunger and transformation into something monstrous reveal a darker side. Yet, despite his terrifying behavior, there's an underlying sadness, a loneliness that makes him more than just a villain. This is what makes the monsters in modern Japanese media so compelling. They are not one-dimensional. They reflect human emotions, fears, and desires, wrapped in the mystique of the supernatural. But Spirited Away is just one example. For decades, manga and anime have drawn upon the wealth of yokai and monster lore, weaving them into modern stories that feel timeless. Guguga no Kitaro, for instance, has been an enduring staple in Japanese pop culture. Created by Shigeru Mizuki, the series introduced generations to the world of yokai in a way that was both accessible and deeply respectful of the source material. Kitaro, the one-eyed yokai boy, serves as a bridge between the human and monster worlds, often mediating conflicts and revealing that these creatures, while strange and sometimes frightening, are not inherently evil. Through Guguga no Kitaro, children and adults alike come to understand that yokai are not mere figments of the imagination, they represent the fears, uncertainties, and mysteries of life itself. They are reflections of nature's uncontrollable forces, of death and the afterlife, of the things that lurk in the corners of our vision but never fully reveal themselves. The humor and lightheartedness of Kitaro's adventures never take away from the gravity of these themes. Instead, they offer a way to approach the unknown with curiosity rather than fear, with understanding rather than hostility. It's this balance between fear and empathy that makes the portrayal of monsters in modern Japanese media so impactful. Even in more action-packed series like Naruto, yokai-inspired creatures play a significant role. The Nine-Tailed Fox, Kurama, is not just a force of destruction, but a being with its own thoughts, its own pain. Naruto's journey to not only control but understand and form a bond with Kurama mirrors the way yokai have traditionally been viewed in Japanese folklore, not as mere enemies to be defeated, but as beings to be respected, perhaps even befriended. And then there's Natsume's Book of Friends, a quiet, reflective anime that centers around a boy who can see yokai. Throughout the series, Natsume learns about the yokai he encounters, discovering their stories, their sadness, and their desires. Each encounter is a poignant reminder of the connection between humans and the supernatural. The yokai in this series are not malevolent spirits, they are beings trying to find peace, to be remembered, to hold on to a world that is slowly forgetting them. There is something profoundly touching in the way Natsume listens to their stories, helping them find closure in a world that has moved on. In every frame of these stories, and every stroke of the artist's pen, there's a recognition that monsters, whether they appear in the form of a giant bathhouse spirit or a mischievous weasel-like yokai, are more than just creatures of folklore. They are the embodiment of emotions, of natural forces, of cultural fears and hopes. The fact that they have found such a strong presence in modern media speaks to their timelessness. They are ever-changing, adapting to the stories that need to be told, but always rooted in something ancient, something profound. Perhaps that's why these stories resonate so deeply, not just in Japan but around the world. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, these monsters remind us that fear can be understood, that the unknown can be approached with compassion. They show us that even the most frightening creatures can have a story worth listening to. For every child who watches Spirited Away or reads Gugugu no Kitaro, there's a sense of wonder, a thrill of encountering something strange and otherworldly. But there's also a lesson that monsters, like people, are not always what they seem. And perhaps, in understanding them, we can better understand ourselves. In the quiet corners of Japan, where shadows stretch under the flickering light of lanterns, ancient tales of yokai whisper through the air, echoing the fears and hopes of generations. These creatures, once rooted in the soil of traditional beliefs, have transformed over time, adapting to the rhythms of modern life. As people change, so too do the stories they tell, evolving in ways that reflect society's deepest anxieties and aspirations. Long ago, yokai were born from the natural world, shaped by the landscape and the mysteries it held. The rustle of leaves, the howl of the wind, and the eerie glow of the moon gave birth to stories of spirits and monsters. Each yokai carried with it a lesson, a moral wrapped in a haunting tale. The Tengu, with its fierce appearance, served as a warning against arrogance, while the Yukiana, the snow woman, was both beautiful and deadly, reminding people of nature's harshness and the fragility of life. In a world without the safety nets of technology, these stories helped people make sense of the unpredictable forces that governed their lives. As Japan modernized, the relationship with these creatures began to shift. The once feared spirits became subjects of fascination. Yokai appeared in folklore collections and art, their monstrous features depicted in vibrant colors, often with a whimsical twist. They became part of the cultural identity, celebrated in festivals and parades, reflecting both reverence and nostalgia. Yet, beneath the surface, something essential was changing. The rapid pace of urbanization and technological advancements began to overshadow the quiet, rural landscapes that had birthed these tales. In the bustling cities, the fear of the unknown transformed. No longer were the yokai simply manifestations of nature's wrath. They began to symbolize the anxieties of modern life, the pressures of society, the isolation that comes with urban living, and the existential dread of a fast-changing world. In this new environment, the creatures evolved into beings that often mirrored the struggles of everyday people. They became not just frightening figures, but relatable characters facing their own challenges. Take the legendary Kappa, a water imp traditionally known for dragging people underwater. In modern stories, Kappa have transformed into protectors of the environment, embodying the struggles against pollution and the loss of natural spaces. Rather than being seen as solely malevolent, they now serve as a reminder of the need to respect and care for the earth. This change in perspective speaks volumes about society's growing awareness of environmental issues, turning ancient fears into modern advocacy. Moreover, the introduction of anime and manga brought yokai into the spotlight like never before. Characters inspired by these creatures became heroes, anti-heroes, and everything in between. In series like Natsume's Book of Friends, yokai are depicted as complex beings with rich histories and emotional depth. They no longer lurk in the shadows but engage in heartfelt relationships with humans. Natsume, the protagonist, learns to appreciate their stories, leading to profound moments of understanding and empathy. Through his eyes, we see that these monsters are not simply entities to be feared but are reflective of our own humanity, sharing the same pains and joys. As the world becomes more interconnected, these evolving tales of yokai reach audiences far beyond Japan. The internet allows stories to be shared and adapted, blending traditional folklore with contemporary issues and global narratives. Western audiences, in particular, are captivated by these creatures, drawn to their unique characteristics and the rich tapestry of culture they represent. Films like Spirited Away showcase the beauty of these stories, inviting viewers to experience the emotional weight carried by each character, whether they are benevolent or malevolent. Yet, as the stories of yokai are embraced worldwide, it's essential to remember their roots. Traditional beliefs still hold immense significance for many. Festivals celebrating yokai are held with pride, and regional variations of these creatures highlight the diversity within Japan. The importance of honoring these roots is a reminder that, while stories evolve, they should never forget the wisdom of those who came before. The evolution of yokai reflects more than just changing times, it mirrors the human experience itself. The fears, joys, and sorrows of people are woven into these tales, making them timeless. In a world that can often feel isolating and overwhelming, these stories provide a sense of connection, grounding us in something larger than ourselves. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles, that even the most monstrous beings can teach us about love, loss, and redemption. As the lanterns flicker in the night, casting playful shadows on the walls, the legacy of yokai continues to thrive. Each tale told, whether in the hushed whispers of elders or the vibrant colors of modern media, adds another layer to this ever-evolving tapestry. The monsters we once feared are now friends, companions, and teachers, guiding us through the complexities of life. The journey of yokai is a reflection of our own journeys, a reminder that we, too, are constantly evolving, shaped by the stories we carry and the connections we make along the way. As the sun sets behind the ancient temples of Kyoto, a soft breeze carries whispers of legends through the streets. Lanterns flicker to life, illuminating the path for those who gather to celebrate creatures that once haunted their ancestors' dreams. This is a time of joy, fear, and wonder, where the stories of yokai come alive in vibrant colors, and the past dances hand in hand with the present. Festivals like the Yokai Parade breathe life into these ancient myths, reminding us of their power and significance. The air buzzes with excitement as people don costumes inspired by legendary monsters, transforming into colorful representations of their favorite yokai. From the playful tanuki with its mischievous grin to the elegant Yukiana, the snow woman wrapped in flowing white robes, the streets are filled with a kaleidoscope of history and imagination. Each participant wears their character with pride, embodying the spirit of these beings that once roamed the forests and rivers of Japan. Families, friends, and curious onlookers gather, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Laughter mingles with gasps of awe as the parade winds its way through the streets, creating a sense of community that transcends generations. Children point excitedly, their eyes wide with wonder as they catch sight of their favorite yokai come to life. The atmosphere is electric, filled with the magic of shared stories and the joy of reconnecting with the past. But beneath the surface of this celebration lies a deeper purpose. These festivals serve as a bridge between old beliefs and modern life, keeping the legends of yokai alive in a world that often feels disconnected from its roots. In an age dominated by technology and fast-paced living, the Yokai Parade offers a moment to pause and reflect on the importance of tradition. It invites people to consider the lessons these creatures carry, lessons about nature, humanity, and the delicate balance between the two. As the parade continues, the sound of drums echoes through the streets, accompanied by traditional music that stirs the soul. The rhythm is infectious, inviting everyone to join in, to dance and celebrate the unity found in shared stories. Each beat of the drum reminds participants that they are part of something larger, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives lived and stories told. The energy of the crowd swells, and for a brief moment, it feels as if the spirits of the yokai themselves join in the festivities. During the parade, storytellers share tales of the yokai represented in the procession, recounting their origins and the lessons they imparted to those who encountered them. The stories resonate with the crowd, evoking emotions that ripple through the audience. There's laughter when the playful Rokuro-kubi stretches its neck, and gasps when the fearsome Oni brandishes its club. Yet, amid the entertainment, there's a palpable sense of reverence, a reminder that these creatures, however whimsical or frightening, hold pieces of the past that are worth remembering. The yokai parade is more than just a celebration, it's a ritual that honors the spirits of the past while forging connections for the future. As people share food, stories, and laughter, they create bonds that mirror the relationships yokai once had with humans. The interactions remind everyone that while these creatures may be fictional, the feelings they inspire are very real: fear, wonder, joy, and a sense of belonging. For many, the festival serves as a moment of healing. In a world where uncertainty looms, where life can sometimes feel overwhelming, the stories of yokai remind participants that they are not alone in their struggles. The Yukiana, though often seen as a harbinger of death, also embodies the beauty of life's fragility. The Tengu, while fierce, teaches the importance of humility. Each story offers comfort, a whisper of hope that resonates in the hearts of those who listen. As night deepens, the parade culminates in a spectacular display of fireworks, painting the sky with bursts of color. The sounds of celebration fill the air, mingling with gasps of awe and joy. It's a moment of pure magic, where the past, present, and future converge in a shared experience of wonder. People stand together, hand in hand, their faces lit by the brilliance above, reflecting the warmth of the community around them. The festival is a reminder of the power of storytelling, a power that can transcend time and space, connecting individuals through shared experiences and emotions. In the heart of Kyoto, amidst the laughter and excitement, there lies a profound understanding. The stories of yokai are not just tales of monsters, they are echoes of the human experience, rich with lessons that guide and inspire. As the last of the fireworks fade into the night, participants leave the parade with hearts full of stories and a renewed appreciation for the past. They carry with them the spirit of the yokai, a reminder that in the face of uncertainty, the tales of old can offer solace, guidance, and a sense of belonging. The yokai parade is not just an event, it is a celebration of life itself, a beautiful acknowledgement of the intertwining of history and modernity, a moment where monsters and humans dance together under the same starlit sky. The sound of laughter mingles with whispers of the past as children gather in parks, their faces painted with colorful designs of mythical creatures. They don costumes that reflect the vibrant stories of Japanese monsters, and in doing so, they breathe life into centuries-old tales. This celebration of yokai is not just a mere tradition, it represents a connection to a rich tapestry of culture, spirituality, and national identity that continues to shape Japan today. Everywhere you look, you can see the influence of these mythical beings. From the streets of bustling Tokyo to the serene landscapes of rural Japan, yokai serve as a bridge between history and modern life. They are present in art, literature, and even advertisements, reminding people of their roots while fitting seamlessly into contemporary culture. As if woven into the very fabric of society, these creatures evoke a sense of nostalgia and wonder, connecting generations through shared stories. In homes across the country, parents tell their children about the mischievous Kitsune who can take on human form, teaching them lessons about trust and deception. As these children grow, they carry with them not just the stories, but also the values and morals that are embedded in each tale. This oral tradition strengthens familial bonds, creating a sense of unity that transcends time. The past is not forgotten, it becomes a living part of their identities. In the realm of spirituality, yokai occupy a unique space. Many people visit shrines and temples dedicated to these creatures, seeking blessings and protection. The Shinto belief system, with its kami and spirits, intertwines seamlessly with the mythology of yokai, forming a spiritual landscape rich in meaning. During festivals, communities gather to honor these spirits, expressing gratitude and hope. This connection to the divine, embodied by these beings, provides comfort in times of uncertainty, a reminder that one is never truly alone. In the heart of urban Japan, cafes and shops themed around yokai attract visitors eager to experience the blend of tradition and modernity. The merchandise, plush toys, art prints, and even themed desserts captures the whimsy and charm of these creatures, making them accessible to all. These modern interpretations serve as a reminder that while the world evolves, the essence of these ancient tales remains unchanged. The yokai may adapt to new settings, but their spirit resonates deeply within the hearts of those who encounter them. Television shows and anime series featuring yokai have captured the imaginations of millions. Characters like the lovable Shonen Jump hero, who battles supernatural beings, inspire a new generation to embrace these legends. The stories are often infused with humor and warmth, transforming fearsome creatures into endearing figures. This shift not only entertains, but also fosters a sense of pride in Japanese culture, encouraging viewers to celebrate their heritage. The monsters become symbols of resilience, creativity, and the beauty of embracing one's history. Yokai also serve as powerful symbols of national identity. As Japan navigates the complexities of modern life, these creatures remind people of their cultural heritage. In a rapidly globalizing world, where traditions can often feel threatened, yokai stand as guardians of the past, urging society to honor its roots. They encourage a deep appreciation for nature, spirituality, and the connection between the two. The stories of these monsters echo the struggles and triumphs of the Japanese people, becoming metaphors for resilience in the face of adversity. At the heart of this ongoing influence lies a sense of community. Festivals centered around yokai bring people together, fostering connections that span generations. Families gather to share stories, participate in activities, and celebrate their shared heritage. The laughter of children echoes in the air, and the warmth of friendship creates an atmosphere of joy and belonging. In these moments, individuals feel a part of something larger than themselves, a living tapestry of culture and identity that transcends time. Even in the arts, yokai inspire creativity and innovation. Artists incorporate these mythical beings into their work, reinterpreting them through modern lenses. Paintings, sculptures, and digital art breathe new life into traditional tales, creating a dialogue between the old and the new. This artistic expression captures the essence of the yokai while allowing them to evolve, reminding everyone that stories can adapt without losing their core meaning. As technology advances, so does the way yokai are experienced. Virtual reality exhibits and video games immerse people in the world of these creatures, allowing them to explore ancient legends in interactive ways. The stories come to life in vibrant detail, inviting participants to step into a realm where the past and present converge. This fusion of tradition and innovation captivates audiences and ensures that the influence of yokai will continue to thrive in the future. The enduring presence of these creatures serves as a reminder that every story has the power to shape lives and identities. They teach valuable lessons about courage, kindness, and respect for nature. In a world filled with chaos and uncertainty, yokai offer comfort, laughter, and a reminder of the beauty found in connection and community. As night falls and lanterns light up the streets, the stories of yokai continue to be shared, whispered, and celebrated. They are more than just myths, they are a living part of Japanese culture, shaping its spirituality and national identity. Each tale carries with it the hopes, dreams, and struggles of those who came before, creating a legacy that inspires and resonates with each new generation. The influence of these monsters will forever be woven into the heart of Japan, a testament to the power of stories to connect us all. Under the shimmering moonlight, the stories of ancient monsters fill the air, not just in Japan, but across the globe. Every culture has its own share of mythical creatures, each unique yet echoing familiar themes. These tales carry whispers of fear and wonder, showing how deeply we connect with the unknown. As night falls, the flickering shadows of these creatures remind us that monsters exist not just to terrify, but to teach. Japanese yokai hold a special place in folklore, embodying a mix of playfulness and menace. Take the mischievous Kitsune, the fox spirit that can shapeshift into a beautiful woman. In many stories, the Kitsune brings good fortune or mischief, reflecting duality in nature. This duality is not unique to Japan, it resonates in other cultures too. In European folklore, there are tales of fairies, sometimes benevolent, sometimes malicious, who can both bless and curse humans. The connection between the Kitsune and the European fairy illustrates a universal theme, the complexity of good and evil. Just as the Kitsune can bring love or chaos, fairies embody both light and darkness, dancing along the thin line between blessing and curse. Both figures remind us that life is not merely black and white. They teach us about the shades of gray, the unpredictable nature of existence, and the importance of understanding intentions behind actions. Similarly, the Japanese Tengu, with its human and bird-like traits, offers a glimpse into the notion of guardianship and vengeance. Tengu are often seen as protectors of the mountains and forests, yet they can also be fearsome, punishing those who disrespect nature. This theme of nature's guardianship appears in Native American legends as well. For instance, the thunderbird commands respect and acts as a protector of the people, unleashing storms to ward off those who threaten the earth. The parallels between the Tengu and the thunderbird show how cultures around the world interpret nature's power and the responsibility that comes with it. Consider the Japanese Yurei, spirits of the restless dead, wandering the earth due to unfulfilled desires or tragic ends. This figure bears striking resemblance to the Western ghost, often depicted as a mournful entity tied to unresolved issues. In both cultures, these spirits symbolize the human struggle with loss and the need for closure. They remind us that our actions have consequences and unresolved emotions can linger, echoing through time. The Yurei's white funeral garb mirrors the ethereal appearances of ghosts and other traditions, reinforcing our collective understanding of grief and remembrance. In another vein, the Japanese kappa, a water imp known for its trickery, offers lessons on caution and respect for nature. The kappa is both playful and dangerous, urging people to be mindful of the water's power. This duality is similar to the merfolk found in many cultures, like the sirens of Greek mythology. Sirens entice sailors with their beautiful songs, often leading them to their doom. Both the kappa and the siren serve as warnings, teaching respect for nature and the dangers of temptation. They remind us of the fine balance between allure and danger, illustrating how easily one can be led astray. Then there are the giant monsters of Japanese folklore, like the fearsome kaiju, which evoke both awe and terror. These colossal beings often represent nature's wrath, mirroring the emotions felt in tales of giants from various cultures. From the Jotnar of Norse mythology to Goliath from biblical stories, giants evoke fear but also reflect humanity's desire to confront and understand the unknown. These creatures remind us of our vulnerability in the face of nature's power, urging us to respect and protect our environment. Even the concept of the Oni, fearsome demons that embody human flaws and fears, can be compared to monsters found in other mythologies. In Western folklore, dragons often represent greed, destruction, or pride. They guard treasures, challenging heroes to confront their fears and overcome their weaknesses. Similarly, Oni symbolize anger, lust, and chaos, acting as mirrors to our darkest sides. Both monsters demand respect, forcing characters and, by extension, audiences, to confront their inner demons. They become symbols of the struggles we face within ourselves, highlighting the importance of self-awareness and redemption. Through these comparisons, a beautiful thread emerges: monsters from different cultures reflect humanity's shared experiences. They reveal our deepest fears and desires, teaching valuable lessons about morality, nature, and existence. Each story, while unique, carries universal truths that resonate across borders and generations. As night wraps the world in its quiet embrace, the tales of these creatures continue to echo, linking us to our ancestors. The monsters remind us that fear can lead to growth, and that understanding is often born from facing the unknown. They bridge the gap between cultures, highlighting our shared humanity, while also celebrating the diversity of our beliefs. In the end, these monsters are not merely figures of horror. They are vessels of wisdom, each holding a mirror to our souls. Their stories span continents and cultures, illuminating the common threads that bind us together. Just as the stories of yokai persist in Japanese culture, so too do the legends of monsters from every corner of the world, forever enriching our shared narrative. In the dim light of a cozy room, a child listens intently as their grandparent weaves tales of monsters from long ago. These stories, filled with ghosts, demons, and whimsical creatures, captivate the young mind, filling it with wonder and curiosity. Such tales have a special power, transcending time and space, allowing generations to connect through shared fears and dreams. The monsters of mythology are not just ancient relics, they are vibrant symbols of culture, wisdom, and the human experience. Japanese monsters, or yokai, hold a particularly cherished place in the hearts of many. These creatures evoke a range of emotions, from fear to fascination, love to respect. They embody the mysteries of life, reflecting human struggles and the complexities of our emotions. In a world filled with technology and rapid change, these age-old stories provide a comforting anchor. They remind us of our roots, of a time when nature and humanity were intertwined, and where the spiritual world danced alongside the physical. The relevance of these monsters lies not just in their frightening appearances or the tales of horror they tell, but in the profound lessons they impart. The Kitsune teaches us about the duality of existence, how beauty can hide danger, and how kindness can come from unexpected places. The Yurei reminds us of the importance of remembering those who have come before us, urging us to honor our loved ones and reflect on our own lives. Each yokai carries a story, a moral that resonates deeply within us, helping us navigate the complexities of our own experiences. As life grows busier and the world becomes more chaotic, people often yearn for connection and meaning. Mythology serves as a bridge to the past, a way to understand our present. The enduring tales of these monsters invite individuals to ponder the larger questions of life. What does it mean to be human? How do we confront our fears? What happens when we die? These stories are timeless, addressing the fears and joys that exist within every heart. In modern Japan, the influence of yokai can be seen everywhere, from movies and anime to video games and merchandise. Characters inspired by these creatures capture the imagination of young and old alike. In works like Spirited Away, the transformation of traditional monsters into relatable characters speaks to their adaptability. They evolve with society, reflecting contemporary fears and hopes while remaining rooted in age-old wisdom. This ability to resonate with current generations ensures that these myths are not merely relics of the past, but living, breathing entities that continue to shape culture. Moreover, these monsters foster a sense of community. Festivals celebrating yokai bring people together, allowing them to share their love for these creatures. The Yokai Parade in Kyoto, for example, showcases the vibrant culture of yokai through colorful costumes, performances, and art. Such gatherings create a space for collective joy, encouraging individuals to celebrate their heritage and connect with one another. The laughter and excitement shared during these events weave a fabric of unity, binding people together through shared myths and stories. In a world increasingly dominated by social media and online interactions, the tangible presence of mythological creatures offers a refreshing contrast. People seek out experiences that remind them of their humanity, and the stories of yokai fulfill that need. The way these monsters are portrayed in art and culture serves as a reminder of the beauty of tradition. They symbolize the richness of human imagination and the power of storytelling to evoke empathy and understanding. The monsters of mythology also serve as powerful symbols of resilience. In Japanese culture, many yokai represent the struggles against adversity. The Oni, often seen as tormentors, can also be viewed as representations of personal demons, the battles we face within ourselves. Their presence encourages individuals to confront their fears and embrace their strengths. This notion resonates universally. Everyone faces challenges, and recognizing that we are not alone in our struggles can be a source of comfort. These mythical beings can also provoke introspection. They inspire individuals to look within themselves and consider the nature of their actions and relationships. The moral lessons embedded in these tales act as gentle reminders of our responsibilities to each other and the world around us. By exploring the complex emotions associated with these monsters, we are led to understand our own humanity, our fears, joys, and the bonds that connect us to one another. The influence of Japanese monsters extends far beyond Japan's borders, finding their way into global culture. The universal themes they represent, fear, love, loss, and resilience, resonate with people everywhere. As cultures interact and share stories, the monsters become symbols of common humanity, bridging gaps between diverse peoples. They remind us that despite our differences, we all share similar fears and desires, linking us in our quest for understanding and belonging. As the tales of yokai continue to be told, their power remains undiminished. In a world filled with uncertainty, the stories of these monsters provide solace. They invite us to confront our fears, embrace our emotions, and connect with one another. The power of mythology is undeniable, woven into the very fabric of society, providing comfort, wisdom, and a sense of identity. In the end, the monsters of mythology are more than just figments of imagination. They are vessels of human experience, carrying the weight of our stories and emotions. The enduring power of these creatures lies in their ability to transcend time, connecting generations through shared narratives. As long as people continue to tell their stories, the spirits of these monsters will remain alive, reminding us of our shared humanity and the magic that exists in the world.